Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Wednesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you until 10 a.m. this morning. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth C. Payne. Hello. How are you?
Hello. Good morning. Yo. Hey-o.
How are we all doing out there in our cars today?
We need more catchphrases. I know that. Go die is a pretty good one we have for this show. But I feel like it's not necessarily the thing you really want to hang your dead hat on.
No. Well, they say that morning radio, you try to de-stress people, not increase the amount of stress. And I'd say telling them to go end their lives is probably...
Sometimes I worry that I have a little bit more of a cavalier attitude about life and death than is appropriate for more radio.
You definitely do.
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, in a lovable way. I'm not
I genuinely don't judge. I just don't give a damn. So I could die this afternoon, and I'd be cool with it.
Don't die this afternoon.
I'm just letting you know.
Show's doing well.
If you can find some pep in your step with that attitude, then go for it.
Did you know that our podcast, the Payne and Pendergast podcast, is one of the top 25 podcasts in Odyssey right now?
Oh, really?
Did you know that?
Good.
Yeah. Found that out yesterday.
In the motivational category?
I found that out. No, overall.
The uplifting.
Yeah, no niche.
Uplifting motivation. No niche, overall.
Overall, yeah.
Odyssey's a big company.
It's a big company with 45 markets.
That also tries to, because they're doing the right thing. They're aggressive. They're always hiring all these celebrities to do their podcasts and everything.
Yeah.
And these eager celebrities being wildly overpaid are like, let me check the charts.
Yeah.
Did I take over this Payne Pendergast character down in Houston?
One guy. I think it's one guy.
I can't beat Payne Pendergast. Payne Pendergast just where me with all of my Instagram followers and huge celebrity. Why can I not overtake Payne Pendergast?
How can I not overcome somebody with such a cool first name like Payne? That guy. So good morning to everybody out there. Good morning to you, Seth.
Payne Stewart died in icy death. 30,000 feet above the ground.
Oh, I forgot there is somebody with the first name Payne.
Ago
there
today.
was. Yeah, there was. So yeah, we're in a bit of a it's one of those slower weeks, I would say, in the sports calendar. It's.
I have not looked forward to a Charlotte basketball game more in my life than I have before this week.
It is interesting that the slower weeks coincide with All-Star breaks. That week in July where the All-Star game is there is generally a slow week and a slow time of year. And for football, we're kind of in between the Super Bowl and the Combine right now.
I mean, it is perfect timing for the Olympics. I do feel like maybe I haven't checked in on the Olympics ratings as of lately, but you never know exactly. The Olympics is going to fall in different time windows every time they do it, based on with the actual dates and everything. This year it worked out really well for them.
Yeah, it's in Italy. So everywhere I'm walking into, regardless of what time of day, if there's a TV, there's Olympics on right now.
Yeah.
So
it's easy to get into the Olympics because they do such a good job making you care about the athletes.
Yeah, absolutely. The main thing I wanted to say about this dead time is thank you to Tony Clark, the head of the Baseball Players Association. for resigning yesterday.
What the hell?
We needed a good scandal. We needed two things this week to get through the week. Scandal and John McClain threatening to run naked up Kirby.
Right.
We needed those two things yesterday.
Those are the two things that are going to juice up a dead week.
That's what's going to sustain us on this day, everybody. You've been warned. Is baseball scandal and a naked John McClain.
So lay out the baseball scandal for us.
So Tony Clark was the head of the MLB Players Association. Former player himself, played for 15 years in the bigs, took over in 2013, took over the Players Union. He resigned yesterday amidst multiple scandals, which had me very frustrated with the reporting.
Oh.
Very frustrated.
This is these damn baseball writer nerds.
Yes.
It's just in multiple different articles, man, some of the more respected writers, Jeff Passan from ESPN.
Yes.
Whoever the hell wrote about it in The Athletic. I go to those sources thinking, okay, I'm going to get everything laid out. And they did a pretty good job of explaining some of the administrative things, some of the potential misappropriation of funds and all of that.
Yeah.
But when you find out that the president of the MLBPA has been having an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law.
Just sailed past it.
And never once mentioned whether it's his brother's wife or his wife's sister.
Right. How do you not mention that?
That's a big deal.
That's a huge deal.
That is a huge, juicy detail.
Huge?
They don't even acknowledge that they don't know.
Yeah.
They just skate on right past it.
It was the Passan first run at it was so weird. Now, ultimately, they added some detail to the article, as you can do on the interwebs. It's not in print. So, but the very first report of it, the inappropriate relationship with the sister-in-law was sailed past so quickly. I didn't even know if it was inappropriate, like a sexual affair type of thing,
or if it's that he had her working in a position that she wasn't qualified for, or whatever.
Yeah, like nepotism, and it didn't even clarify that. And I'm like, this is horrible. Then went into very confusing detail on these branding NIL partner that MLB and the NFL had partnered with, and that some of the money there might be a little janky. It's getting investigated. They have
a for-profit youth initiative that there are very few appearances done for. Which immediately there, I'm like, what? Okay, wait a second. The easiest PR thing in the world to do is, help out the kids.
Yeah.
And MLBPA decides to make it a for-profit venture.
Right.
Let's profit off these kids.
Yeah. So
all right, great.
So the bottom line is there were two initiatives from MLB, or that MLB was involved in.
Yeah.
Because the NIL one, the One Partners, I think it's called, was a partnership with the NFL. There's at the very least, some stuff that's going on with both of those that are necessitating an investigation from the Eastern District of New York. The
old EDM.
The authorities,
yes.
The authorities are investigating that. So there's enough going on with that Tony Clark's regime, his status as president of the Major League Baseball Players Association was going to be in somewhat jeopardy. And then through all the investigation, unearthed some emails between him and his sister-in-law that have unearthed this inappropriate relationship, which appears to now be the catalyst for the actual removal of him.
That was like the straw that broke the camel's back.
I guess.
That was a sister-in-law that was a little too heavy for the camel's back.
I guess. I've only seen one person on Twitter with any sort of baseball background shout from the rooftops about the inappropriate relationship and say brother's wife. So I don't know if it's true or not. That's all I'm saying is I've only seen one person say brother's wife.
Which mess is messier?
It's a great question.
Think about your personal situation.
This feels like a Pender poll, by the way.
If you had a relationship with your brother's wife, or if you had a relationship with your wife's sister.
I have both of those things.
You've had those situations?
No. I have.
I've had both those women.
No. And it was good. Let me tell you, when you got them both at the same time.
There ain't nothing quite like forbidden in-law fruit.
Makes me want to run naked down Kirby, I tell you. I have a wife's sister, Amanda. Yeah. She's awesome. I have a brother's wife, Kate, equally awesome. I would say the messier of the two for me would be the sister's wife because of the proximity and everything.
Yeah.
You're right there every day.
It's there's so many different
wife's
dynamics
sister,
that
I
come
should
into
say.
it. I would say, let's say that you had otherwise up until that point when your relationship was discovered. Let's say you already had a good or at least your brother thought you had a good relationship with him, and your wife thought she had a good relationship with you.
Yeah.
I would say at the very least, at the end of the day, the wife, having the relationship with your wife's sister will likely end in divorce, and then that entire family is just out of your life.
Yeah.
So whereas with your brother, then you betray blood.
Yeah.
And then you might be ostracized from your own family, and as well as your wife too.
Yeah.
That's the double whammy of it. If you have a relationship with your wife's sister, okay, great. She's going to divorce you.
Yeah.
If you have a relationship with your brother's wife, you're on the outs with your own family, plus your wife is going to divorce you.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's a double whammy. Now,
You've forsaken everybody that's close to you in your life.
You have. For the average person, I think you're right. Now, I think we factor in, too, sometimes people are in families where if I get ostracized by this family,
right,
I'll be okay.
But you're still out of your own family, too. More times than
I'm
not.
referring to that. I'm referring to the blood family as well.
Right, no, I know, but that's what I mean, though. But it's a double whammy.
Yeah.
You're out on both sides.
Yeah, I'd be all right.
So you're just not making a decision on this.
No.
It really comes down to how hot are either of these respective women.
It might, yeah. No, I'm not thinking of either of those things. What are you talking about?
Can I tell you a weird thing?
Yeah.
A really weird thing about old Sether's family?
Yeah.
My brother's wife, and my brother who listens, he doesn't listen right now.
Yeah.
He listens while he's driving the kids to school.
Right.
My brother's wife looks almost exactly like my wife.
You're one of those families, huh?
To the point where the first time I met my brother's wife, I was waiting for them in a parking lot of a restaurant because we're gonna have dinner together. I hadn't met my brother's girlfriend at the time yet, and I was on the phone with my wife, and I had this weird. I'm talking to Brandy on the phone, and then my brother pulls in with Brandy sitting next to him. Is the way my brain was connecting.
Oh, you saw the girlfriend.
I was kind of like, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah.
And that's I don't know. It's either that Dan and I just have we're genetically programmed to have the same taste in women, or my brother always secretly lusted after my wife and went out and fell in love with a woman that looked exactly like her.
Either of those things are plausible.
Everything's been cool since then. There's never been any, maybe it helps that we live so far away from each other.
That helps. Was it awkward the first few times you grabbed your brother's girlfriend's butt?
I told her to go, shouldn't you be doing the laundry?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you ordered her
the way I talked to Brandy.
Of course, of course. Should I Pender pull this thing?
Yeah.
Wife, sister.
What's a messier situation?
Brother's wife. No, you make a great point on the messiness of the brother's wife thing. It is a very valid point for sure. I think that'll probably, if I had to handicap it, that'll win. If I had to guess, but I don't want to steer people one way or the other on it. The brother's wife.
It could also be. Is it still your? So my brothers-in-law. So my wife's brothers. Are their wives my sisters-in-law? I always refer to them as that.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
So there's a level of potential relationship we don't
Another
know
level,
about.
Or if you choose to look at it this way, a more target-rich environment.
Because baseball writers are such damn nerds these days.
Yeah, that's the big thing.
They can't be bothered with the human element of anything. It's got to be all about B-war.
I hated the way. I hated the way Passon sailed by it in the opening sentence of the article and then never went back to it.
It's kind of like when somebody on the radio say, well, I know something, but I can't say it on air. Yeah.
Yes. And then their co-host says, just tell me during the break, and that gets people even more heated.
Yeah, and then you never hear about it again.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. People weighing in, brother's wife damages 2 marriages. The wife's sister isn't necessarily married.
Yeah,
that's
if
true.
We're gonna go the baseball nerd analytics route on this, that's what we'd have to say.
That's a great.
It's the most damage done.
Yeah, you laid it out perfectly. It's just my lack of a soul sometimes is what rained on your parade.
You and I both have, I think, an ability to just cut people out.
We're like 100%.
All right. We can compartmentalize really well. In our minds, we're gonna be like, all right, all right, I'll be alone in the world and I'll move on from there. Whatever.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I don't want to speak for the average person. I'm just saying that's what I was thinking. I'm like, all right, I'll be okay. Brother's wife is much worse because the family betrayal is on your side of the family.
Yeah.
If you screw your wife's sister, the family betrayal is only on her side of the family.
Right. All right,
so I'm going to pull this one, but it feels like one where the die is cast. But you never know. No. John McClain was on one yesterday. John McClain tweeted.
On his sister-in-law?
No. Well, I am just saying on Twitter.
He was on an in-law yesterday.
Right.
Yeah, he was on one.
He said this is in response to all the conjecture out there that the Texans are going to get phone calls about C.J. Stroud. Not rumors. There's no trade rumors about C.J.
There really
Stroud.
aren't. There's just people debunking aggressively debunking rumors that aren't even actually rumors.
There's people with platforms saying that teams could call the Texans this offseason.
Yeah.
I suppose it's true. John McClain says, if C.J. Stroud is traded, I'll walk naked down Kirby Drive at rush hour. Is anyone else willing to do this if he's not traded? Didn't think so. John,
and there you have
slapping it down
immediately
on the
table. because the internet keeps receipts. Mm-hmm. Not one but two different instances in which John McClain very emphatically guaranteed that something wouldn't happen.
Yes.
And then he was proven wrong.
Yeah, I actually retweeted this as soon as I saw it. I said, John, you got into trouble with this about a decade ago, and you had to eat the front page of the Chronicle's draft coverage when the Texans drafted Jadeveon Clowney. John said back in 2014 that if the Texans did not draft a quarterback, now keep in mind, this is Bill O'Brien's first year as head coach, post Matt Schaub. If they didn't draft a quarterback with the first overall pick, he would eat the front page of the Chronicle, which I believe he did eat a few strips of newspaper chased by a loaded baked potato. Mm-hmm. There's at least one article that I found on NFL.com which claims he did it. I know there was footage of it out there. I couldn't find it. But that was one. Number two.
And that was in a year, by the way, when John said that. I mean, if he had handicapped it a little bit, that was a year where there just really weren't any – there weren't a lot of great quarterbacks that were available.
Blake Bortles, Johnny Manziel, and Teddy Bridgewater were the first-round picks.
Those are the guys who went in the first round.
In the first round. And Bortles was the only one who was close to the top of the draft.
Derek Carr was the potential one there. And then there were a whole lot of other, all the speculation that went into whether Derek Carr, et cetera, because of David Carr,
Yep. The other one, and keep in mind, these are both proclamations that John wound up on the wrong side of. The other one was right after Deshaun Watson requested a trade back in early 2021.
January.
January 2021. January 7th, 2021. McClain wrote an article, "Ignore the rumors, Texans will not trade Deshaun Watson." Now, I guess to be fair to John, that was before all the, 2 months later is when all the lawsuits came out.
Yeah.
Maybe the Texans would have been more dug in had the legal situation not happened. Maybe not. I don't know.
That was one, though, too, where there were a lot of people, and I can't remember as we all shifted our handicapping of that situation as things got more and more messy and complicated. But that was one, even after the allegations and everything, there were a lot of people that insisted that they still wouldn't trade Deshaun Watson because he doesn't have any leverage. He doesn't have any leverage. Deshaun didn't have any leverage right up until the point he got $240 million guaranteed. Right up until the point he got the biggest guaranteed contract in NFL history. Yeah. People were insisting that Deshaun Watson had zero leverage in this situation.
Yeah. Even with a no trade clause that he had, that he weaponized. Yeah. So I say all that to say, prepare for C.J. Stroud to get traded and naked John McClain to be gallivanting down Kirby.
When he ate the sports section, when he was wrong about the Texans not drafting a quarterback, he did eat at least part of the front page.
This is what I recall. This is the visual I recall is strips of the Chronicle. Like
he chopped it and he put it into food.
Yes,
didn't he?
A loaded baked potato. Yeah. A loaded baked potato is what the article says.
So if he's going to walk naked down Kirby, I guess the question becomes, is there a differentiation between when people say butt naked or buck naked, I don't know what the appropriate one is. Like that's people saying, oh, okay, you're totally in the nude.
Yeah.
Can you be naked? I feel, I don't know. Is there, can
he wear a banana hammock? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Can you say you're naked if you're doing that? Because he doesn't want to get arrested for indecency.
Right. No, I would say, we don't want to, banana hammock is acceptable.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I don't know how many people want the alternative anyways. It's
it's not like people are pining for the banana hammock either.
No, but lesser of two evils.
They're not like, wait, he's not totally naked, is he?
Yeah.
No, he's wearing a banana hammock. Oh, that's exactly what I wanted. That's exactly what I've been hoping and dreaming
That's
for.
my kink.
Yeah.
All right, so off and running on a Wednesday here on Payne and Pendergast Sports Radio 610. Up next, evidently, according to the Crush City Pod, that's Chandler Rome and Tyler Stafford's Astros podcast. They do a nice job. They had Hunter Brown on yesterday. Hunter Brown had a revelation I'm a little surprised at. Does this make us concerned about Dana Brown's approach to roster building? We will have the audio for you coming up next. But first, got to talk about him yesterday, talking about him again today.
610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Astros, spring training underway, of course. Talked a lot of Astros over the last week. Crush City Pod is Chandler Rome and Tyler Stafford's podcast. Enjoy that. They do a great job covering the Astros. They had Hunter Brown on their most recent episode, and they asked him, hey, Hunter Brown, I believe in his first year of arbitration this year, so he's under team control for a couple more years. So it's not super pressing, but we know that the Astros do like to try to lock up, at least in past years, they've liked to lock up their young, good players early.
Yeah.
Did it with Bregman. Did it with Jordan.
Oh, Jordan.
Did it with Javier. Did it with John Singleton way back in the day. Yeah, I'm not saying they all worked out, Seth. I see the look on your face. I'm saying they all worked out. I'm saying they like doing it.
What was Lance's? Did Lance have 1 year left on his deal?
Yeah. His wasn't as early as the others.
No. And it was a modified one because of his injury history.
He had injury history. Yeah. But I think people know the types of deals we're talking about. Buying out all the arbitration years and maybe even the first couple years of free agency.
And Hunter would be a free agent in 2029.
Okay, so it would stand to reason that they would be, especially as good as he is, approaching him about a contract. Here was Hunter Brown when Chandler Rome asked him about this very thing on the Crush City podcast.
Is that something that you are open to? Is that something that maybe you have told Scott Boras that you'd like to explore? Kind of where are you in that in extension world right now?
Those conversations have obviously, come up between Scott and myself. And with all transparency, I love Houston. I love playing for this team. And just I haven't heard anything since I was a rookie. So my focus is to be the best I can be for this team this season, and that's what I'm focused on. But like I said, I love putting on that Astros uniform, and I got no visions of doing it anywhere else. So that's what I can give you guys. I haven't heard anything, and that's just kind of where I stand with that.
Okay, so he loves it here. He wants to be here. I don't think they're very surprising things. He's had great success here. They've done a great job of developing him. Yeah. The two biggest things to me out of that cut right there, Seth, other than he loves it in Houston, there have been talks between Scott Boras and myself. So the two of them have discussed what that, I'm assuming, like what that could look like. If
if the Astros came and talked to us, what we'd like,
what would it need to look like? Exactly. The biggest thing to come out of that, and quite honestly, the most surprising thing, is Hunter Brown was a rookie in 2022. This is 4 years ago now. Mm-hmm. He hasn't heard anything about a contract extension since his rookie year. I mean, that wasn't even Dana Brown as the GM back then. That was back when James Click was the GM in the year they won the World Series the last time.
Yeah.
That stuns me that the team has not approached Hunter Brown in some fashion about a contract extension.
Do you worry that means, as we've started to learn how to do, if they haven't done it by now, are they already in a strategy or a mode where, you know what, for the most part, we're not interested in the play and laying out money before we have to, and that we'll probably end up having to say goodbye to him after 2028?
I don't know. It could be a couple of things. I think it's a couple. Well, first, let me also point out that the team did offer Jeremy Pena a contract a year or so ago, and his response to that was to hire Scott Boras. so with there's two prominent Astros right now that are all-star caliber, that are still under team control for a couple, 2-3 more years, and it's Jeremy Pena and Hunter Brown. Jeremy has already given the indication as to what direction he's going. It looks like he's going to go the Kyle Tucker route, it would appear, thus far. The Hunter Brown one is interesting, Seth, because I start to wonder, has this team been scarred by all the injuries that they've experienced with pitchers?
Yeah.
You mentioned Lance McCullers. He got a big contract, and what happened? He was gone for 2.5 years. I mentioned Christian Javier. He signs a big contract, and then he's getting Tommy John surgery within a year after that. Other guys, Jose Urquidy, Luis Garcia, guys who they may have offered contracts like that to, who they said no or whatever. It could be. It could be. I think it's one of two things, because obviously Hunter Brown's one of the best pitchers in baseball. If they could come to an agreement with Hunter Brown for, say, 5 years, I think they would do it. But unless they've got a trepidation about offering long-term big money deals to pitchers, or two, if they just thrown their hands up with Scott Boras and said, if it's not Jose Altuve and Scott Boras is the agent, then what are we wasting our time with?
And Altuve is the guy that seems to have been most aggressively pro-team. That
by far.
Has probably told Scott Boras, look, I don't want to go anywhere else. I really want to stay here. I want to be an Astros for life, et cetera, et cetera. So Scott Boras has taken those marching orders, and he's figured out a way to get it done.
Yeah.
And that the other clients, and I'm not begrudging them for this, might be a little bit more on the side of, no, I want to be sure I'm going to get my max value. And
I think most guys are like that.
When so if Hunter Brown hypothetically says to Scott Boras, I really want to stay in Houston, but yes, of course I want to maximize my earnings, Scott Boras is going to say, all right, well, then we need to go to free agency.
Yes.
That's the time-tested way to get the most money.
Yeah.
And that it's unlikely for the Astros to be that aggressive. The tough thing with Hunter is, I mean, he's been freakishly consistent in improving every year. If you take away, his rookie year, he only pitched 20 innings.
Yeah, he was a reliever.
Yeah, it doesn't count towards his service time or anything. Yeah. But, like, his ERA has gone down from 5 to 3.49 to 2.43. His whip in 2023 was 1.362, went down the next year. Last year it's 1.025. Yeah. Just across the board, innings pitched. 155, then 170, then 185.
Yeah.
And that's everything he's done.
That's a big one, too, the innings pitched.
Yeah, when you're trying to replace a guy like Framber, who eating all those innings was such a big – and obviously Hunter's not replacing Framber.
No, but you need that guy. If you don't have him, oh, my God.
We know the value of him. And look, with Hunter, he's turning into Framber, but without all of the volatility and potential emotional issues. He's done everything that you would want one of your young guys to do in the way that they progress. And and now with each successive year, it feels more like he's just barreling towards a record-setting contract in free agency.
The offer that Pena got, if I recall, was around $20 million. It was 5 years, a little over maybe $110 million, so 20, 21, 22 million a year. And Pena's response to that was to hire Scott Boras. So Boras is going to figure prominently in the lives of the Houston Astros over the next few years.
Well, and then the Bregman contract's an interesting one, too, because the Astros paid him really early.
Yeah.
And initially, they were great returns.
Yes.
But then over the course of the entire contract, it didn't look nearly as good of a wonder if the Astros had, in hindsight, just wished if he'd gone to arbitration every year, we would have been better off.
Yeah, that's interesting. Did they overpay for him? I think because they won, he signed it after they won the first World Series.
Yeah.
I think you make that many ALCSs and you win a World Series along the way, you're probably a little more forgiving for yourself as to what you may have paid or overpaid for a guy who is admittedly, while he never reached the heights of 2019 ever again, where he hit like 40 home runs, was number 2 in the MVP. But he was a borderline all-star caliber player for his time here throughout those other years.
His was a lot more. It always felt like it was about almost kind of managing and the cost control and expectations. It was a good two-way street for both the player and the team.
He also brought qualities to the table that you can't go look up in Baseball Reference either.
No. I'm not sitting there saying it was a mistake for them to do that or anything, but I wonder if just financially and the way that it all worked out. I mean, Yordan, depending on whether he's healthy for an entire season or not, it's either the best deal ever in the history of baseball, or if you're on the side of somebody who's concerned about his injuries and whatnot, then it doesn't look so hot or so great.
No, wasn't a great deal last year. He played 48 games. You paid him $20 million. All right, off and running here on a Wednesday in the 6 o'clock hour. Let's do some headlines coming up next. We got a nice salacious MLB story yesterday. A former Texan retiring. And I think the guy who's gradually become our favorite college basketball coach from a content standpoint knocked it out of the park last night. So we've got all that coming up in headlines coming up next. But first, 6:37 in the morning. You're waking up. How were things last?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
Yes, thank you to the Men's Tea Clinic for sponsoring headlines. Let's start with news in baseball yesterday. Tony Clark resigns as the head of the Players Association. This comes in advance of what is expected to be a very ugly work stoppage in December after the season is over. It is expected that the owners are going to lock the players out. They're going to try to get a salary cap implemented, the owners will. And the players have railed against the salary cap since time immemorial. And now Tony Clark, the person who's supposed to be spearheading those negotiations, is gone. There's a power vacuum at the top. They're expected to pick a new leader here imminently. I would say the most sensational parts of this story are the reasons why Tony Clark is resigning. They're really twofold. One, it was revealed that he was having an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who works for the union since 2023. So there's that. And
without any clarity on whether it's his brother's wife or his wife's sister.
Right,
but, yeah.
right. That we found, at least. And we'll poll the audience to see which is worse. Don't worry, because that's a Payne and Pendergast thing to do. The other thing is that there are a couple of entities that the Major League Baseball Players Association has a fiduciary interest in. One is an NIL company called One Partners. The other is a for-profit youth development baseball organization. Without getting too deep into the weeds on this for the average driver into work right now, the government is investigating possible improprieties regarding Major League Baseball's Players Association with each of those entities.
And this even in and of itself might not necessarily be as big a deal, except that this lockout looms.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a big, big deal.
Yes.
To the point where this implication of salary cap is something I think a lot of owners are looking at as like, no, we're not moving forward without this. Well, meanwhile, the Major League Baseball Players Association is saying, we're not so sure a salary cap wouldn't even help make teams more competitive. Like, well, fine, but whatever the hell you're talking about. You've lost me at that.
Right.
Don't act like it wouldn't be better for overall competitiveness.
Yep.
You might have all kinds of highfalutin arguments for why you don't want to have a salary cap, but don't spit in my face and tell me it's raining.
That's exactly right. So this is, look, the union will find a new leader. They've already got a guy, this Bruce Meyer, who is on staff there, who negotiated the last deal. So it's not like, it doesn't feel like, oh, my God, the union's falling apart because Tony Clark resigned. But it is just some churn that they weren't anticipating. He was getting, Seth, he goes and visits all 30 spring training camps before the season.
Yeah.
Spends one day at each of them. He was supposed to leave yesterday to go to Cleveland for the first trip.
Which, again, as you're preparing for a lockout, kind of a time to do a State of the Union with every team. Yeah. Give them their marching orders. Yeah. Guy's got an incredible beard. I hope he doesn't shave that off.
It is an incredible
just
Santa
he lost
beard.
His job.
Yeah.
We know. Sometimes people, they change their hair when there's big changes.
Yeah.
CJ Stroud cut off all his locks.
That's right.
Don't cut that beard, Tony Clark.
Do not.
You'll never sleep with an in-law again. Okay? That's the most attractive thing you've got going for you.
Robert Woods, former Texan, retiring yesterday, signed a one-day contract as a Ram.
Boo!
Yeah, what
Boo
the hell,
this
man? What the hell? You didn't like the 649 receiving yards you had in 2 years with the Texans, Robert? What the hell, man? Good riddance to you as well.
Smart time for him to retire, too. Very dead week in sports.
Yeah, good job.
For a guy that wasn't a perennial all-pro or anything, it's got to get a little bit of play.
Yep. So Robert Woods retiring. Mick Cronin, UCLA head coach, who's rapidly become a favorite of this show. Two things last night. They were playing Michigan State, so he's going up against his buddy Tom Izzo at Michigan State. And he had a player named Steven Jamerson, who ironically used to go to Michigan State, tried to walk on at Michigan State like 5 or 6 years ago, didn't get a sniff, ends up playing at UCLA. He's in the game towards the end of the game. It's a blowout game. Michigan State's killing UCLA. And he gives a hard foul, intentional foul, to a Michigan State player driving to the hoop on a breakaway. Mick Cronin goes out there, grabs Steve Jamerson, his own player, by the jersey, and ejects him. He didn't need the refs to do it. He ejected his own player. He handed him to an assistant and said, send him to the locker room. You can see him pointing and gesturing towards the locker room. So there was that. Then after the game, Mick Cronin does his little media scrum right outside the UCLA road team locker room there. He was asked some question about the IZone, which is the nickname for the Michigan State student section, of course, named after Tom Izzo. I don't know what the question was, but I do know what Mick Cronin's reaction to a question about the Michigan State student section was. It was this.
What was your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other student section.
I just meant the overall the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like the,
you should take it.
The preparation of the...
Do you really think I care about the other
No, I don't think you care about the other
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just...
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
No reason.
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
All right.
He's just a bully now.
Never has a guy been trying to sound like a hard ass, but then be like, did you raise your voice at me?
Yeah.
I'm like, no, he didn't. I know. Yes, we can hear him. Yeah. We can totally hear him. Yeah. The volume of his voice might have gone up, but that was in no way an aggressive tone or anything.
No, raising your voice.
The guy was defending himself. Yeah.
Raising your voice to somebody means you're getting belligerent and aggressive.
Don't you raise your voice to me.
Can you imagine being...
Go die. Go die. How old is he? Go die already. My God.
He's in the younger age. Well, I don't know. I'm going to guess Mick Cronin is 58.
Don't you raise your voice to me.
54.
Sean,
he's 54.
Earlier when you said I asked a silly question, I felt like you raised your voice, and it's making me sad.
How about all that? It's everybody can see it. It's on camera.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
It's just this modern version. People trying to act like hard asses by playing the victim.
Yeah.
It's annoying. Yeah.
Couple other things here. Tiger Woods saying he could return for the Masters in April. We'll be interested to see what that looks like. Tiger.
Talking about going and dying. Man, he looks old.
He's just turned 50.
He looks in rough shape,
he just turned 50.
He's coming off a torn Achilles tendon.
I don't know if
trying to figure out whether he would play in a cart or not.
I don't know if I want him to play in the Masters.
I don't want him to. He needs to take care of himself.
Yeah. Speaking of dying, Robert Duvall.
Oh, crap.
We didn't hit this yesterday, but we should. He's one of the great actors. For me, the most iconic role would be Tom Hagen in The Godfather. The stepbrother, or the adopted brother to the Corleone brothers. There, 95, hell of a run, man.
The cool thing about him is he kind of he was typecast a little bit in the best way to be typecast. It was the best quote I found was his signature lane is the man who doesn't raise his voice but controls the room anyway.
Yeah.
He projects calm command, whether moral, military, criminal, or paternal.
That is typecasting with versatility. That is a typecast where you can probably take on a number of roles in a number of movie genre.
And he was that classic old guy that even at the age of 94, I would have looked at him and be like, I don't know if I would want to tangle with that old man.
Yeah. He still had a rugged look to him.
He just projects a bad acidness.
He still had a rugged look to him. Now, my question, real quick, have I jinxed Hollywood?
Yes, 100%. You're guilty of you've got a lot of blood on your hands. Because a couple of weeks ago you said, it doesn't seem like celebrities die anymore. And then okay.
I said they don't die all that often. I thought they die more often than they would.
Catherine O'Hara died. She's the mom from Home Alone and Beetlejuice and
I like her.
SCHITT's Creek. James Vanderbeek died.
Oh, yeah, he's 48. That's it, yeah.
And the lead singer of Three Doors Down, he was young, too. Died of cancer. Jesse Jackson died.
He died yesterday, yeah.
And then Robert Duvall.
Yep.
Also. Bob Weir died before you said it, but he was kind of always ahead of his time. So I'm going to roll him into
Do I get credit for him or no?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So
there you go. Thanks a lot, Sean.
Lamont from Sanford & Son, he died. Damon Wilson, yeah.
Oh, that's right. I had him first on the list.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah.
But Jesse Jackson and Robert Duvall at least were well into their 80s and 90s.
No, Vanderbeek and Catherine O'Hara, that was a little out of hand by me to put that evil on them. Damn. All right. My apologies to Hollywood. I guess people do die.
Damon Wilson couldn't have been all that old either.
He was 79, believe it or not.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
He was 79. Yeah. I look it up now that I've become this hex on Hollywood. I'm like, all right, how bad was this hex?
Yeah, can I be held accountable for this
right,
one?
Vanderbeek's the worst one. I mean, I know he was sick already when I said that, but 48 years old.
I'd say under the age of 60, it's Sean's fault.
It's my fault if it's under the age of 60. All right, so Texans heading into the offseason here. Free agency is only like 3 weeks away. A quote from Nick Caserio from back in his post-season press conference that I think lays the groundwork for how aggressive the Texans can be in going after some of our favorite names. We will get to that coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, you want to have a long golden retirement. Be one of those.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, one quick breaking news item, because I know a lot of Texan fans are curious if the Texans could be playing an international game this year. The 49ers will be hosting a regular season game at Estadio Banorte in Mexico City with their opponent to be announced. So I think Mexico City was one where some Texan fans thought, well, that could be a place they go because all 32 NFL teams have a global locale that they're sort of branded and tied to by the NFL. And the Texans are one of a handful of teams that are tied to Mexico City. The Texans do not play the Niners on the road this year. They are not a road opponent for the Texans, so the Texans will not be going to Mexico City to play a game. Honestly,
look, I know most people would prefer just that your football team not have to play these international games because it seems to be stressful. I'm starting to feel a little put out that the Texans haven't played an international game in a long time.
2019. They went to London in 2019 and beat the brakes off the Jacksonville Jaguars.
So we're going to be going on 7 years with no international games.
Yeah.
It's bogus. When was the Mexico City game? That was
2016.
16?
Yeah.
Wow.
The Brock Osweiler year,
Brock Osweiler's best game ever.
Yeah. Because they shot
beams in his eyeballs.
He got LASIK surgery during the game.
I like to prefer to think that it was, it turns out, no, those laser beams were shooting out of Brock Osweiler's eyes.
Yeah.
After a deep investigation.
Right. So my other takeaway from this bit of news, I believe that's two international games that they've announced at least one of the teams for, and both of them involve the 49ers. The 49ers are opening the season in Melbourne, Australia.
Wow.
And they're going to Mexico City as well at some point during the season. It's a lot of travel.
Good job on the proper pronunciation of Melbourne.
Thank you. Did I tell you that we have a listener named Harry who sent me a DM on Instagram this week complimenting you and I on our proper pronunciation. He lives in Melbourne. He said he went out of his way. I'll read the exact message here. He said, hey, this is from Harry, a listener in Melbourne, Australia. I'm a listener to Payne and Pendergast from Melbourne, Australia, and I'm late in getting back to you on this because it was a topic during Radio Row Week. He said, I know I'm late on getting back to you. I just want to say how amusing it is to hear an American say Melbourne correctly. So used to hearing Melbourne all the time from Americans. Love the show.
Yeah, feels weird. And I'm going to get really annoyed as I continue to say it the proper way at how many people are going to actually me on this. We're like, Seth, there's an R in Melbourne. And nope, it's Melbourne.
Melbourne.
Because the Melbourne Tourism Board was handing out free coffee all week long.
That's what it was. Yeah.
And I had a chat with the woman that was in charge of it. And it's an American woman who works for the Melbourne Tourism Authority, and I thought she was mispronouncing it first. I was like, good luck hanging on to this job, Toots. I called her Toots. They love that. And she explained to me. I didn't approach it that way. It was conspicuous though. She kept saying Melbourne, and I was like, is that the way you're supposed to pronounce it?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's what it is. That's what it is. They love when you call them Toots. They love it even more when you elbow your friend next to you and say, did you hear me call that broad Toots?
Yeah. That's the best way to make
That's
it
the
in the
best
world
way
today.
is just pile on all the misogynistic nouns.
But she really was. She did her job well. She got me intrigued by Melbourne. And I really want I want the Texans to play a game in Melbourne at some point.
Too, man. That would be fun. Especially they brought us. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's roll on here. Speaking of the Texans, so this popped up yesterday. I think Houston Stressens reposted this yesterday, but I think it's a worthwhile Nick Caserio cut to play from his postseason press conference. It was like 2 or 3 days after they got eliminated by the Patriots. Nick sat down with the media, and it was interesting because the question from Sarge was, when do you see the window closing on the Texans? Which I was very anxious to hear what the answer to that question was going to be.
Yeah.
I think I knew what it was going to be. But here is Nick Caserio. If you're wondering just how flexible the Texans view the salary cap, which is especially important this offseason, because this is the first offseason I can remember, Seth, since Nick has been here, where we're starting to see some of those graphics, as of right now, that it'll change. But as of right now, I saw one yesterday where the Texans are, $4 million in the hole on the salary cap right now as of 2026. Now, they've got time. They don't have to get it in compliance until the middle of March. And they're not only going to get in compliance, I would imagine they're going to open up space to go do some shopping. I feel even stronger about that after re-listening to Nick Caserio say and lay out all the different ways that you can handle the cap and player acquisition.
It's always open in our book. So, you can build a team a myriad of different ways. So, contracts, you can fit them however you need to fit them. So, how do you keep good players? What does that look like? There's a little bit of a balance, and, okay, how are they structured? You got to stagger them. Look around the league. There's plenty of teams that have highly paid players, like 8 to 10 of them. The Lions, they got a good team. They had a down year this year, but, they got some of the best players in the league. They found a way. So, there's always a way. You got to be creative. You try to think a little bit ahead. We've sat here, we've talked how we kind of look at the team building in 2-year increments, not here's the window. It's more of just the contracts. What do those look like? Okay, some contracts are going to run off, some are going to come on. All right, how do you balance that off? So, in our book, the window's always open. So we're going to try to put together the most competitive team possible every year. However we do that, we'll fit the contracts, whatever those look like, and go from there. So that's kind of how we view it. Again, I can't speak to other teams and their philosophy, but, our goal is to have a good team every year, and, we'll figure out a way. And whoever plays, we don't really care. Look, Tommy Togiai wasn't a figment of anybody's imagination 2 years ago. Now he's one of our best defensive players. So, he got here in the middle of last year in October on a practice squad. The guy played as well as any defensive tackle in the league. So, there's players out there everywhere. Our job is to find them, and the contracts are the contracts. So, that's kind of its own entity, and, we'll deal with that accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, the big thing to remember with the Texans is they have a boatload of cap space in 2027, 2028. So they have a bunch of flexibility. You're going to see graphics over the next few weeks where it shows that the Texans are actually $5 million over the cap or what have you. That's all going to change, and that they've got a lot of flexibility to create space this year that doesn't eat up too much of next year's and the year after space. You look at teams like the Eagles have less room in terms of how much cap space do they have in 2027 and 2028. The Eagles don't mind getting aggressive and creative to do all of that, but they just that's a team that's been really aggressive in pushing money off to the future, et cetera, et cetera. They don't have as much room to work as the Texans do. The Texans are they're in a pretty good spot to do whatever they feel like is worth doing. If they identify a few guys and they really like the contracts they could sign them for, the cap isn't going to be a barrier to doing it.
Well, this is where it helps to have ownership that's willing to work with the front office on being creative. Because let's face it, a lot of those things that the Eagles do, without getting too cap nerdy about it, and they are extreme in credit card spending and shoving things into future years. Extreme, the Eagles are. It's worked. They won a Super Bowl a couple of years ago, and they're perennially a good team. But Jeffrey Lurie, their owner, is willing to lay out the cash up front to pay these big contracts that then get spread out over numerous years. I think the McNairs fall into that category. I think the McNairs are an ownership group that, look, we asked Callahan about that at the Greenbrier, Seth. When we interviewed them the last day we were there, we asked them about the CJ extension, which felt like more of a reality at that time than maybe it does right now.
Yeah.
I think still eventually CJ's the quarterback for this team moving forward. I think it's less likely now that he gets a big extension this offseason than it was before the season started. But the Will Anderson extension, and there are others, and there have been others, they told us these are things we're already planning for.
Yeah, and the notion of the window is a thing that every GM in the league is going to balk at that question of when do you see the window closing. But since you're on the topic of the Eagles, the Eagles are a great illustration of, all right, yeah, boy, the Eagles had their Super Bowl window with Doug Peterson, and oh no, what are you going to do? They had one losing season and got back on track and ended up going to 2 more Super Bowls after that. So it's whatever the window is, and it wasn't like you could have predicted at that point when the Eagles were in their losing season and they fired Doug Peterson that a second-round quarterback was going to be the guy that was going to be the catalyst for getting back to the Super Bowl. It's just if you start hamstringing yourself or limiting yourself by thinking of, oh, this is our window, that's when you start making stupid decisions.
Yep.
I was on a team, the Jaguars, which was in a stupid, they were dumb about thinking that they were in some kind of a window. And we'd gone to a couple of AFC title games, but not gotten over the hump. So they started spending money super aggressively, like paying way too much for aging veteran players, thinking, okay, well, we've got to capitalize on this window. And when those guys don't work out, then everything fell apart because they had to pay the piper.
Yeah.
They had to dump everybody, and it ended up being another however many years until they made the playoffs again. Because they thought too much of it as, oh, we're in a window right now. Mm-hmm. We got to take advantage of this window.
Yeah. We're going to get these texts, people being, snarky or sarcastic, and I get it. They say, whoa, what window? The divisional round?
Right.
And I get that. They haven't made it past the divisional round. But I think the window we're talking about is a team that you can say with a straight face has a percentage chance of getting to a Super Bowl, which this team did.
This year especially. Yeah. You're not looking at this year as, wow, I can't believe they made it to a divisional game, but of course they lost. This was, my God.
Missed opportunity.
Sure, you're going to lose it if you play that atrociously on offense.
Yes.
That's the window of, all right, they look like a competitive team, a team that could conceivably make the Super Bowl.
Absolutely.
Do you go balls to the wall trying to capitalize on that, acting like, oh, there's only a 2-year window to do this? I think many teams have shown in the NFL that, no, you can be perennially competitive.
Yep.
You don't have to think about it as you got to go for it all this year. Spend all the money no matter what.
Yeah.
That's not the only way to go about doing it. A lot of really successful teams haven't operated that way.
Yeah. Texans Jacob, who's a good Twitter follow, he's a very optimistic Texan fan. If I'm trying to feel good about the Texans, I'll look at Texans Jacob's timeline because he tends to skew more optimistic. Now,
he's more optimistic, but he's down. I can't remember. I feel like he's. But anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not. He's generally optimistic.
Yeah.
He framed the offense in an interesting way yesterday, which I think kind of helps you create the shopping list a little bit right now on that side. I think that's where more of the shopping is going to go on the offensive side again. If the Texans had to play a game today, here is their offense. In other words, like, these are the guys under contract right now. Would you feel comfortable with this going into the season? And I think most teams and a lot of position groups, the answer is no. An NFL roster turns over a lot, even for the good teams. But the right now, the Texans offense would be C.J. Stroud at quarterback, and however you feel about C.J., that's who the quarterback is going to be. Hate to break it to you. Running back room right now, in terms of just guys who are signed, Woody Marks and Jawar Jordan. That's it. So there's shopping to be done in the running back room. I'm going to go through each of these.
Jawar Jordan did post a couple days ago, Sean.
What did he post? I saw that. What did he post?
Please keep counting me out.
Oh, okay.
With a shaking hands emoji, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, man, Jawar.
Sounds like you're counting him out. You just cruised over his name.
I'm just reading his name, man. That's all I'm doing. Yeah.
I think Jawar Jordan is intriguing. I think that I look at him as a nice complimentary piece, but I'd love to have either a 100% healthy Joe Mixon, which is not probably going to happen, or a Kenneth Walker or Tyler Algier or somebody like that.
Actually, now that you're bringing up that name, let's stop on running back here. We'll get to the rest of what it looks like as of today in a second. Because I think running back and interior offensive line are the two most acute and maybe needs on the team, certainly needs on the offensive side of the football. This was Mike Florio yesterday talking about Kenneth Walker III and the franchise tag, the possibility of a franchise tag in Seattle. And I'm bringing this up. I think a lot of Texan fans at the right price would love to see Kenneth Walker III as a Houston Texan.
The Seattle Seahawks reportedly are unlikely to apply the franchise tag to Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker III. That means he will be, unless he does a new deal with the Seahawks, a free agent. So why would the Seahawks put that out there on the first day of the 2-week window for applying the franchise tag? Number one, I think they want the fans to recognize, hey, don't get too attached to the Super Bowl MVP. We're going to let him see what else is out there. We're not going to use that franchise tag. We have other guys that need to be signed or re-signed, like Rashid Shaheed and Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's now eligible for a second contract. And also, I think the message to Walker is, you may want a little too much money here. Go ahead. Go to the combine where there's plenty of tampering. See what other teams are willing to offer. We have a feeling you're going to find out that you're not going to get the kind of money that you want from us. And then a decision will need to be made. And frankly, because of the framing of the report, unlikely to apply the tag, if we find out there's a land rush for Kenneth Walker III services and the numbers are through the roof, the Seahawks can always change their plans. They have until the window closes 2 weeks from today. We'll see if they do.
Yeah, so that was I don't think the Seahawks would necessarily do it in that snarky, sneering tone. That go ahead.
Yeah.
Go then see what you're worth.
John Schneider looks like a pretty carefree guy.
Yeah,
their GM.
John Schneider saying, which I think happens. It happens with all positions, but especially with running backs. The market for running backs just seems to change with the tides.
Yeah.
And especially when whoever wins the Super Bowl, all of a sudden, there's like the guys that played a big role. The NFL people are simple people. They look at it and they say, "Wow, Kenneth Walker made a big difference in that Super Bowl run." You know what? We are actually willing to pay $5 million more per year for a running back like Kenneth Walker. So this might be the best year for the Seahawks to realize, okay, the market's going to be pretty pricey on running backs. There's a lot of people that are going to say, like, yeah, that's what – look at how good Sam Darnold was when he had 2 running backs on his offense.
Yeah.
Because Charbonnet was injured, obviously. Yeah. But that Kenneth Walker ends up – he may have played his way out of how much the Seahawks are willing to pay. Yeah. And so I would say if I had to handicap it right now, I think he hits free agency.
I do too. I think he hits free agency.
The Seahawks have a bunch of other free agents they got to worry about.
Yeah. I think he hits free agency. Charbonnet's still on his rookie deal. As you pointed out, he's coming off an injury. Spoiler alert, because we're going to have John Harris on at 8 o'clock to do his mock draft from footballtakeover.com with us here. We're going to grill him on his mock draft. But I will tell you, he has the Seahawks letting Kenneth Walker leave and drafting Jadarian Price, Jeremiah Love's teammate, with the 32nd overall pick, the last pick of the first round, with a backfield of Charbonnet once he's healthy and Jadarian Price. So them, just going with the new cheap option at running back. So we'll see. The other name that's popped up, and maybe this is more the aisle the Texans will be shopping in. We talked about this guy yesterday, Tyler Algier, who rushed for 1,000 yards, I believe, as a rookie. At some point, he was a 1,000-yard rusher, and they decided we're going to draft Bijan Robinson. And so he got kind of pushed to the back burner, but he's a solid back. He's a good back. This is Steve Weich of the NFL Network talking about Tyler Algier as an option in free agency for the Broncos, but I think you can take a listen to this and envision, okay, does a guy that's getting described here sound like he might make sense for the Houston Texans?
I think it would be hard for them to let him go, even if they franchise him. That number's pretty high, $14 million. And like you said, though, the money would be interesting because he does split carries some of the time. So I'm going to go with a running back who does split carries, who's going to be a little bit lesser on the budget, but could be more impactful. And that's Falcons running back Tyler Algier, a free agent. I think he would be an ideal fit with the Denver Broncos. Here's the comp. Here's someone, Tyler Algier, remember as a rookie, rushed for 1,000 yards, but the Falcons, they went out and got Bijani Robinson, too good to pass on. But if you put Tyler Algier in the backfield with R.J. Harvey, Bridget, you've got Mark Ingram and Alvin Kamara in Sean Payton's system. Think about what those two did together down in New Orleans. That's what an Algier-Harvey tandem could look like. Algier is a touchdown maker, too. 8 rushing touchdowns, someone with a great nose for the ball. So I think, again, for what they might want to do in the physical aspect of the run game to help out Bo Nix, Algier would be a perfect fit with the Broncos.
I think you could mad-lib the Texans into that cut right there. Pairing Algier with Woody Marks. R.J. Harvey's got a little bit of Woody Marks to him. You know?
Yeah, and Algier also, in short yardage situations, breaking tackles, all of those swarm type of things that the Texans need more of.
Yep.
That might be, and again, I think people keep framing it as like, oh, he's going to be cost effective. He's going to be cost effective, depending on what type of year this is for running backs, and whether it's a year where it looks once again. All right, I don't think it's going to be like that season a few years ago when all these running backs were sitting out as free agents and not getting signed and not getting the money they deserved or anything. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are looking at really what the trend has been the last couple years is offenses have looked at defenses and said, wow, these guys are light. These guys are some narrow-waisted, light-in-the-pants dudes because everybody's geared up to stop the pass. We should be able to run, but then they're also realizing, oh, wow, none of these offensive coordinators who are raised on Madden and want to be whiteboard geniuses actually know how to run the football.
Right.
Like all these situations where it should be easy to run, these offensive coordinators are like, I don't know what. Could you teach me how to teach people how to block, please?
So far, you've used a voice to impersonate offensive coordinator. Yeah. You used a voice and a look on your face that I found tremendous to impersonate an overpaying general manager.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like that.
It's mocking season.
Yeah, it's
mock season has begun.
It's mock season. It's mock draft. We are mocking the mockers.
These damn nerds that are offensive coordinators these days that just think that it's a matter of calling a run play to run the football.
Yeah.
They just, by and large, most teams haven't been able to take advantage of defenses that are all but inviting them to run the ball. They still can't do it because they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Yep.
It angers me.
If it's Tyler Algier, I think I would like to see them still. Maybe even if it's a free agent, if it is Kenneth Walker, go get another running back in the draft too. The Texans were dancing with the devil way too often this year of Dario Gumbawale getting potentially 10 or 12 carries in a game. Mm-hmm. With all the with the injuries here and the injuries there.
Help you close out the Chiefs game, and
it's true.
It wasn't flirting with it.
No,
it was he was the guy. I mean, they started off the season still thinking Damian Pierce was a thing.
That's my point. I know Dari came in and got one. That was his only carry in that game. My point was Woody Marks left almost every game he was in with an injury at some point.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb was Nick Chubb. He was an older guy who you knew was going to get hurt at some point. And then the next guys you had after that to start the season, to your point, are Damian Pierce, who they clearly didn't trust, and Dario Gumbawale, who's on the team for special teams. They just needed more. Honestly, when Jawar Jordan came in and rushed for 100 yards in a game, I'm like, cool. They finally have a third guy they can trust with normal running back carries.
It really is. The Damian Pierce thing, now I'm retroactively angry about that.
Yeah.
Because this is something that we go back 2 training camps where I felt like something was wrong with Damian Pierce. I could tell that he just wasn't. He was on the ground in training camp, like getting thudded up, and he was on the ground. And then you get into the games, and he's just not breaking tackles the same way he used to. He wasn't running the same way. But the team was just so devoted to him at the expense of bringing in other actually viable running backs that it set them back. I think they've treated the running back position a little too much. I say this, even though they aggressively traded for Joe Mixon, and they gave him an extension. But they also have had a whole lot of other guys in there that they've had to depend on that I feel like they look at it almost like it's one of these commodity positions.
Yeah.
All right, you go out, get another running back, bring him in. It's just a commodity. It's just a commodity. I mean, we saw what a difference it made when you didn't have Joe Mixon last year, and you're trying to rely on a bunch of guys that you wish were a little bit better.
Yep. All right, so going through the rest of this, here's what the offense looks like as of right now. The Texans Jacob posted. Wide receiver, and he's got X and Z and slot and all this. I'm just going to go to the names in the wide receiver room. Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, Xavier Hutchinson, Jalen Knoll. He doesn't have Tank Dell in here, which I guess you can go one way or the other. If you're pessimistic about Tank or you don't want to count on Tank, you don't put him in there. But the fact of the matter is, Tank Dell is probably going to be working out in the spring as a wide receiver again.
He's going to be working out. I think I put him in. I'm less pessimistic about him than I am Joe Mixon, I think I'm optimistic that Tank Dell's going to get a chance to play. Above and beyond that, I just have no way of knowing if he's ever going to regain that level of athleticism he used to have.
I don't think wide receiver is a room that the team should be spending money or significant draft capital in this year.
No, and I think with Jalen Knoll especially, there's still a lot of upside with him. And we saw in the Chargers game, we saw exactly what he's capable of doing. He did have a lot of value as a returner, and you got to remind yourself he's a rookie, and he's a rookie third rounder who went in the third round for a reason. The upside, ideally, hopefully, should be over those first couple 2 or 3 seasons where he continues to improve.
Tight end as of right now. And I guess maybe the reason you don't have Tank is the same reason maybe you don't have Brevin Jordan in his tight end list, which is the framing of this is if you had to go play a game today.
Yeah.
So maybe you don't have the guys who are injured on here. The reason I bring up Brevin Jordan is because tight end is next. Dalton Schultz, Cade Stover. They like both guys. Dalton Schultz had a really good year last year. He's on the last year of his deal. I think he's a restructure candidate, so he might end up sticking around for an extension candidate maybe. They like him. CA seems to like him. Cade Stover's an interesting one because he came in with Nick Caserio was, shouting from the rooftops about, for a fourth-round pick, he was over the moon about Cade Stover. Use the word elite for some of the traits that he has. And I think for a handful of reasons, it just hasn't translated. Yeah, Cade Stover hasn't been bad, but I don't think he's lived up to what the hopes had been for him 2 years in.
Yeah, that's another one, though, too. Right in a row, we've gone to 3 positions where there is a guy on the roster that you hope is healthy and will be available and could make a big difference. But at running back, it's Joe Mixon. Yeah. At wide receiver, it's Tank Dell. Yep. And then tight end, Brevin Jordan is a medical mystery at this point.
Yeah.
He's missed substantial playing time in I'd say substantial time in 3 of his 4 seasons in the NFL. He played 14 games in 2023. But by and large, he's been injured so much with big injuries in the last few years.
You say 3 of his 4 seasons. The fact of the matter is he's actually 5 seasons in. He just played 0 in that season last year, which may not show up on whatever it is you're looking at.
25, you're right. No, you're exactly right. Thank you. Thank you.
So it's even worse.
2025.
It's even worse.
I'm barely getting on board with the fact that it's now 2026.
Yeah.
So it's way worse than that, yes.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years, he's played 2 total football games.
Right. Yeah. And obviously they see something in him because they keep bringing him back. So tight end. Now look, I say all that to say I think they should draft a tight end or sign a tight end. I think they need more. I think they need more oomph from that room right there.
I think you've set enough positions now that the top 4 rounds are going to have to be all offensive players now. Because you think they definitely need to draft a running back.
Well, free agency, I'm good with either way. Yeah.
Right.
I'm good with either way.
The mock drafts are fun because you don't know what they're going to do in free agency. So yesterday when Jonathan Alexander drafts a defensive tackle, everybody's mind is thinking like, well, no, they need guards.
Yes.
They need offensive linemen.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe they go out and they are super aggressive in free agency before the draft. How
would you feel about this if they had to play a game tomorrow? This being your offensive line. These are the guys under contract.
Because these are the guys who are available to him right now. If you don't have the free agents that might resign.
That's right. So there's no Ed Ingram on this line. There's no Trent Brown on this line. The line they have right now is, I guess, an indicator of the work they have to do. Ariante, left to right. Ariante Ursery.
Let's go.
Jared Patterson at left guard.
Hold on a second.
Jake Andrews at center.
Okay.
Titus Howard at right guard.
Oh, that's right. Oh.
Blake Fisher at right tackle.
I don't feel good about that current offensive line.
No.
Seems to me they've got some work to do in the offseason.
Say so. I think you're on
When I first glanced at that, Sean, I saw right guard Titus Howard before I looked at any of the other things. And before I actually knew what you were doing with this little exercise. Yeah. And I was so pissed at you. I was like, what the hell are you doing? And yet that is likely what we would do right this moment.
Yeah.
If the Texans had to go out with the guys that they have on the roster.
I don't know who else they have under contract outside of these 5. Well, Juice Scruggs, they have under contract still. But yeah, no, they've got work to do on the offensive line. Hey, shifting gears here real quick. We got a few minutes. Nice long segment with you guys. The Kevin Durant burner account topic is not going away.
It's not?
If anything, it picked up steam over the last 24 hours.
All right.
This was Nick Wright, our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610 on his podcast.
He had a pretty level-headed take about all of this.
On his podcast, yeah. What's Right with Nick Wright, talking about if this alleged burner is real, ... We'll let Nick explain.
If it's real, the talking on Şengün and his current team is catastrophic. This is so much bigger for KD than the previous burner account stuff.
Yeah.
Veteran presence, a leader, the final piece. Again, if this is real, it legitimately damages his team's chance of winning the championship, which is a shame.
Okay. First, do you agree with Nick there that if it's real, it damages their chances of winning a championship? A pretty broad statement. Damage can come in many quantities, I suppose.
I think that there's a part of me, without being too cute about this, is I don't feel so awesome about their chance of winning a championship right now that if anything, the most likely scenario might actually be that it improves their chances of winning a championship.
Lights a fire.
Because they would have to. Yeah, there's some kind of a reckoning that they would have to really have a come to Jesus meeting and get everything out on the table, and maybe it would end up being good for him. So I think they're going to go out and oh no, what's it going to do? Ruin their chemistry offensively on the court? It's just they don't have any chemistry offensively on the court.
No, but they do. They do like to wear on their sleeve what the overall chemistry is like with this team.
Yes, that part of it is true.
Yeah,
and the grittiness, the rebounding, all of that.
Yeah.
I guess theoretically it would be easier if I felt like they had a chance at the championship right now.
Yeah.
To make this, I don't. Does it further hurt their chances of winning a championship?
Right.
Sure, if it's real.
Someone curated all the quotes that had been posted from I'm not going to say Kevin Durant. I'm just going to say at GetHigher77. That is the Twitter account. That is the Twitter ID. There were only two that were Rockets related. The one about Şengün and the one about Jabari. The Rockets franchise player, who he's implying is Şengün, can't shoot or defend, which at times has been a somewhat accurate assessment of Şengün this year. It's not a horrible scouting report on Şengün this year. The other one about Jabari Smith, I'm not even going to read. It's out of line.
Did Jabari Smith just actually voice some kind of support?
Jabari Smith posted a picture on Instagram of him and Durant dapping each other up.
Yeah.
Which people read into that as being, hey, we're cool. Now, are we to read into that Kevin Durant didn't these things, people? I have no idea. This is where we are in 2026.
I think this is the whole thing. It's any of the evidence that I've seen where people are trying to claim like that oh yeah, this is true, is people saying, hey, this is how Kevin Durant might operate if he had this. This is exactly what Kevin Durant would do if he was doing this thing he's accused of doing. Which is, yes, that's what imposters do. They try to they emulate what a Kevin Durant imposter would do, or what a Kevin Durant would be doing if he had a burner account and he was saying these things about his teammates and everything. As of right now, as far as I can tell, there's no IP data, platform verification, authenticated metadata, direct admission that conclusively shows that he owns or operated that account. Like, it's all just this stuff that's really easy to manipulate and make it look like it's a Kevin Durant burner account. And the fact that those two things said about actual Rockets players, if it's just those two players, that I think that's easy enough to remedy, even if this were all true.
If it were all true.
So I disagree with Nick. Yeah. And I don't think it's true.
Yeah, I don't think it is either. Durant is going to get asked about this the next time he meets with the media. He has to, right? I know it's generally a Rockets-friendly crew that is asking the questions to him, but this is a big story in the NBA right now. Is this thing? My whole thing with this, Seth, is that this is so avoidable. Like, Kevin Durant has admitted to having burner accounts, and he gets into these fights, these spaz himself, KD Trey 5 or whatever his Twitter handle, his outward, himself, his real identity is.
It makes it more believable because of all of that.
Because there's a history with this stuff.
Yeah, if somebody it makes him a target for somebody who does try to become an imposter burner account or something, and it makes it more believable. So yeah, that part of just that part of him, I guess, fueling the fire for this to actually take off as a story. It does. It makes sense. If somebody were to do this about most other NBA players, including some of the stars, I think people would be more dismissive of it at the very beginning, without any, because all there is like circumstantial evidence or speculation at this point.
Yeah,
people would be like, whatever. I'm not going to pay any attention to that.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the most frustrating thing for me is even if this story hadn't come out. I mean, this story obviously is huge kerosene on this fire. Even if it hadn't come out, I'd be like, man, what are you doing? Burn it. Like, you're Kevin Durant. What do you do? Like, you have too much time on your hands if you're Kevin Durant and you've got time to create an alternate ID, like a split personality, and go and DM a bunch of people on your 78-follower account.
If it is true.
If it's true, yeah.
Well, that's the problem. He doesn't have a family or anything. He's got all this time on his hands. Mm-hmm. He needs to go have a bunch of things in his life that he feels like is dragging him down, but is actually keeping him on track.
Yes,
that's the beauty of it. You'll find yourself, kids. One day you'll be married and have kids and all these obligations, and you'll think like, this is all this stuff is keeping me from actually really achieving what I could in life. And then you'll spend like a week on your own and realize what an undisciplined mess you are.
Right.
And you're like, oh, okay, I'll quit being such a whiner about all of it.
10 fights with strangers on social media. I never had time for this before.
You'll be like, I got all this freedom because the family's away for a week. 18 hours later, you've been on Twitter the whole time.
Right. No, y'all need the structure.
I need framework.
Yes.
I need guidelines in my life.
You need guardrails. Yes. Absolutely. All right. Good to be with you guys on a Wednesday here. All right, you're getting a double dip today. We're doing the mock draft injection at 7:45 like we always do. This will be Daniel Jeremiah, I think one of the more respected voices out there in the NFL.com community. And then at 8 o'clock, John Harris is going to jump on with us. He's got his mock on footballtakeover.com. We always like when we can bring the actual person on and then grill him on his picks and tell him how stupid he is on here. John Harris is one of the smartest people out there. So we'll do that. We got a like little bonus mock draft going on today here on a Wednesday. Stay there. But first, Beck's Prime. Oh, yes, Beck's Prime. Today's Wednesday. Last Wednesday, Amy and I went and did steak night.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. You're going to get a double dip today. You got a text message. I love the mock drafts. Thank you guys so much. You're welcome. This is for you, Texter.
Yay!
This is for you. We've got Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft. John Harris is going to join us at 8 o'clock. He's got his 3-round mock up on footballtakeover.com. Figure we can do them both. Johnny, it always turns into just good general football conversation as well about the Texans and what they need.
Yeah, no, we need Johnny to, to fix some of my wrong thinking on some of the things with the draft.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That'll be what he does at 8 o'clock today. In the meantime, let's get to Daniel Jeremiah, who I think Daniel Jeremiah is probably best known in these here parts for accurately predicting the Will Anderson trade back in 2023, the day before the draft.
Yeah, it was
clearly with no information, just pure conjecture.
Sure, yeah.
Right down to the pick.
Yeah.
He nailed it.
He didn't get the compensation, but he called it, and it was the Cardinals, right? He said it was the Cardinals trading with him. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's plugged in. Let's leave it at that.
He's plugged in.
He's plugged in.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the Texans, as of right now, for those who haven't been following the draft closely yet, they are picking 28th as of right now. They're picking 28th. They got a couple second-round picks. They've got a high third-round pick. They're in as good a shape draft capital-wise as they've been in since they ran out of picks from the Deshaun Watson trade, I would say. So for the better part of the last 3 years, they haven't been in as good a shape. They're in good shape this year with 4 picks in the top 69. So let's get right to it. With the 28th pick in the Daniel Jeremiah 2.0 mock draft, the Houston Texans select Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle, Utah. Commentary is brief. Lomu pairs with Ariante Ursery to give the Texans young bookends to build around on the offensive line. I will add to that. That probably means Titus Howard is your left guard for the offense.
He could also play guard. I think right now when you look at him, this is where I get a little bit nervous about this kid. I like him. I think he's got a lot of potential. I think he uses his hands really well. Yeah. But he's the classic guy that you look at him and you think, man, I wonder if he could stay in college for one more year and get a little bit more strength and size and hone his technique. He could be a top 15 pick.
He's a redshirt sophomore.
Yeah. And so he's only started 2 seasons.
Right.
And you can see where the upside is there. And I think he's gotten to appropriately nasty. He's played guard, but he looks a lot more like an offensive tackle right now. It just reminds me of Blake Fisher a little bit. Not as a direct comp, but all right, well, you look at this guy that if he puts on some size and strength and gets a few things ironed out, yeah, he could be really, really good. But there's a reason that he's going to go late in the first round or early in the second round, most likely. It's because of those things. I would be excited about this pick, though.
Yeah.
And I think I think he very much has the potential. And the way he moves and the way he uses his hips and when he pulls, he seems to have a good feel for taking the right angles and moving well in space and all of that. So there's definitely some upside there.
I'm going to ask you this without knowing what the Texans do in free agency. So it's not an entirely fair question. But if they were to draft him 28th overall, do you feel like, knowing what we know about that room right now, do you feel like he's your starting right tackle for the upcoming season?
I think it would be him. And then
like they did with Ursery last year. Let's throw him out there.
Yeah, and I think that you have Titus playing guard.
Yeah.
That's where it's nice, though, because like it is every year with a lot of the offensive line prospects, they're listed as offensive tackles, but they could very well transition to guard. Shoot, Will Campbell at some point, who is a top draft pick, might end up playing guard for the Patriots.
Yeah.
He's a big kid. He's like 6'6", isn't he? And what's that?
Who you talking about? Lomu?
Yeah.
I'll look up his dimensions here.
I think he's 6'6".
He's 6'6", 308 on NFL.com.
Right. That's a stretched out dude right there.
Yeah.
And so right now it's hard to imagine him as a guard, but that would make no sense. I think that the versatility of guys is going to be a big deal, and I know that we all cringe when we hear versatility ever since Landry dubbed it the V word back in the day.
Yeah.
Because Bill O'Brien just seemed to value versatility above quality. Mm-hmm. This offensive line, I think that they really, really want versatile guys, and it does give you some latitude when you start looking at guys at the back end of the first round, like, okay, yeah, we'll start this guy off at offensive tackle. Titus can play guard, and maybe over time he transitions into being a guard instead. But I like this pick.
Okay, so these are the 3 picks before the Texans pick at 28. So I want you to tell me what the factor would have been that this guy got taken. We wanted him to fall to 28.
Yeah.
Peter Woods, defensive tackle, Clemson.
I'm not going to go about that just because I want offensive linemen.
Yep.
I've got a thirst. I'm a chubby chaser right now, Sean. What?
Malachi. No, you're a chubby chaser. That is what it is. Malachi Fields, Malachi Fields, wide receiver, Notre Dame. 26 overall. Malachi Fields is a good player. He didn't put up huge numbers this year, but he is
to the Bills.
To the Bills, who used a high pick on Keon Coleman just a couple years ago. So I tell you what, I like Malachi Fields a lot. This is much higher than I see him going. This is clearly Daniel Jeremiah watching the tape and going, there's something about this kid that he does make acrobatic catches. He's big, he's strong. He's got
something that the Bills seem to like. Like, they always think that they want these guys with a big catch radius and everything. So that's why people were kind of surprised when they traded for Stephon Diggs, because the Bills like to go after these taller, rangier guys that Josh Allen can just throw it up to.
He is very Nico-like. And I mean, obviously I watch a lot of Notre Dame. That was my comp in my mind for him this year. Like, he does a lot of Nico Collins things. I don't know. It's interesting for the Bills. I wouldn't be going, because I want the Texans to draft Malachi Fields, because as we just mentioned in the previous segment, receiver's not a big need for this team. Would you rather the Bills use a first-round pick on a receiver, or as through a Texans lens? Because I want them to do the dumber of the two things as a non-Bills fan. I think I'd rather they draft Malachi Fields and go make a trade for like A.J. Brown or somebody.
Okay, you'd ask would I rather what? Yeah. So it's either make a trade for A.J. Brown or draft a wide receiver?
Yeah.
I'd rather see him draft a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Because Brandon Beane hasn't been good at drafting wide receivers.
Right.
So, he's been good at, trading for Stephon Diggs. That worked out for a while.
Yep.
So I don't, although either way, potential upside of Malachi Fields over the course of a few years compared to A.J. Brown in his 30s, that's dicier, but the more immediate threat would be A.J. Brown.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next pick is the San Francisco 49ers.
San Francisco with the 27th pick, they select Lee Hunter, defensive tackle, Texas Tech, who we talked about yesterday.
Right, which I like him, but I don't want the Texans need offensive linemen and running backs.
He's not chubby enough for you.
If they have aggressively gone after offensive linemen and a running back in free agency, at that point, I'd be really happy with Lee Hunter.
Yeah.
I do think the Jonathan Alexander mock draft from yesterday had them taking 2 defensive tackles with their first 2 picks, and that's too much, my friend.
Yeah.
That's just too much, especially because they were both, it was Lee Hunter and McDonald, the other kid.
Caden
they
McDonald.
were both kind of big, more run stuffers than pass rushers, and then you add that to Tommy Togiai, and I feel like this is awesome in the year 2003.
Right.
But it's not necessarily what I want on my modern aggressive front defensive line that the Texans have.
They're a little chubby, though. They are a little chubby. I'm just telling you, 6'3", 320. That's what you're chasing. I know you're chasing offensive line.
I was talking about offensive line.
I know. Just pointing out the weights. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. That was today's mock draft injection. You're getting a bonus round, though. We're going to go right into this at 8 o'clock. John Harris has his 3-round mockaroo for footballtakeover.com. That's his subscription site, which is well worth the few bucks that he charges a month. Johnny's great at this stuff, especially this time of year with free agency and the draft coming up. We'll talk to Texan sideline reporter and draft expert John Harris coming up next.
Hey, basketball is what's replacing that football.
Morgan at West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're about to go into the lab right now, basically, when it comes draft. There is nobody out there whose opinion I trust more on scouting draft prospects and mocking and doing all those things than Texan sideline reporter and draft expert John Harris, who joins us right now on the hotline to do a bonus mock draft injection using his footballtakeover.com 3-round mockaroo that he posted just a couple of days ago, right, Johnny? This is almost brand new that you got posted here on your website. Good to talk to you, my friend.
Yes, good to talk to you, boys. I feel like I talk to you every single morning. I'm in a car, but you don't talk back to me, so it feels kind of weird. But I'm often answering all of your pertinent questions about things that are going on with life. And I've got to say, for those people that missed the Tide Pod incident from Radio Row, my son doesn't really know anything about sports. I know people would meet me, they're like, really? I'm like, yeah, my son really knows nothing. My son still thinks J.J. Watt plays quarterback. He listened to that segment, and I didn't even really know he was listening. And I'm telling you, he was cackling. He almost fell out of the car laughing so hard. And it was great entertainment. I'm sorry for Sean's eye. But Seth, I understand your pain.
Well, I'm the real victim here is the whole thing. Thank you for acknowledging that and understanding that.
Johnny, just to be clear, was the segment you're talking about that Jack enjoyed so much, was it the actual segment where I got beamed in the eye with a Tide Pod courtesy of Seth Payne, or the reset of it the following morning where we could both sit back and laugh at the whole thing?
Yeah, the reset.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the reset. He was scared for your eye as it happened, but then he realized it's a Tide Pod. It won't explode. He'll be fine. It was the recap of it the next day that had him going. He was dying. You guys are right up his comedic alley. So
good.
It was good stuff. I got to say this real fast because I said Seth Payne's name. I was at the Senior Bowl, and I know we'll get to some of the Senior Bowl. And so my wife's boss, her son works as a content director and a brilliant one at that for Western Michigan. And they've got an edge rusher, Nadame Tucker, who is a stud. He is an absolute stud. So he was there capturing all of the Western Michigan, Nadame Tucker, former University of Houston Cougar, all of his work at the Senior Bowl. And they brought their coaching staff along. And so he introduced me to the coaching staff. He's like, hey, this is Lance Taylor, the head coach. Here's Chris O'Leary, who is the defensive coordinator, who 24 hours later was going to be the Chargers defensive coordinator. And he goes, this is Seth Payne, defensive line coach for Western Michigan. And I felt terrible because I literally started laughing out loud. And I had to explain, like, you're not the same. I know, but I thought it was interesting that he coached the defensive line as well.
No.
You two are not twins, by the way, so it's very easy to keep you separated.
Did you talk to him? Because he's been on our show before. We had him on the show a couple times back when he was a college player and then a young coach. I guess when he was like a young grad assistant wherever he started out, we had him on, and since then he's been doing ascending the coaching ranks to a level where now I'm starting to get a little pissed off that he's becoming a much more relevant Seth Payne in the football world. Yes.
Yeah, I had a situation with a guy named John Harris who wrote for the Toledo Blade many, many years ago. People got us confused because I wrote on college football, and he would write on college football sometimes. And Bowling Green fans used to hate me. No matter, I could say Urban Meyer is going to be president for 8 terms and just kiss the boots of Urban Meyer and at the time their quarterback Josh Harris. And Bowling Green fans still hated me until one day they emailed me and said, hey, are you John Harris with the Toledo Blade? And I sent them the picture of John Harris. They went, nope, that ain't me. I'm pasty white.
Yeah.
Didn't realize that the Maction got so much heat between Toledo and Bowling Green back in the day.
Hell yeah, man. It's like A&M in Texas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, okay, now speaking of which, this is a good segue. Let's get to your mock draft, Johnny. Footballtakeover.com is where you can go and subscribe. Johnny's got great stuff on there. You've got a 3-round mock-up right now, so let's get right to it. The Texans, with the 20th pick in the John Harris football takeover mock draft, select offensive guard Chase Bisontis from Tech. Did I pronounce his name right, Johnny? Texas A&M.
Yeah, it's close enough. It's Chase. He's from Don Bosco Prep in New Jersey. He's got a little bit of that Jersey kind of toughness, which I thought it was kind of weird, Jersey down to A&M. But, that's what at the time Jimbo Fisher was doing, was bringing a lot of players from New Jersey. Fadil Diggs, who ended up transferring back to Syracuse, back up that area. But Bisontis almost transferred after his first year. He played his first year at tackle. Then they ended up moving him to guard, and I thought, this is a brilliant idea. His movement skills are on a different level. He's got a level of toughness that I think the Texans would be looking for. I could see him playing left guard if that's where they want him to play. I could see him playing right guard. And obviously a lot of what goes on in the offensive line, I think, will have to do with Titus Howard. But I think, and I want to make sure I say this correctly, I feel like they can be reactionary with Titus based on how free agency and the draft unfolds. I don't think they're going to be pigeonholed into, hey, we got to go get a tackle or we got to go get a guard. I think, hey, let's get the best offensive lineman possible, whether it's guard or tackle, depending on how we have them graded, and then we can utilize Titus Howard in whatever way possible. So to me, in this scenario, you draft Bisontis, you can leave Titus out at right tackle if you choose. You could also, if you wanted to, depending on progress, Blake Fisher, depending on what you do in free agency, depending on what tackles might be available, you could take Bisontis, very good athlete, put him at right guard, leave Titus at left guard. Now you're very athletic at both guard positions. Titus being a little bit bigger than Bisontis, but strong, athletic, movement skills. He has a play against Miami where he checked out, he fanned out initially left to go block what he thought was a stunt. So he checks left and was like, uh-oh, I know there are people coming this way because he saw what the defensive end did. He literally pivoted back 90 full degrees, got back square on the defensive lineman, and, I mean, it was holy cow. I wish my receivers could turn and break like that. So I know you think offensive guard at 28, how sexy is that? And then there'll be some people that look at PFF or look at whatever. Well, he's ranked number 45. We're even just give him a second round. And you got good offensive linemen. We've talked about this a million times. If you got a good athletic offensive lineman, they're not going to be around for long. Look at how last year's draft unfolded. We'll just get Gray Zabel at 25. We'll get Donovan Jackson at 20. We'll just get Tyler. And they all were gone by the time you got to 25. So from that standpoint, I feel like Bisontis being there at 28 is going to be a challenge in himself. But I just love the many parts of his game that seem to match with what I see defensively with the attitude and the persona. And I feel like a guy like that will jump in the locker room. I feel like he'll be able to handle what Cole Popovich throws at him, the way that Cole coaches. He coaches him very hard, but guys respond. And I think if you put him next to Ariante Urshri, yeah, there might be some bumps in the road early as they're working together for the first time. But I think in the end, it's going to end up being two very good athletes that can move with length, with power, can run the football, figure out where Titus fits best, and let's rock on with his offensive line.
John, when it comes to centers in this draft, because centers, not typically drafted super, super high, what does the second and third round look like for it?
I actually think that's the sweet spot set. I feel like Connor Lew from Auburn, even though he was hurt, I think Connor Lew from Auburn is a hell of a player. I like Logan Jones, former defensive lineman who flipped over and went over to center for Iowa. I think he's a lot better than people are really kind of projecting. I think he is a really good center. He's not Linderbaum, but he's got a lot of the same qualities. I mean, he can finish. He's a little smaller, 300 pounds, but he is so strong and can finish off zone blocking, getting defensive linemen running, just run them off their spots. I don't think he's going to lose often when he has to anchor against bull rush. So I like Logan Jones from Iowa, Sam Heck from out of Kansas State. Very impressive build. I saw him and talked to him at the Senior Bowl, and I just, those things feel bad, but it just happens. You just kind of eyeball up and down. You try to do it when he's looking away, but it's like, okay, what do the calves look like? What do the size of butt look like? Long arms. I thought he had a really good Senior Bowl. Sam Heck from out of Kansas State, and I'm ripping off the top of my head, so I know I'm missing somebody. And I thought in later rounds, James Brockermeyer for the University of Miami, I thought a really good Senior Bowl. Now, he's smaller, but I felt like he held up to strength and power a lot better than I anticipated. So I like this center class a lot. And I think that, maybe back into the second, on into the third, even to the top of the fourth, where you can find some pretty good centers in this draft. It's probably deeper at that position, in my estimation, than I've seen it in a while. And I like that. I mean, whether Jake is that full-time starter, whether he has latched on to that going forward, or, there's some competition there to be had at center, and, maybe J-Pat moves back over there as well to compete if they bring in some more interior guard help. So I like this center crop immensely, and I think there are some good players that they can end up getting late day 2 on into early day 3.
We're talking to John Harris, Texans sideline reporter, NFL draft expert, footballtakeover.com. Johnny, let's hit the second round here, the 38th pick. With the 38th pick in the John Harris footballtakeover.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select a familiar name from yesterday in the mock draft we broke down, defensive tackle Caden McDonald, Ohio State. Johnny, as you know, this would signal a significant shift in draft philosophy at the defensive tackle position. They've not used much draft capital, certainly no high draft capital like this on that position.
Yeah, and I feel like, you're right. And I had a little bit of a hard time kind of with this spot because I was like, man, the player I really wanted here, and I'll say this knowing exactly the reaction I'll get, but I wanted to pick Jadarian Price here, Notre Dame running back.
Yes.
But I couldn't because I had Price going to the Seattle Seahawks with the last pick of the first round. Yep. And I've seen this happen before. And I'll give you the example that I came up with, that I thought about. Remember when Paolo Banchero was a lock to go to the Rockets at number 3? Yeah. Like it was Jabari Smith 1. I can't remember who was 2. But Banchero was going number 3.
Chet Holmgren.
Yep. Yes. Beanpole was going number 2.
Yep.
It's a lock. Banchero was going 3. Everybody book it. Can't wait for Banchero. This is going to be a home run at number 3. And the Magic said, well, wait a second. We think he's the best player in this draft. I think the same thing is going to happen to Jadarian Price. I've seen all these mock drafts with Price going number 62. I mean, Johnson had him going 62 after the Texans trade down. Yeah. He's the second running back in this class. And it is not a great free agent class because I do think one of Breece Hall, Javonte Williams, who am I missing here?
Kenneth Walker.
One of those guys is going back to his team.
Yeah, so but in this scenario, the Seahawks draft Price because they've let Kenneth Walker sign with the Texans, and the Texans aren't as desperate for a running back.
But the Texans are one team, and we've seen this thing change in the NFL. Look, we're never going back to the wishbone or the I formation or 21 personnel. We ain't going back. But we are seeing a little bit of a move back. Hey, you're going to play nickel the whole time? All right, we're going to run the ball. And so there's been a little bit more focus on running the football. So I think one of those guys you talked about, Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, one of those guys goes back to his team. That's leaving a lot of teams with running back needs, especially the Seahawks. So Kenneth Walker's gone and Zach Charbonnet's hurt. The Seahawks have nobody. George Jelani is not going to cut it. So I can see them saying, yeah, we'll take that little James Conner and we'll put him with our guys and he'll run roughshod. So I have Jadarian Price long gone before the Texans get to pick 38. And then I thought, all right, best player available at a position of need, and that's where Caden McDonald came in. Here's the other thing. Watching Caden McDonald, I get a very DJ Reader vibe. And for people that know me, they know that DJ Reader is one of my favorite all-time players. When DJ Reader and Quentin Nelson used to go at it, it used to move, if you know what I mean. Those two, it was as fun a watch as I've ever seen. It was a huge part of stopping the run, and I think it was a major mistake to have let him go many years ago. I think Caden McDonald gives you a lot of that, and it gives you a younger player to build off of going forward. I wasn't going to do it in the first round, but I like McDonald, player value at 38, but also, I do think they have to get a little younger. I'd like to see them bring Sheldon Rankins back, Mufasa, as I call him. I think you've got to have him in that room. But I think you do have to have a younger player that's got some upside with some athletic size, and Caden McDonald is that. I ain't taking 2 defensive tackles, but I will say McDonald at 38.
Well, that's the thing I really noticed about Caden McDonald just from watching a couple of games is that, man, I can see where people have some questions about just, how twitchy he is, how much penetrating ability he has. But he just flat out makes plays. He's all over the place, kind of like DJ Reader was, where it might not flash athletically as much, but he's just got a knack and an understanding of where to fit in the defense, and he's making tackles for a loss. He's racking up double-digit tackles in games. He's just, as somebody might call him, he's a football playing Jesse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder who that was. And also, that Seth, watch the linebackers from Ohio State. Ohio State linebackers incredible. Reese. And Sonny Styles, they'll probably go top 12, maybe top 10. Why the hell were they making every single tackle with nobody touching them? In large part, that was because of McDonald was kicking ass up front. And like I said, DJ Reader is one of my faves. I know he's on the free agent market, but I know over the years, man, the pounding of, double teams and even triple teams at times really have kind of slowed him down. But the thing about Reader, he got better each and every year as an individual one-on-one pass rusher. Mm-hmm. He was never going to be, Dexter Lawrence. He wasn't going to be Quentin Williams. But if my 325-pound defensive tackle can get to the quarterback in a one-on-one situation, whether it's bull rush, whether it's arm over, whatever kind of moves that he uses, DJ, by the end of his Texas career, started becoming a factor one-on-one in the pass rush. I think McDonald would be able to do that, because we see 325 pounds and we think, put him over the nose and just, clog up blockers. He can do that. There's no doubt. And I think there's value in that. But I do think he's got an athleticism that as he plays, he learns his defense. Rod Wright and Frank Okam get a hold of him. I think Caden McDonald will be a really special player in due time.
Johnny, we got about a minute, so we got to keep it tight here. You've got 2 other picks in here. Emmett Johnson, the running back out of Nebraska at 59. So you do have the Texans getting a running back. But I know at 68, you've got the Texans selecting Jacob Rodriguez, the linebacker out of Texas Tech, who was a first-team All-American, Heisman Trophy candidate, those things. We actually have some what I'm assuming are Red Raiders asking you on the text line prior to even me mentioning this pick, saying, how do you think he'd fit in on that linebacker depth chart? Obviously, you think pretty well if you got the Texans using a high third-round pick on him.
Yeah, I think here's the thing. First of all, Rodriguez is swarmy. He can wear the green dot. He is a hell of a football player, and he can run. I had a chance to talk to him at the Lombardi Award. Saw him at the Senior Bowl. He is everything that I think Nick Caserio and D'Amico Rhymes are building. They want dudes off the field that are, you want your daughters to marry him, but on the field they're freaking psychopaths. And I think that's the way he is. Here's the reason why I went with that pick. First of all, he's the highest-rated linebacker had at that point. Secondly, this linebacker depth gets really stretched if Christian Harris is no longer here and E.J. Speed takes a contract somewhere else. All of a sudden, you're down to, well, there's Azeez, and then there's Henry, but what remains after them? And if you don't have E.J., you don't have Christian, now all of a sudden your special teams get really, really thin. And I know third round isn't always where you want to think, well, it's special teams first. But because of Azeez and because of Henry, I do think you have to think of a linebacker with special teams, but you have really not a lot of depth. Jake Hanson's coming off an injury. Jamal Hill has made a lot of progress, but we've seen over the years, linebacker gets really stretched thin very, very quickly. So I feel like if you upgrade with a guy that can play the green dot, can play either outside position, and fit in from a mentality standpoint, I think Jacob Rodriguez here at 69 makes a lot of sense.
Good stuff. John Harris, footballtakeover.com. Check out the site. Small fee to subscribe. Well worth it, especially this time of year with free agency in the draft. Johnny, we appreciate you as always, man. We'll talk to you soon. Good stuff.
Absolutely, boys. Spot the ball. Let's go. It's ball season.
It is ball season, for sure. That's the great John Harris joining us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. All right, up next, one reaction that I saw on the text page from multiple people about his first-round pick that I think is somewhat predictable. Ooh. So we'll get to that. Also, life lessons from Unk and Ocho. We've not touched on these guys in a while, including the prequel to one of the hottest takes that they had when we played it last week. That's, of course, Shannon Sharp and Chad Ochocinco. Some funny audio coming up next as well. Stay there. But first, West Point, Lincoln. You
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we just had John Harris on, Texans sideline reporter, NFL draft expert. Johnny does a great job. Footballtakeover.com is his website. For a nominal fee, you can experience the wisdom of John Harris. But the mock draft, it was interesting, Seth, the reaction. So Johnny did a 3-round mock. We had him, explain his picks on the air here. He has the Texans taking, with the 28th overall pick, Chase Bisontis, the guard out of Texas A&M. And I thought he gave a great description of why he liked him. Houston Texan, can play right guard or left guard, really athletic. I love the description of the play that he had where, there was a free defender coming, and Bisontis was able to pivot 90 degrees, looked like a wide receiver on a cut, went over and picked up the block. Johnny was very descriptive with that, very enthusiastic about this player. Multiple texts coming in. No! Interior offensive lineman from Texas A&M. No. There was Kenyon Green PTSD slathered all over the base power text line, Seth.
Well, you can't, just as you would never.
It's his fault.
Don't judge the guy by the logo on his helmet.
Right, man.
You know?
Yeah.
Whether any affiliation with just anything with the Aggies or what?
Or the failure of others. That wasn't his failure. It was Kenyon Green, man. You can't put that evil on Bisontis.
You know what? It's funny. I was talking to a former Texans offensive lineman the other day that I actually happened to be sitting next to him on an airplane. I don't know why I said on an airplane. On a flight.
Sitting next to him on a wind boat?
Do I have to explain air travel to you people?
No, I need to
exactly
know
how
what vehicle.
This is
So
I was sitting next to him on an airplane.
So I'm sitting next to Casey Studdard on a stagecoach.
No, I paused because I was like, do I need to go into further explanation of this? No. People understand the way air travel works. Right. But this guy, and this wasn't a mainstay starter.
Lowest common denominator appeal if there ever was one.
Dude, I'm not going to say who it is because I've got some other stories I want to tell about him later. Yeah. But he loved Kenyon Green. Mm-hmm. This is a guy who is a veteran player. He spent a little bit of time with the Texans, but he's been on with a few different teams. Yeah. But he's like, man, that kid, he just couldn't stay healthy. And he has all the potential in the world. He just couldn't stay healthy. I also don't think that this player was necessarily a huge fan of Chris Strausser. So I don't think he did. I don't think he thought that Chris Strausser, the O-line coach, did Kenyon Green a whole lot of favors. But there is that part of that Kenyon Green. It's what might have been if he had just been able to stay healthy at the very least.
Sure.
And perhaps if Cole Popovich had been his coach all along, it would have been different. So I say all that to say, don't judge Chase Bisontis by the Kenyon Green experiment.
No, you can't do that. You have to deal with it's not Nick Casario's job to deal with your PTSD.
Yeah.
It's your job to deal with your PTSD.
This is Daniel Jeremiah's write-up of Chase Bisontis. Ooh. That Daniel Jeremiah didn't have the Texans draft Chase Bisontis, but he had him drafting that
Lomu.
That's right.
From Utah.
Limo.
Lomu. Lomu.
Lilo and Stitch. So Chase Bisontis.
Nemo.
Thick, powerful guard prospect with short arms.
Oh, boy.
No, not the short arms.
No. You know what
I can't spend an entire offseason talking about the short arms.
I've gotten really good at ChatGPT. I am ready for some Chase Bisontis alligator arm memes.
I don't want.
In fact, I'm going to go make some right now.
And I say this as a guy that does. I don't hold guys' short arms against them, even though it's easy to do so because they're so short. Yeah. That you could just pin them down with their short arms. But I don't hold it against them. It's just that you've got to do other things to make up for it. But he's got like a good temperament. He's tough. He's got quick feet. He's got all of these things. Don't use the short arms or Texas A&M against them.
Okay. Boy, I've got it locked and loaded on ChatGPT. I can't wait.
We can't go through an entire offseason of short arm discussion after Will Campbell got destroyed in the Super Bowl.
Try me.
Will Campbell didn't just get destroyed in the Super Bowl. He got destroyed the entire playoffs.
Yeah.
But it was more than just his short arm. His short arms were the least of his concerns.
Yep.
But his short arms weren't helping him out none either.
Johnny, if you're listening, just know that was the big reaction. And I know Johnny's reaction to that reaction is, I don't care. I like the player. It's not Chase Bisonte's fault that Kenyon Green didn't work out here.
That other the offensive lineman I was talking about, I was pulling out a nicotine pouch because it's an addiction that I've been trying to kill, but I've still got them with me.
But you're slowly dialing it back.
Yeah, and right now I'm on these 6 milligram nicotine pouches.
Okay.
And
what were you on for just for?
That's what I'm. That's what I've been taking.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
So they have most of the ones you see in there's like 3 milligrams, 6 milligrams, 9 milligrams.
Gotcha.
And this guy tells me, he's like, no, I've been quitting, and I asked what brand he used, and he said whatever brand it was. I don't remember what it was, but he did. They got 15 milligram pouches, and he would double pouch it.
He's 30.
Sitting here thinking about, and so I'm sitting next to this guy who's his 330-pound offensive lineman, nicest guy in the world, and we're on one of these little regional jets. We're both crammed into the emergency exit row.
Yeah.
So for us, usually nice leg room, but the shoulder width thing isn't working out for us. And we're both kind of like contorting ourselves as we're discussing. This dude would take 5 times a dose of what I take. My meager little dosage, all day long. And I told him, man, you gotta stay quit on that. I don't know. There's not enough research on this stuff to show what this could potentially do to an offensive lineman.
Oh my God, 30, dude.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. Well, it sounds like you guys had a nice, pleasant flight. At least the guy was a good conversationalist. If you're going to be contorted like that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Most big guys are. They understand that. One time I was sitting in the emergency exit row. I've told you before, Delta has a really nice setup. It was boatloads of leg room in their their emergency exit rows back in the midway. But this guy he must have been 7 foot tall, like 350 pounds. It was one of the largest human beings I've ever been next to, and he didn't look like I didn't ask him whether he played basketball back in the day or anything. We just kept it pleasant. I didn't ask him the obvious question, so I assume he didn't. But he was really polite, but there was no way for me to not be like contorted off to the side the entire time.
Yeah.
Like he was leaning to his left a little bit, and I had to be at like a 30-degree angle off to the right.
How long was the flight?
It was a long one.
Ugh.
Yeah, I had back issues afterwards.
Brutal.
So anyway, I say all that to say just watch it with the nicotine pouches.
There you go. Good advice, kids. How about this for advice? Chad Ochocinco and Shannon Sharp. I guess they have their Nightcap podcast, and then they bring on Joe Johnson every now and then and do something. I think they call it the Big Three or something like that.
Okay.
Joe Johnson, former Rocket, and I think he actually might live in Houston because they went on another Houston tangent, the two of them, but with Joe Johnson involved. Joe Johnson, former All-Star guard in the NBA. So the three of them chop it up, and Shannon and Ocho are trying to encourage Joe Johnson, telling him he needs to find a big girl.
Joe, you had to have that one homeboy to take one for the team?
Yes, sir. Oh yeah.
That's Ocho.
Oh yeah. You got to keep one of them in the group.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've been known, Ocho. You know what I'm saying? If you 198, you underweight. You know what I'm saying, Ocho? 198, you underweight.
I like that.
About 233, just right for me.
There we go. I like that.
That's a big girl, 233, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, hey, Joe, you ain't never had nobody 230 and up, Joe?
230? That's a big person, bro.
That's all right. That's
Joe.
all right.
Hey, Joe, you ain't lived till you had your BBW, Joe. You ain't lived till you had your BBW, Joe. I'm telling you, boy. Hey, it's different. You know what? I don't want to get myself in trouble. All right.
Don't get yourself in trouble. But I'm just saying.
Let me stop.
I'm just gonna say this. Hey, 200 and up, real flexible. Just say it.
Hey, them some good days, boy.
Yeah,
just old memories.
That's all it is.
Okay.
Though. My knees done got bad, got artificial hips. I can't hold it like I used to.
Joe. The look on Joe's face throughout this whole thing.
I love Ocho so much. I love he just chimes in. Joe, you never been with somebody 230 plus.
You never had 230. I could play a clip of them every day.
I love Ocho saying, "I better not get myself in trouble." After I feel like, what more damage could he have done?
Right.
Other than if he had said something like, I don't know if he's currently in a relationship.
Yeah.
And he said, "I just had a 230 plus last night."
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god. That is outstanding. We've got more where that came from. Maybe we'll save some more for tomorrow. Just parse it out over the course of the week because we're up against it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday.
What was that? You said there was a nice text about somebody who listens.
Oh yeah. I'll read it. I'll read it when we come back. I want to. Yeah, I want. Yeah, but probably best I save it until give us the spacing of a commercial break in between.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Yeah. His daughter listens to the show and really likes Payne and Pendergast a lot. So we'll hit that text. But also up next is John McClain writing checks that his butt can't cash again. We will have that for you coming up next. Oh, Men's Tea Clinic. Yes, let's talk about the Men's Tea Clinic.
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Sorry, are we back?
I thought you were. Yep. I thought we must be bumping into something.
No. I was just not paying attention.
Like a short-armed idiot, and
I spilled a drink. Didn't hit anything electrical, but I will require a new notebook and and some paper towels. So,
Sean, we were too busy looking at your picture that you had done. Yeah, you had ChatGPT.
Well, and I had the headphones turned down because I was recording a Prize Pick spot during the break. Okay. Yeah.
So you did a picture of Chase Bisontis with alligator arms.
With alligator arms,
got and reportedly short arms.
And ChatGPT gave him actual alligators for arms, like literal alligators for arms. So.
No, it's you know what? It's funny. Like the short arm thing, it becomes for whatever reason, with some prospects every year, or with Will Campbell right now, it becomes a huge talking point.
Yeah.
And it's like the classic thing that you could say about every single item that people talk about in a draft. It's like it's one data point, and it's it's better to have long arms, but it's not a deal breaker to have short arms. But for whatever reason, people love to latch onto that one thing and say, well, oh my gosh. No, he'll never play in the NFL because he's got short arms. Linderbaum had short arms too, and now everybody's lusting after him in free agency.
Ready to pay him $20 million a year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The Texans.
It's like any other thing where if you're lower than average, then it's not great, but it's not the sum total of how good a player you can be.
Here's the text that you were talking about. We got a nice text from a listener. Said, "Hey guys, I would love if you guys would call out my daughter Sophia, who is a junior at Clear Lake High School. She placed third in state at 125 pounds at this past week at the UIL Girls State Wrestling Tournament. She made a silly mistake that cost her a chance to go to the finals, but recovered to win third place. So she won the consolation. She's a junior, so she'll have a shot at winning it all next year. Why do I want you to shout her out? She is a Payne and Pendergast listener.
Yeah.
You guys were an acquired taste for her.
Oh.
After the morning radio, I would force her to listen to while giving her a ride to school her freshman and sophomore year. So this parent basically said, you're going to listen to Payne and Pendergast.
And that has brought her greatness. Eventually. She's not there yet.
To the point.
I wonder what her mistake was in the
wrestling match?
Wrestling, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's bad. Yeah, girls wrestling is getting big in Texas.
Yes, it absolutely is. So much so, she likes the show so much that Pops had a Payne and Pendergast shirt made for her for last Christmas.
Oh.
Yeah. Said, love you guys. Thanks. We love
need
you
to be
too,
making
man.
those shirts.
I know. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you know what?
And selling them at a reasonable price, at cost. We'll sell them at cost. We're not trying to be, be money grubbers here.
Or we should find a charitable endeavor.
Ah, that's even better.
You know what I mean? Yeah. So, I have his number here. I'm going to text him and request a picture of the T-shirt.
Well, and also and she knows this already, but wrestling, man, more than any other sport, hey, you made a bad mistake?
Yeah.
Drill. Drill it.
Yeah.
Reps.
And no one's going to come rescue you either. You're on your own, man.
Psychotic workers, these wrestlers are.
Yes. Did John McClain bite off more than he could chew with this tweet, Seth? He tweeted this. This was making the rounds yesterday. If C.J. Stroud is traded, I'll walk naked down Kirby at rush hour. Anyone else willing to do this if he's not traded? I don't think so. But John is basically saying, I'm putting myself out there, man.
Nobody is so confident that he's not going to get traded.
Right.
Or nobody is as confident that he's going to get traded as John is confident that he won't get traded. Right. Here's the thing is, please show me the person who actually says C.J. Stroud is going to get traded. I have yet to see that as an actual rumor or anything. I've seen all these people standing up in unison to shut down a rumor that doesn't actually exist.
Correct.
All I've seen from people that would be credible or newsworthy or whatever are people saying it's a possibility that teams might ask about C.J. Stroud.
That's right.
Which you could say that like that's real. It's not even a report. It's a logical statement.
Yes.
So somehow though we've managed to create we've created arguments against rumors that don't exist.
But this is the thing. John has done this before.
Yeah.
And he's 0-2. When John has made bold proclamations like this, including one that had a stipulation attached to it. This one has a stipulation attached. We might all be subject to John McClain gallivanting up and down Kirby Drive naked if the Texans choose to move on and trade C.J. Stroud. He had to eat a newspaper back in 2014 when the Texans chose Jadeveon Clowney over taking a quarterback.
Right. He said he would eat a newspaper if the Texans didn't eat the front page of the sports section if the Texans didn't draft the quarterback.
And he had to do that.
And it was a weak year for drafts. Now, at that point, though, John was still in love with Johnny Manziel because he'd gotten an exclusive interview with him.
He went out to San Diego.
Yeah, Johnny had spent a few hours with him and shown him how incredibly focused in on things he was. I wonder if John might not know the signs of how some people find their focus. But, boy, for those 3 hours, he was super focused.
What a sham that was.
He went to the bathroom, and he came back even more focused.
Yeah. He was out there with his private quarterback coach, George, whatever his name was.
Remember his pro day where they had all the brooms and everything?
Oh, yeah.
Remember Johnny Manziel's pro day? George H.W. Bush was there?
Yeah, the Bush family was there. Yeah, the Bush family was there.
It was what a weird ordeal.
It was a spectacle, man.
But, yeah, so he was wrong on that. He also said that there was zero chance that Deshaun Watson was going to get traded.
Correct. Yeah.
And now out of nowhere he's saying there's zero chance C.J. Stroud gets traded.
Right.
With a stiff. If it happens, that he'll walk naked down Kirby.
Right.
I would fear that this might become a self-fulfilling prophecy by which maybe Nick Caserio really wants to see John McClain degrade himself thusly and just goes ahead and trades it just to make that happen.
I thought you were going to say Nick Caserio really wants to see John McClain naked, which is different than wanting to see him embarrass himself.
More realistically, maybe he's like, I never liked him anyway.
Yeah.
I'm going to make him do this.
I'm going to trade C.J. Stroud to embarrass him and make him do it in like July.
The deal where C.J. comes back immediately in some kind of complicated trade, trade him away and then trade back.
Get him back
after a certain
We just need you to hold on to him for like a week.
Yeah.
And then send him back to us. Yes. So John's done this before. This one feels pretty safe, I would say. I think
the controversy or the debate topic for C.J. Stroud and the Texans is this. Are they going to give him a contract extension or not?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the sum total of it. Anybody suggesting that they would trade him or like barring an actual report or something of that being a possibility, it's just clickbait at this point because that's the most realistic thing for the Texans and for C.J. Stroud is for him to play this year for the Texans. I mean, no, the Texans are going to trade C.J. Stroud for what?
Right.
And then sign Tua Tagovailoa?
Yeah.
Or draft somebody who isn't Fernando Mendoza?
Right.
Or
bring
in Kirk Cousins?
Right.
None of it makes any sense at all.
Nope.
And that's why other teams will be curious about maybe there is some way that they could trade for C.J. Stroud. But that's the exact same reason why the Texans wouldn't trade him away.
Yes.
Teams that want a quarterback are going to, we want to see if we can get the best out of C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
And that's the same boat the Texans are in.
Indeed. A text message, this on the heels of Seth. I'm guessing Seth reading Daniel Jeremiah's assessment of Chase Batonis with his short little arms. Can we just draft an offensive lineman with no shortcomings? Sure. The perfect play. Hey, can we just draft the perfect player?
Do we have a top 3 pick?
Just not a 28.
Yes. Do we have that's the problem.
Right.
Oh, yeah, they're all going to have shortcomings. And then some of it, as it is with the draft every year, some of the guys taken in the second and third round are going to be all pros. Some of the top 5 picks are going to be busts. So,
thank you.
They've all, and then with offensive linemen especially, they've all got shortcomings.
Yes.
Even the guys that end up being rookie of the year, their first couple of weeks in training camp suck because it's just a different deal.
Yeah.
It's such a difference playing offensive line in college versus the NFL. But yeah, that would be the ideal scenario. Would be that they don't draft a guy with any shortcomings.
All right, salacious baseball news, and I'm curious, and I put it to the people. Because the salacious baseball news has a direct effect on the potential lockout after the season this coming year. Does the looming lockout affect your enjoyment at all of baseball this upcoming season for people? Does the dark cloud of a lockout affect 2026 for you?
Do I get to guess a Pender poll?
You do indeed.
My favorite thing to do in the world.
Let's do it. We'll do it coming up next. Stay there.
Is this what I hope to spend my retirement doing? Is just sitting around drinking a sarsaparilla?
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I'm here this time. I'm here coming back from break. Had my headphones turned up. Ben, how long was I gone for at the beginning of the last?
Oh, not long at all.
Oh, okay.
No. It was like 5 or 6 seconds.
Oh, I shouldn't have even said anything. I bet the average listener.
Well, you would have stayed gone for a lot longer if I hadn't said anything.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. Thank you for prompting me. I appreciate that. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go. So, big salacious story in baseball yesterday. This was the perfect type of story to drop this week, which is generally one of the slower news weeks that we get. Tony Clark, who up until yesterday had been the head of the MLB Players Union for over a decade, been through a couple CBA negotiations, former player himself. So players like that one of their own was the guy leading the charge here.
Got a magnificent beard.
He has a great beard.
It's one of the best beards I've ever seen.
It's amazing. He's he's not an old guy. He's middle aged.
He's got a white beard.
He's got a white beard that's very Santa Claus like. It's really it's great.
It's a lot. No, it's actually more impressive than Santa Claus. Santa Claus is kind of frankly unkempt. This is kempt.
It's kempt
beard.
Yeah, it is. It's not rough around the edges. Anyways. Don't want to get too smitten with Tony Clark's beard because who knows? He may have to shave it if he wants to change his game up a little bit because he resigned as the head of the Players Union yesterday. Now, there's a lot to unpack with this resignation, and we are not going to unpack all of it in the most minute of details like some articles might. Just know that when this news came down yesterday, I first saw it reported by Jeff Passan of ESPN.com. And the first paragraph of the article said that an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law had been discovered. She is, or was, I guess, an employee of the union since 2023. So Tony Clark, it looks like, may have gotten a sister-in-law job. And the inappropriate relationship there was no detail. It was just, that was it.
Right.
And then they dip into all the business, maybe like illegitimate business type reasons why Tony Clark might also be getting let go.
Yeah. This is the most annoying thing that I've seen in a long time, where these damn baseball writers they're just so dead set on being as nerdy as possible whenever they can. They go into all this CBA talk and potential lockout and everything after dropping the juiciest of juicy nuggets
just
that we've
sailed by
seen
it.
In the first paragraph. Even the CBS article says an internal investigation reportedly revealed that Clark was having a relationship with his sister-in-law. And then there's hardly anything about that actually.
There's nothing. They talk about, like you said, the CBA. They talk about this one partners company that MLB's union and the NFL created for licensing reasons, where there may be some shady things going on. They're being investigated by the government right now. There's this for-profit youth development organization they created.
Right.
That does
sounds like a great PR move.
It does almost no events.
How can we profit off the children?
Yeah.
That's how we need to get a public favor on our side.
That's being investigated as well. So it would appear, if we could just keep this at 30,000 feet, there's two things going on with Tony Clark. He's got some business. He, on behalf of Major League Baseball Players Association, they're involved in some things that are at least requiring investigation as far as how the funds are being appropriated. And two, he's got something going on with his sister-in-law.
Right.
Something.
And the way, and it's framed, it doesn't sound like it was just like the inappropriate part was nepotism or something.
No.
I mean, according to the sub-headline by CBS, an internal investigation reportedly revealed that Clark was having a relationship with his sister-in-law. That's different than just, okay, she got a job that she wasn't supposed to have. There's something going on there.
Yes.
Can you please tell me something about this, you nerds?
I know.
You stupid, nerdy baseball writers. You're so obsessed with being respected by your analytical peers and whatnot that you can't. This is why your sport does not do as well as it really, really should as America's pastime.
Because we need to know if it's his brother's wife or his wife's sister.
You guys think that people care about Klondorp and all of this other stuff.
No.
And they do to a certain extent, but it's not human. Finally, you've got a human story that people could bite into.
Yes.
And nothing.
We care about how destructive this extracurricular relationship is for Tony Clark, his marriage of his sister-in-law,
right,
and the family
whoever
at large.
She's married to,
right?
But we don't even know we don't know if it's his brother's wife or his sister's or his wife's sister.
Yeah, we don't. Have we learned? I saw somebody text in earlier that they thought they'd seen it was his wife's sister. You and I hashed this out earlier. So for the late arriving crowd, Seth, I thought you had a really good explanation as to why one of these would be more destructive and worse than the other.
If you had to choose between how does your life fall apart? Is it because you had an affair with your brother's wife or with your wife's sister?
Right.
I felt like your brother's wife was the most devastating because not only is your current marriage likely going to fall apart, but you also might end up being cast out of your own blood family
right.
as well. You've destroyed your relationship with two families.
You're damaging two families in the process. Yeah, you're damaging two families. Now, my counterpoint to that was that, maybe one of those families you're not all that worried about being cast out of.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be individual for everybody, obviously.
And I got concerned because when I said that earlier, I'm referring to my own family in that case. Now, I'm never going to have an affair with my brother's wife.
Mm-hmm.
I love her. I love him. That that brother. I really.
I don't know her. Everybody.
Yeah. No.
You didn't hear what I said. Okay.
She's attractive.
Okay.
But if that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
What is that banging noise?
It's freaking Amy.
Do you hear that?
No.
There is a loud banging noise going on in the studio right now.
Mics.
Oh, it's the speaker over there. Holy crap! Hang on.
Is it going to blow up? Sean's on the move.
I don't know. That
speaker
is
fire?
That speaker is thumping over there right now.
No, it might catch fire, but that would be the worst of it.
Okay, we need to have somebody come in and look at this.
We've got lots of asbestos in that office.
All right.
Don't worry.
All right, so the boy, that is loud.
I am hearing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, honestly, it's loud enough. We might have to go to break and have somebody come in and take a look at this, and see the speaker. Anyways, what I was going to say about my family is that I like my brother. The family I was referring to, not really getting all that upset about, if I have to put, is my own family. Because Amy's family listens to the show. I just want them to know that I love them. I think they're outstanding. I think they're great. I think they're tremendous.
Do you have a close enough relationship with your in-laws that if you did have an affair and cheated on Amy, that they would still love you? Or would they cast you
I would
out?
hope they wouldn't love me, actually, at that point.
Yeah.
I think that's the slimiest thing you can do, is that. So, yeah.
I've learned to be pretty forgiving about that stuff with people in their interpersal relationships. In my family, a couple of here and there, And I always feel like, what am I going to do? Act like we're not all sinners in some way or something?
Right.
Yeah.
All right. We have to take one here because that sound is. Can you hear that, Ben, in the background?
Yeah, it's getting pretty loud.
Yeah,
it sounds like a red rubber ball.
The speaker is pulsating right now.
Yeah, it sounds like a gym ball.
Yeah. So, we're going to take one here, and when we come back, we'll continue the conversation. We're going to grade the pep talk with Joe Espada. Joe Espada gave a pep talk to the team. How much of this is true? We will do that coming up next.
Hey, when you go to build your custom dream home, for one, you want.
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, we didn't get to the part of the segment, Seth, because we had to cut it out a little early because we had one of the speakers here in the studio was thumping. It was thumping like we were.
Sounded like there was a rodent trapped inside of it or something.
Yeah, or like we were just pumping our bass,
Not a little rodent either. It was like a nutria.
Yeah.
Those office nutria that we have.
Yes, it was a big rodent.
At times.
We didn't get to the part where you were going to guess on the Pinder poll because we were talking about Tony Clark resigning as the head of the Players Union.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lockout coming in December. I think that is that is a foregone conclusion in baseball. The owners want a salary cap. The players don't. And this may end up being the biggest staring contest the two sides have had since the World Series got canceled in 1994.
Especially because between the last CBA negotiation and this one, the Mets just went hog wild, and then the Dodgers, especially because they're actually a perennial threat. The Dodgers have just blown everybody out of the water in terms of their spending.
Yeah,
to the point where it's just like, hey, look, great, they're one of the best teams in Major League Baseball every year. Good luck displacing that team with that payroll.
Yeah, and thank you for being the feeder system to them.
I don't think.
Thank you for what's that? We good? I think we're good. Are we good? Seth, can you hear me? Okay. Seth might be down right now. All right, so he's not going to guess on my Pender poll. Wow, that got loud all of a sudden. Okay, because of the fixes going on in studio here. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's play Joe Espada's pep talk for his team. This is Joe Espada in the Astros clubhouse in spring training earlier this week.
One thing that defined this group is, two things actually. Number one is the resiliency in this group. No team fight more than me. Being here for 9 years, we get back up like no one else. We get beat up, we fight back. We're gonna out-hustle, we're gonna outplay teams, because that's who we are. He's gonna need everyone in this group, everyone, every individual in this clubhouse to win one game. Whatever it is, whatever it's gonna take. You walk through those doors every day, you're trying to get back. And number two is discipline. Fellas, we know what we need to do. We show up every day. We do. We show up. Our goal is to be the last team seen. That's it. That's our mission. That's what we do. Fight for one another. And at the end of the year, it's going to be a fun party for us, okay? Let's go to work.
Okay. Grading the pep talk. The part that I took issue with was the discipline part in the second part. You can say whatever you want as the manager. This is what we're about, and I think they should be about that. I think they should be about the things that Joe Espada was saying there. I guess my question would be, to what extent do the Astros believe what Joe Espada was saying there? Because this was the same team that had a pitcher that kind of went rogue last year. Discipline is our thing. Now, he's not there anymore, so maybe discipline can be their thing this year. This was the team that had Framber Valdez last year, not covering home plate and throwing pitches that his catcher was not expecting. Has Jose Altuve, who's not the most disciplined base runner. They've had issues running the bases, the Astros team. So, just grading the pep talk, the discipline part, I'm hoping that thing that Joe Espada took a look at last year and said we need a little bit more of that in our lives this year than we had last year. So I'm grading the pep talk. I give him a B+ for effort. I give him a C for content. And I give him a C- for hoping that they become a more disciplined baseball team this year and a better baseball team. I'm going under on the Astros, by the way, this year. I think the total's 84.5. I'm on under right now. It's up to them to convince me over the next handful of weeks that I should go over. Joe Espada had an interesting one here yesterday. As of right now, Cesar Salazar is their backup catcher. And this is the first year where Major League Baseball is going to do the ABS system, the challenging the balls and strikes. That system is going to be in place where, if you're not aware, they've got a computerized ump. It's not going to call the games, but each team gets 2 challenges each game. The challenges must come from either the hitter contesting a balls and strike call from the batter's box, the pitcher or the catcher contesting calls that don't go their way. You get 2, if you get it right, you get to keep it. So as long as you keep getting them right, you get to keep it. You basically get two strikes, 2 mulligans. And then you're done with challenges. So that's going to get real interesting because the manager has zero say. No managers, no coaches are to be involved in the challenge process. Just catchers, pitchers, hitters. I thought this was interesting from Joe Espada yesterday on Salazar, who's got experience with this. They've used it in the minor leagues. So he's got experience from being the catcher making the challenge decisions.
We've been picking, especially Sally's brain. He actually had a pretty good success rate in AAA. But yeah, we are leaning on some of those guys that play a lot of AAA ball last year, and Mickey and all those guys. But it's going to be new for us. There's a lot of emotion that's going to come into it that we need to do our best just to kind of remove emotion and challenge pitches when they really mean something and in the outcome of the game.
Would you encourage you guys to challenge a lot in Grapefruit League games just to kind of get reps, basically?
Yeah, of course. But also, keep in mind how early you do it, when is the right time to do it. So we're going to practice it.
Okay. This has not changed my thirst for a new backup catcher, however. That's all good. It's all well and good. And Cesar Salazar, who I know, as Seth pointed out earlier this week, has been seeing a sports psychologist. I think that's good. I think backup catcher is still a need for this team. But if there's a benefit to Cesar Salazar on the few days a week where Yainer Diaz is not, the couple of days a week maybe where he's not catching, Cesar Salazar at least has experience with this system. We got to watch this system in place. Well, look, if you go to minor league baseball games, you've seen it in place already, but I know a lot of you maybe don't go to minor league baseball games. When we went to spring training last year, we got to see it in place, and it's actually pretty cool. It happens quick. The game that we went to that had the challenge system, we went to a game, Seth and I did, and our boss, to a game at the, I think it was Port St. Lucie, where the Mets play. And they had the ABS system in place, and it happens fast. The challenge, they used both their challenges in the first couple innings just because I think they wanted to make sure they saw how the system worked. But they challenge, and within about 7 or 8 seconds, you know what the call is going to be, and they reveal it on the big board too. So there's like a reveal that goes with it. It's very dramatic. It's very cool. Very anxious for the Astros to use it and use it well, use it properly. Jake Myers met with the media yesterday. Here's Jake Myers on what worked for him in 2025. He had his best offensive season of his career and what he's looking ahead to in 2026.
Yeah, just consistency in what I was doing. Try not to do new things. that can be tough in the hitting world sometimes. But no, I'm always just trying to get better. Because I believe in the big leagues where it's the best league in the world, best players. So you just got to continue to get better. Complacency can kind of get you out of the league pretty quickly. So you just got to keep getting better. I did a really good job of being disciplined at the plate and working myself into good counts. And I think doing a good job of turning that into slugging a little bit more. So the goal would be to maybe do a little slugging, but do it in those plus counts, 2-0, 3-1. Take advantage of them.
Jake Myers is one of the more important players for this team in the upcoming season. They don't have an accomplished outfield right now. I hesitate to say they don't have a good outfield because Cam Smith is really talented. Zach Cole did some things at the end of last year. How you factor Jordan into the outfield calculus is entirely up to you. But he wants to play outfield. The team doesn't really want him to play a ton of outfield. It looks like the outfield right now is going to be Zach Cole, the regular outfield. Obviously, there will be some, little days here and days there where it's different. But Zach Cole left field, Jake Myers center field, and Cam Smith in right field. Jake Myers all of a sudden has gone from being the biggest question mark in your outfield the last couple years when you had Jordan in left, Kyle Tucker in right, and then you had Jake Myers, who it felt like they just kept bringing back because they kind of like him. Now he's the one guy hit 290-something last year. He's a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. Seth is like the one sure thing you feel like. Not sure thing, but the surest thing.
With him, it was, remember last year, we kept going through that point where, okay, he'd had that really good start to the season before, but then everything fell apart. And we kept waiting for him to fall apart, and he didn't, except for his body falling apart.
Right.
In dramatic fashion. Remember when he tried to come back and then all of a sudden collapsed in the tunnel there the one time before the game?
Well, he was running out to center field.
Yeah.
And he collapsed going out there. Yeah. That was wild. And he made it back, but he wasn't as good as he was. I give him credit last year because he had that one good month in 2024, and I was very skeptical. Month May he was having in 2025 was going to sustain, and it sustained longer than I thought it would.
Yeah.
So.
Did we get to listen to the Espada pep talk yet?
We did. Do you want to hear?
Did.
Yeah. Well, some innings to eat.
I remember that way back when. Yeah. Boy, we've had just a host of issues this morning. So, the Jake Myers. I feel bad. We had that promo running for a while where I said they've got 3 Jake Marisniks in the outfield.
Did you feel bad about saying that about Jake Myers?
I felt a little, well, partly because Joe Kelly went after Jake Marisnik for no reason whatsoever the other day. Joe Kelly, career just, 4.0 ERA dude who now all of a sudden is acting like he was victimized by the Astros being better than everybody else scandal back in the day,
He was on some podcast talking about it. And by the way, we'll play the audio. Ben's trying to find it here. I'm not doing Ben any favors.
Yeah, somebody went back and pointed out, Jake Marisnik was 0 for 7 against you.
Yeah.
So it's not like he's throwing Jake Marisnik into the mix for no reason whatsoever.
Here was Joe Kelly on a podcast. Just can't get off the being better than everybody else scandal.
What were your thoughts initially when the Astros cheating scandal came out?
I said, duh. There's no way these average players are barreling me, you know what I mean, this whole time. And there was already rumors. Players knew, you guys didn't know. Players knew they were cheating. You guys didn't know. So I said, no, duh. I said, no way Jake Marisnik could hit my slider.
Right, and he didn't.
And he didn't hit your
slider. So this is the whole part of it, too. It's where Joe Kelly, I think he gets a lot of traction on this, on bashing the Astros from time to time, and acting like he was, how are these average players hitting me? You're not that good a pitcher, for one.
Career 4+ ERA, Joe Kelly, yeah.
Yeah, and 2, duh. Right, the problem was that the Astros continued to be better than everybody else after they stopped with the sign stealing, and nobody wanted to accept it.
Right.
If the Astros had faded off into mediocrity after the 2017 season, we never would have heard any of this. The whole thing was that in 2017, electronic sign stealing was, I don't want to say rampant, but it was not uncommon.
Yeah.
And the Astros were one of the participants. But then when everybody stopped it after 2017, but the Astros continued to hit so well, people just assumed, well, they must still be doing it. And that's why there was an investigation.
That's interesting. Well, because I feel like, and if I'm wrong on this, tell me, I feel like the catalyst for all this was Mike Fiers needing to get this off his chest.
Yeah, and because Mike Fiers left, and he knew it had been going on, but the Astros are still hitting as well as they ever did, and so they assumed they must still be cheating.
Yeah,
they're doing something.
And maybe it changes how baseball punishes, or if baseball punishes them. Mike Fiers still would have gone public.
I don't think he would have. Not 2 years later. He did it. The way he framed it was that, somebody's got to say something.
Okay.
Because everybody was convinced that the Astros were still doing it.
Yeah.
Because they didn't. It was easier to believe that than to believe that they were actually just that good.
Yeah, that makes sense. Right. If they had just so you're saying if they just faded into obscurity, then Mike Fiers' soul is not as heavy on what he saw happening, and we would have never told The Athletic about it.
Or if they hadn't been the best hitting team in baseball in 2019,
yeah,
or one of the best hitting teams in baseball. That was what got people just convinced that, it must still be going on.
Well, then the thing about that would have been if he had still gone public.
Yeah.
Even if they had faded off, 2018 and 2019, they're just they're just an also ran, and he had gone public. Then we would really have to live with that's the reason they won the World Series in 2017. If he had gone public saying, yeah, you know what they did in 2017? They cheated.
Right,
I know they're an irrelevant team now, but I just have to get this off my chest.
Then it would have been him going after it and just,
They were cheating, and then we'd have to live with the evidence that maybe that was why they won the whole
No, honestly, I think there was an acceptance and an understanding that there were a lot of teams that were stealing signs and using all kinds of methods. That's why the memo had to go out. It wasn't just because of the Astros. The reason that pitchers had to change up their signs so much in the 2017 World Series was that both of those teams were paranoid about the other team and what lengths they were going to steal signs. And that was the landscape of baseball. And I don't want to say like every team was doing it or anything, but a lot of them had different methods whereby they were doing it. Remember, Carlos Beltran came in and said that the Astros sign stealing methods were archaic or caveman, whatever phrase he used, and that he felt the Astros needed to get on par with a lot of the other teams in baseball.
Yeah. Cavin Biggio met with the media yesterday. One of the newest Astros, son, of course, of Hall of Famer Craig Biggio. He signed a minor league contract with the Astros with a chance to make the big league ball club. He was asked the question, why Houston? And as you hear him answer this, forget about the legacy part of this and the fact that he grew up an Astros fan. He basically grew up an Astros bat boy. Why this makes a lot of sense, this opportunity for Cavin Biggio.
Yeah, there were a couple other opportunities, but no, I think the reason why I ended up here is the interest that they've showed in me, and obviously they needed a left-handed bat and some versatility, and I thought that I fit in really well with that, and it gives me the best opportunity to make this club. So I think a mix of a little bit of everything, and obviously Houston being home is a big plus for that.
Yeah, he's a left-handed bat who can play in the outfield. Last I checked, the Astros are in the market for both of those things. Maybe they catch lightning in a bottle with Cavin Biggio.
I always like to look at the opposing fan base reaction to this to grade whether it was a good trade or not. And I saw a whole lot of Blue Jays fans really upset about. Wait a second, we're bringing in who for this? What's the catch here? And Jesus Sanchez in his career has been a better player than Loperfido, but Loperfido's only played fewer years. You feel like he's still ascending, and for Toronto it makes sense because it's just power. They want power, and if they get the better version of Jesus Sanchez, so be it. But the Blue Jays fans were not happy about losing Loperfido.
That was Cavin Biggio that we just heard from right there.
Right. Oh, I thought you had brought up the Loperfido one.
No, I didn't brought
up okay.
Yeah,
I was in Blue Jays land. Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, Cavin Biggio was a Blue Jay at one time. Yeah, I was wondering. I'm like, oh, okay. But Biggio was saying that he had choices to go to a few places where he could have gotten a minor league deal with a chance to make the team. They've got serious issues at their corner outfield spots right now. He might make the team, Cavin Biggio. Who knows? He might make the team. I Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday, so a little Astros talk for you right there.
Did we ever get a chance to guess your response on the?
No, your whatever happened in the middle of me asking you that.
I think that's still kind of happening where I'm only hearing everything every now and then. But yes,
okay, gotcha. Does the looming lockout affect your 26 MLB enjoyment?
I would say that a vast majority of people said no, that won't affect their enjoyment.
Okay, so far so good. You're right on the so you're right on you're on the right side.
Yeah. If the lockout were somehow going to happen in August or something, then it would be extreme.
Yeah.
But I mean, the last lockout lasted 90 days or so.
Yeah, they got it. They got the deal done in the second week of March.
Yeah.
So I don't know when.
So I think. Yeah. It's not. We haven't had a really extended lockout that affects regular season playing in a while. So people aren't really thinking about that as much. I think a lot of people figure, okay, yeah, they'll have a lockout, and maybe there's some drama that affects 2027, but no big deal.
So what do you think the number is? How many people said no?
I would say 80% said no.
79%.
Ooh.
79%.
One of my better efforts.
That was really good. It's hard to do better.
Someday I'll learn the difference between Cavin Biggio and Joey Loperfido. But until then, I'm gonna ride this.
When you brought up Sanchez, I'm like, okay, I know he's doing a Loperfido.
Yeah, he's off in Loperfido land.
He's in Loperfido land. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Question on the text page, the Base Power text line. What's worse, being hit by your own pitcher or your manager calling you Sally? LOL. I played the cut while we were in limbo there, Seth. I played the cut of Joe Espada saying how good it is to have Cesar Salazar because that's somebody who actually knows how to work this new ABS challenge system.
Yeah.
Called him Sally, though, which is can be viewed. I mean, it's short for Salazar. We get it, but sometimes when you call somebody a Sally, it can be an insult.
Yeah. Wait. There's another great athlete whose nickname was Sally, wasn't there? Or
Salvador Perez for the Royals. They call him Sally.
Yeah.
He's.
I guess you know what part of it is too. Is I was thinking of Sully. Is it Sully, the captain that guided the airplane down onto the Hudson River?
Oh yeah, it
Sully.
Was. I think so. Tom Hanks.
It's close enough to Sully that I'll accept it.
Okay, there you go. Tom Hanks. There you go.
Yeah.
So let's see. I know the answer, but why won't anyone talk about Cora using it to win it all in 2018? Talking about Alex Cora. Yeah, the Red Sox hired him back. So if you know the answer, why are you asking? The answer is the Astros are being made an example out of by Major League Baseball.
Yeah,
that's why.
And it wasn't as extensive, I guess. It's weird because they wanted to have their cake and eat it too. Remember, Boomer Esiason wouldn't shut up about it.
Yeah.
And Boomer's big issue was that it was the electronic sign stealing. But then when it turns out that the Yankees were doing some electronic stuff themselves, then it turned into, oh, no. It was actually because they were doing the exact opposite of high-tech cheating. And it was they were banging on a garbage can.
Yeah, man.
That's what makes it different.
We're old school.
Yes, that they use this advanced technology of banging on a freaking garbage can.
Blunt force
that somehow
trauma.
made it worse than the electronic sign stealing that other teams were using.
All right, final segment coming up. Was this college basketball coach out of bounds on two counts? Favorite of Payne and Pendergast on 2 counts last night, and Nick Caserio, right after the season, laid out how the Texans can restructure and work this roster and contracts. We saw a team do that today in the AFC. An example of that. We'll tell you what it was coming up next. But first, West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday, just rolling along here. Here was UCLA head basketball coach Mick Cronin. I feel like we play a disproportionate amount of UCLA basketball-related content on this show. For a show in Houston, Texas, we play a fair amount of UCLA basketball-related content.
Because Mick Cronin is such a testy individual.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is this his greatest performance of testiness so far? Now, let's set this up. I think there's two things he did last night that got some run. One, first of all, they lost to Michigan State, UCLA did, by 82-59, I think was the final score. They got blown out by Michigan State on the road at Michigan State. And late in the game, one of Mick Cronin's players, last name of Jamerson, former Michigan State Spartan, he had a hard foul on a Michigan State player, the dirty play. So Mick Cronin took it upon himself to eject his own player. He went out on the floor, grabbed him by his jersey, walked him over to the bench, handed him to an assistant coach, pointed to the locker room and said, "Get him out of here." So he was doing the refs a favor, I guess. I'm ejecting my own player right now.
Yeah.
Get out. Get out. That's right.
Classy move.
That's right. So so that got a lot of run. And then after the game, Mick Cronin was doing his media scrum just outside the UCLA locker room in the hallway. And he's being asked questions by some of the assembled media. And I guess there was a chant that the student section at Michigan State was chanting towards the end of the game. I don't know what the chant was, but the question to him was about the student section at Michigan State chanting this thing. And he went off on a reporter in that media scrum.
What was your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant the overall the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
you should take it.
The preparation of the...
Do you really think I care about the other two students?
I don't think you care about the other
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just...
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
I'm not raising
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
The part, honestly, the audio doesn't do it justice. The video is are you yelling at me? When he says, are you raising your voice?
Raising your voice.
Are you raising your voice? Which, no, he wasn't. He might have, the volume might have gone up a little bit.
Yeah.
But if that's your definition of are you raising your voice to me, that you are tissue soft right there.
Oh, yeah.
And he does it in such a, when you watch the video, he looks at it almost like with this sneer, like, are you raising your voice to me? No, he wasn't raising his voice. As somebody pointed out on one of the tweets that came my way, somebody said, are you raising your voice at me? It's such a neutralizing move in the jerk tool belt, because where can you go? It's in the tool belt of things that jerks say.
Yeah.
Are you raising your voice to me? It does, all of a sudden, the person that you say that to is put in a position of, well, okay, I got to be careful and I don't raise my voice now and prove him correct.
Yeah.
But now we've got to move the topic of conversation to whether or not I'm raising my voice.
Yeah.
And then Cronin saying, you're being recorded.
Yeah.
And then you start wondering, like, I guess maybe I was raising my voice. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah.
Not bad chess moves.
In terms of being an a-hole and a jerk, you've nailed it, Mick Cronin.
He feels like, honestly, it feels like he's auditioning for a TV role at some point here.
It would be rough to have a hard discussion with a guy like that.
Yeah.
Because that's a dirty tactic right there. Are you raising your voice?
Right.
No, he's not.
Right.
But you're effectively changing the goalposts.
Well,
here.
and he, Mick Cronin, asked that reporter a question.
Right, and then acted like the reporter and continued the conversation.
Right.
Not only did he say, are you raising your voice to me?
Yeah.
But then also acted like, I answered the question. Why are we still talking about this? Because you went back at him.
Yes, yeah. So Mick
Cronin
went
back. Somebody else had already asked a question, and then Mick Cronin went back to the reporter.
Yep.
who did not raise his voice in the way that we all think of raising your voice, like aggressively or anything like that. I hope he gets fired soon. How are they doing this year?
They're a fringe bubble team right now for the NCAA tournament.
I hope they make the tournament and get destroyed in the first round.
At UCLA, that's enough to get you fired. The UCLA is a blue blood program that he's actually taken them deep into the tournament before. So we'll see what happens.
Another thing?
Yeah.
Good job by the student section. Feels like the student section actually did affect him.
The I-zone is what they call it.
The lady did protest too much on that one.
Yeah.
Ms. Cronin was a little too agitated about the question about the student section.
So here was Nick Caserio right after the season ended. Was actually asked the question. I think Sarge asked the question. When do you see the window closing on your team? Obviously, meaning the championship window, potential Super Bowl window, and Nick answered the question, but then kind of laid out how you keep a window open in the NFL. And we had one huge example of this happen while the show was going on today. We'll tell you who it was here, but first, here was Nick Caserio. If you're someone concerned about the salary cap, maybe this soothes some of your concerns.
It's always open in our book. So, you can build a team a myriad of different ways. So, contracts are contracts. You can fit them however you need to fit them. So, how do you keep good players? What does that look like? There's a little bit of a balance, and, okay, how are they structured? You got to stagger them. Look around the league. There's plenty of teams that have highly paid players, like 8 to 10 of them. The Lions, they got a good team. They had a down year this year, but they got some of the best players in the league. They found a way. So there's always a way. You got to be creative. You try to think a little bit ahead. We've sat here, we've talked how we kind of look at the team building in 2-year increments. Not like, well, here's the window. It's more of just the contracts. What do those look like? Okay, some contracts are going to run off. Some are going to come on. All right. How do you balance that off? So, in our book, the window's always open. So we're going to try to put together the most competitive team possible every year. However we do that, we'll fit the contracts, whatever those look like, and go from there. So that's kind of how we view it. Again, I can't speak to other teams and their philosophy, but, our goal is to have a good team every year, and, we'll figure out a way. And whoever plays, we don't really care. Look, Tommy Togiai wasn't a figment of anybody's imagination 2 years ago. Now he's one of our best defensive players. So, he got here in the middle of last year in October on a practice squad. The guy played as well as any defensive tackle in the league. So, there's players out there everywhere. Our job is to find them, and the contracts are the contracts. So, that's kind of its own entity, and, we'll deal with that accordingly.
So if you're wondering what all that means, I'll give you an example. It just happened today. Because the Texans are over the cap right now, but they can very easily get under the cap and open up some space to do some things by restructuring contracts. Jason Fitzgerald of OverTheCap.com reports that the Kansas City Chiefs have restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract. They converted $54.45 million of his salary into a signing bonus, which cuts his cap number, Seth, from $78.2 million to $34.65 million. So
that's a big old chunk of space.
They opened up $43 million in space just by restructuring Mahomes' deal.
Yeah, the notion of a window in the NFL is just sometimes it's one of those things where it's true when a team ends up just not being good anymore. But there's just so many examples of teams that maintain and keep their window open year after year after year. The Chiefs are the easy one to point to, and it helps a lot when you've got one of the best quarterbacks of the decade or the last couple decades.
Yeah.
The Bills would be another one that at various times in the last few people have said, oh, no, they missed their chance. This is when they could have made it. But you go back to from 2017 when they first started getting good again, and then on into, let's say 2020. That was the first time they made a conference championship.
Yeah.
They're still, as of right now, they're the third favored team to win the Super Bowl next year because they've got Josh Allen as their quarterback.
That's right.
And they've got enough talent around him. So the Eagles, over the past 2 different head coaches and 3 Super Bowl appearances, their windows stayed open pretty damn long.
Yeah.
So the cap especially is not going to be a barrier to the Texans keeping their window of contention open. Really, it's all about how do you build the offense and how do you get C.J. Stroud to a point where you feel like he's a Super Bowl caliber quarterback.
Yep. That's exactly right. So Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, $43 million. I guess that would be the thing too. You're touching on C.J. Stroud there. these are the types of cap numbers that you start to deal with. It's not the $60 million a year. It's the base salary plus whatever the signing bonus was 5 years ago. You know, like it's a lot. Mahomes' number was $78 million when the Chiefs woke up this morning. $34 million now. So
I believe Deshaun still has the highest cap figure as of right now.
Yeah.
Is it $77 million or something like that?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Deshaun with the Cleveland Browns, for those of you who don't know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So he's still that Deshaun. Yes, the guy that's barely played in the last few years.
They're talking more and more up there like he's in the mix this coming season.
I mean, at the end of the day, you do have to sit back and wonder, all right, what the hell are we doing here? This guy does have this. It's not like there was a cataclysmic physical drop off or anything.
Right.
Now he had the Achilles tendon tear. Obviously, that's the thing that he's dealing with. But the explanations for his poor play are largely. It's got to be a combination of psychological trauma and the Browns just being a bad offense.
Yep.
But beyond that, who's the most likely guy on that roster right now to actually be capable of delivering an all-pro quarterback performance? I would still put Deshaun a little bit ahead of Shedeur in that race.
No question. Yeah, just on the physical tools alone. If he's recovered from the Achilles and maybe recovered psychologically from whatever, he's been through some things, maybe he's learned a little bit about himself, who knows? It's been 6 years since he played good football.
Smoke him if you got him.
Yeah.
And you've got him. You're paying $75 million this year for him.
Are you ever? All right, Reggie Atatula, Paul Gallant in for John Lopez. This is all my fault, by the way, what's going on right here, just so you know.
Yeah, I was wondering, are we getting upgrades or something?
No. All my fault.
Well, you've got a friend, because if you don't remember from way back in the day, at least you didn't break the window.
Oh, that's true.
I've broken a window in studio. Time filling in not too long ago. I accidentally pulled the microphone out of the
Well, none
stand.
of this is a fit of rage either.
See, you did it accidentally.
Yeah.
I did it by being careless and angry.
Yeah.
Multiple occasions.
But you're back now.
Yes.
You've grown up.
Well,
you don't break windows anymore.
Paul.
No comment.
Here.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Paul,
what's up, Seth?
I got to ask you, so as you and I are both guys who have tried to work on how we deliver our message every now and then, what Mick Cronin, you've heard the Mick Cronin clip?
I saw it.
Somebody pointed out that asking somebody, "Are you raising your voice to me?" is a classic jerk move, but a really effective one.
Great gaslighting.
Yeah, like somehow turning that guy into the aggressor as you're being aggressive. Do you approve or disapprove of Mick Cronin using that?
Well, it depends on what perspective I'm looking at. If I'm that reporter who asked that question, who had that said to him, I probably would have responded by raising my voice.
You definitely would have raised your voice, and I'm not saying that with any amount of shade. Like that's you.
That's who I am.
But I think you would have raised it in a polite way. Like I don't think that reporter is being impolite.
I don't think he was being there either.
Yeah.
If I'm Mick Cronin, I empathize a little bit because, okay, you ejected one of your own players last night.
Right.
You got to gaslight and make people not talk about what you just did.
Oh, he's
Did
distracting.
anyone see? Even Tom Izzo was making fun of him in the post-game press conference after that game between Michigan State and UCLA last night. By the way, in case you didn't see it, UCLA's Mick Cronin, their head coach, had a player ejected, basically just sent the guy home in the middle of the game
ejected him
after a hustle play where he chased down, got a flagrant foul. I couldn't believe that. I can't remember the last time I've seen him.
That kid used to play at Michigan State.
Right. Yeah.
That was a subplot to the whole
That
thing.
adds a little element to it.
Yeah, that was the thing that I was trying to kind of do a little research on. Was there beefs beyond just I used to play over there? Like, was there actual personal vendettas involved?
Yeah.
Is that why he decided? And even then, I would have imagined send him to the bench, not to the locker room.
Right.
You know, like, hey, I need you to cool down, as opposed to you're out of here, which at least in a reasonable circumstance, which made me think they had previously talked about this.
Yeah.
You're a parent. Like, I feel like you understand that thought process of, all right, we have already talked about
this
so
conversation.
we're skipping steps. I'm sending you right home or to your room, right? Like, we're not doing the warnings. We already had conversations about this. No dinner for you.
Yeah.
And don't turn on the Xbox. You know what I mean? I feel like that's what he did there.
You're going to make a good parent someday, Reggie.
I wouldn't say that.
Your instincts were accurate. You're listening to KILT AM, KLT FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. What is the question of the day, fellas?
What was your one-time and one-time only moment? Because this weekend, I guess I thought myself some level of professional athlete who needed to take care of his foundation. I went and got a pedicure. For the first time in my life. Because I've seen like the high-level athletes go and get the pedicure.
Yeah.
And it wasn't the pedicure itself. It was the idea that I very much was the mark. And they got me on a crazy upsell.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they got me on the gold
satin
package.
finish?
Buddy, they were rubbing my calves with citrus and stuff.
Wow.
They got me on the wild upsell.
Were you?
So what's the moment? What type of moment?
Yeah, so one time only.
You're never getting a pedicure again.
I'm doing a pedicure, but I'm never getting that particular upsell of $75 pedicure.
Yeah,
I'm never doing that one again.
Okay.
Right? Like I was like, all right, you got me. You caught me in a moment of weakness. And you got me for $75 for things that definitely weren't worth $75.
I've got mine, and Amy knows this. And I feel like this particular presentation has probably spent money at the station before, but it's not Christmas time, so I'll be a little bit careful. It's just my own opinion. I know a lot of people. I went to the Trans-Siberian Orchestra with Amy back in like 2012. Never again.
Oh, yeah.
It just wasn't my thing, man.
Yeah, you just decided that.
It just was not my thing, so I'm being careful
But you could see the value of it. It just didn't hit for you
It's just not my deal. I need words.
Are there people there that are totally, and there's a lot of people that are really, really into it?
Oh, yeah.
Like
I mean, it
dressed
sells
up
out
like
every year.
Siberians and everything, yeah.
I'm a big-time tranny fan. You know, they're
Oh,
fantastic. Well, listen.
This is the kind of Wednesday we want to have?
This is one of my favorite bands. They have an iconic Christmas album, their first one. But things have changed a little bit.
You like Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
The last time I saw Trans-Siberian Orchestra, I did not have the best seat, so I, like you, did not really think I'm going to the next time.
Oh, okay. My seats had nothing to do with it. It just wasn't my deal.
Yeah, I feel like also everybody else having a great time makes it even worse because you're like, damn, why am I not enjoying this the way that everybody else is enjoying this?
Well, it's not like a concert where everybody's standing the whole time, right?
No, you're sitting down.
You're
It's a
sitting
sitting down concert.
It's a kind of a sedate atmosphere, but yeah.
Did you fall asleep?
No,
you can't. That's a rock show,
good.
bro.
No, I don't fall asleep in public. I
fall asleep
That's a
at
strong
concert.
statement. I've never fallen asleep.
No, I didn't say I never. I normally
Okay,
don't.
fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah. No, I don't.
I do.
I don't fall asleep in public.
Well,
I'm not
with things
perfect
drawn
in
on
that.
me.
That's the tough thing about falling asleep in something like that you're not enjoying is that when you wake up, you don't know if you've been asleep for 5 minutes or 2 hours because you're hoping it's 2 hours.
Yeah,
you know,
it's over.
and you're waiting. You're like, I don't want to check my watch. I want to just hope we're almost like rounding the final turn here or something.
Yes.
And then you look in, you're like, oh, I've been awake. I was asleep for 2 minutes.
The closest I get to falling asleep in public is when Amy and I go to iPick, normally at night, and there's wine, and the movie is very boring.
Yeah.
Because the seats are so comfortable.
Sure.
They recline. It's kind of private, and so, but I never do. That's the closest I get. Where you're sort of watching something and you're kind of semi-hallucinating at the same time, that sort of thing. So that's the closest I've come.
Biggest schmuck I ever felt in getting something sold to me was the year that I bought kidnapping insurance.
Excuse me?
Kidnapping insurance.
For you?
Yeah.
In case
for I think for my whole family. It was like part of I think I was buying some life insurance or something, and the guy sold me on kidnap. Asked if I was planning on taking any trips to like South America or anything. And in my mind, I was like, yes, it's going to be an off-season full of adventure. And so I bought kidnapping insurance. What an idiot!
What did it pay out? Like what?
I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to think like what exactly covers. Yeah.
I watched too many movies because in my head I was like, clearly they have Liam Neeson on staff, and the insurance is we will send somebody to go get them.
Yes.
I mean, it is. It's kind of like in some of the countries where people get kidnapped a lot, it's a pretty simple transaction.
Yeah.
And
Fair.
if they're dealing with an insurance company, it's that much easier. It's kind of like, we don't have to we just, here you go. Okay, that's how much they're going to pay.
Okay.
I get my beloved kin back.
They will give you the ransom in the instance
So it's for the ransom. I got you. I thought it was.
You thought they were gone, and they were like,
if one of my kidnappings went wrong.
Can I explain myself?
Sorry, apologies.
I thought it was if you got kidnapped, if you as the head of the household got kidnapped, and it was determined that you were kidnapped, there was no proof of death.
Yeah.
That your family got some sort of payment to subsidize,
like a life insurance,
a life insurance, but there was open ended. You're missing that kind of thing.
The way I understood it at the time was that it was to help pay the for the ransom.
Yeah.
Clearly, I don't understand how insurance works, Sean. Like, I feel like that's the thing that's the takeaway from this right now.
That was my thing. Well, I just never think to pay these people these These kidnappers pay their ransom. I don't negotiate with terrorists. I don't know about
like
you
the
guys.
Kidnapping insurance here would be in the league with the actual kidnappers themselves. So this seems like a completely crooked business.
Oh, totally.
Now that Seth's laid it out.
They're like, okay, and you're saying yes to the kidnapping insurance?
I mean,
where are you staying exactly?
I feel like this is the third business that Tony Clark had on the whiteboard before he got let go by MLBPA.
Any insurance that I buy, I love just thinking about, okay, I don't even care about the price. It's okay, does this simplify it to the point? Once people, whether they're a doctor or a kidnapper, once they realize they're dealing with the insurance company and not you, everything just gets simplified. They know they're only going to get so much out of them and everything, and it just gets streamlined and done with.
Yep.
You know, like if somebody sues you for something, but then they realize, oh, I'm not going after his vast fortune, I'm dealing with the insurance companies, then the lawyers get together and they just, they do whatever kickbacks they need to, and it all gets taken care of.
This is going to be a good question of the day, man.
Yeah, the text line informs me that the text line is going to just have a whole bunch of drugs in this question. And you know what? I welcome that.
Oh, yeah, one time.
Yeah, let me know the thing that you were like, I did that once, and the experience was bad. Or the experience was great, and I don't need it ever again.
Okay,
right?
no, mine are all horrible. But the one I just thought of, dipping.
Oh, yeah, that's
Copenhagen.
Like
did it one time, vomited my guts out, and I have not touched it since.
I'll tell you the one where you don't trust drug dealers. It was my father, the drug dealer. When I'd never smoked pot or anything in my entire life. And one time I was visiting my dad for Thanksgiving, and he says, hey, why don't you try some of those brownies? And then he went out to go do a bunch of chores. So as I tend to do with brownies, I had about 6 of them.
Yeah.
And he came back in, and I could tell. I was like, oh, I guess these are pot brownies, but I don't know. My dad said I had zero clue about anything. So I ate 6 pot brownies.
That's rough.
And I had never done anything THC based in my entire life. The next 36 hours of my life were a living hell.
Just zooted.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. Thanks, Dad.
No mental preparation or anything.
He did. He came back in, and he's like, did you try one of those? And I said, I don't know. I had like 6 or 7. They were good. And he looked at me like, oh, I usually have like a half. Mind you, this is my dad.
Right, your dad.
He knows what he's doing.
Yes.
Yeah. How much he consumes.
Oh, my God. All right.
It was like every minute on the clock took an hour.
Yeah.
It was. We're talking about like looking at your watch, waiting for like, I'd be like, okay, it's probably been like 2 hours, right? Nope, it's been 45 seconds.
That's the thing for me. Like the rare time I'll pop an edible or something like that, the biggest thing it does for me, like it chops up time into a weird puzzle. Like where things that previously happened feel like they're about to happen, and things that I think are about to happen, it does weird things with time. You're absolutely right.
All this sounds like to me is someone who wants to profit off of this is how can we auction off an opportunity to get high with Payne and Pendergast for the
for charity.
That's all my brain.
For the kids, Seth. It's for the kids.
Nobody wants that experience with me. No.
You would be surprised.
It is not my drug. No.
All right. We are done. We're out of. Are we done? We are way over. Seth,
somebody nibbling on a gummy, apparently.
Antibodies to you.
Time,
not yet. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Oh, yeah, antibodies. And I've got a sweet life insurance policy I want you to
Thank
take
you.
a look at.
All right. Does it involve kidnapping? That's what I want to know. All right. We're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, Paul Gallant in for John Neal, in for Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Wednesday to you. You're indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I imagine the question of the day will be fun at 10:40. I think that's still going to be the case. Hey, Colin, I'm going to call you the microphone real quick because I'm going to verify something live on air. Are there more rodeo tickets today?
No, there's not. But tomorrow, there is.
Yeehaw!
Wait. I don't think that there's any shooting happening. I don't know how you turned into Yosemite Sam there.
Sir, I'm on a rodeo committee, and
are you now?
I mean, yeah, I'm allowed to talk about these things, okay? But
all right.
You're just not a part of a committee yet.
I'm not, and I look forward to that. But I will defer to your
the dorkiest flex of all time. Yeah,
I am on a subcommittee, sir. I would like you to know this. All right, let's get going here on this Wednesday. That's Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez. I'm Reginald Atatula. You guys are already telling us about the drugs that y'all are doing. Thank you for that. Colin Neal on the ones and twos. in the stand of
Trick. The text line's actually a bunch of feds. You're all going down.
Yeah. I'm surprised that I have not gotten the first text that says, "What I don't know what you mean, officer." The text line that we're speaking of is the base power text line 713-572-4610. That's how you get involved with the program. Also, appreciation to the Mo Karen and Drew Lawyers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
There's the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, the Twitch chat 610 Houston, where you can see our smiling faces as we discuss what a running back is actually worth. This is a conversation that you guys were having on Monday, President's Day, that I kind of wanted to return to because it's of great interest to your Houston Texans this year, right? This is a team that wants to be a running team, and it feels like a lot of people are prescribed because very few of us believe that Joe Mixon will be playing football next year. A lot of us are thinking you need to acquire a running back, but how much you spend on a thing is what your budget is something that a reasonable person going to purchase a thing considers. Now, clearly, there are some unreasonable people that just go, I'm going to buy this thing and then spend whatever, and usually that does not work out well. You want your Texans to be more the former than the latter. And so how much is a running back worth? Like, where does your mind go immediately when you hear this question, Paul?
Well, I think you have to evaluate your situation. If you're a team that doesn't have a quarterback of consequence, then this should be at the very, very bottom of your list of needs. But say you are a competitive team or you have a quarterback that in the past has at the very least looked like a plus quarterback. Is that running back going to be the difference in making that quarterback's life a little bit easier? And I think if the Texans have told us anything this offseason, it's that they want C.J. Stroud to be more of a game manager. That's why I put the henna tattoo of game manager on his forehead. Until proven otherwise, that's what he is. So if the Texans were slightly better at running the football last year, even though they didn't have Joe Mixon, they were better at blocking for it despite running backs that weren't as good. Mixon did so much the year before on his own.
Mm-hmm.
Do you look at yourself in the mirror and say, we can make Stroud's life a whole lot easier and evade a potential whatever the hell happened against the Steelers, whatever the hell happened against the Patriots kind of thing happening in the playoffs, if Stroud can turn around and hand the ball off to somebody that's actually good.
Right.
And no offense to Woody Marks, I think he's a backup running back, a third down running back or something like that. Nick Chubb ain't it. Jawar Jordan, that was a fun game. Cardinals didn't really care anymore. They weren't trying anymore. So does making a move at running back, bringing in a Kenneth Walker or a Breece Hall if he's available, does that potentially get you back to where you think you should be?
Yeah, in a very particular circumstance, I think that that's something that matters. But I'm hard-pressed because I am very much somebody that is subscribed to the not fully to the running backs don't matter, but the running backs, you can get some level of similar production at a lower cost at various different times. And that was very prevalent, let's say, like a handful of years ago, 5 to 7 years ago, in the general NFL space is that, hey, why pay a running back, prime running back money when you can get 75% of that production for a fourth-round pick, right? Like, that was a thought process. It feels like generally in the NFL, even that thought process has morphed a little bit. It feels like, 2 years ago we were talking about the renaissance of running backs, right? The nature of don't pay that running back their second contract. You use all the yardage out of them in the first contract and let somebody else pay for that. I still remember vividly, a number of running backs where you go, that's the way that you absolutely need to use them. And you come into here's Saquon Barkley and Derrick Henry and even Joe Mixon here, who, after...
in spite of no help from his run blocking.
Right, after their previous teams deemed their utility done, or at least it felt like they got their money. Like, these other teams then take these players in and they get value for them. So I do think that there's more value, especially in this league where we're seeing the pendulum swing backwards to, hey, let's run the football a little bit more. Let's get bigger and let's, zig where the defenses are zagging of having smaller personnel generally. You get bigger and you get more physical. And so I think that skewed this answer a little bit, but how far? Because it's possible to go too far in this regard and end up now on too far on this side of the pendulum once it starts swinging backwards where you've invested too much. And the reason why this comes up is because Kenneth Walker III is one of those guys that everybody is watching. He seems to be running back number one in the free agency class, especially after winning the Super Bowl MVP. And even the Seahawks are unlikely to apply a franchise tag, and I imagine that's strongly because of the amount of money that you start talking about when you're averaging the top 5 running back contracts.
And they probably look at Zach Charbonnet and some of the other guys that they have on the roster and say, all right, well, we could theoretically replace Kenneth Walker's production if Walker's not here anymore. So you understand that kind of a move. And the other interesting, at least conversation for running backs is whether or not the New York Jets are going to give a guy like Breece Hall the franchise number,
right?
Which is about 1 year for $14 million or so. So is that worth it for a team like the Jets? No. 1 year, $15 million. If you're the Texans, that's a conversation. That's a contract that's probably not going to happen. You'd probably do like 2 years or something like that. And we've seen all these Nick Caserio deals where it's generally a 3-year contract with a lot of the money up front. Third year allows for a little bit of flexibility. Are they perhaps looking at the free agency market and saying, yeah, let's bring in a guy because we need to run the football since C.J. Stroud, in our eyes, is a guy that has to screw up less. He wants to not be Superman. He says that he's learning how to not be Superman. All right, we'll give him somebody behind him that can be the Robin to his Batman, if you will.
Yeah, I think that it ends up, in order to try and answer the question, it ends up being, as a finishing piece, pretty freaking valuable, right? As a, like, again, the Super Bowl champions of not this season, but the season prior was the Eagles, and it felt very much, now, wildly talented team, but somewhere like average annual value of $20 million, Saquon Barkley. They didn't blink at that valuation because he was a piece that helped unlock all of this and make it more viable. Then you look at the Eagles of this year, and that $20 million of Saquon Barkley felt very, very different. I think that this team, with the defense that you have, and especially with the way that you purport to want to be a running team, even if you do the thing that I think you should, which is beef up your offensive line, the individual brilliance that you need as a running back one, I think takes it to another place where you lessen some of the pressure on C.J. Stroud and you can make him more viable, even on the low end of the possibilities that you have of, okay, he's just a game manager. And then at that point, maybe you can give him enough of a runway to find himself and find what that C.J. Stroud was. And now you found, again, the elite quarterback or some semi-elite or whatever phrasing you want to use that then can carry on your franchise in future. But I think in this moment, it is almost I think the Texans might be at the high end of the whatever the graphic is or the flow chart or whatever of teams that would value a running back. And I think that it's almost, I was about to say almost limitless, but that would be crazy. But I think that this is probably the team where it's the most valuable of any of the teams that I could look at right now.
People are scared to pay running backs, so that helps you out when it comes to what you're going to be offering versus what other teams would theoretically be offering. And then you think about, okay, well, what offensive linemen are going to be available to you if you want to beef up the offensive line like you were talking about a moment ago? Are you going to find that guy in free agency that's actually they're letting him walk? Right. Like, are you going to find that guy who is allowed to walk, who actually has something left in the tank? Or are you going to do it via a trade or something like that and then some sort of contract extension after the fact? If you want to go the route of bolstering your offensive line, I know that we look at a running back and say that's too much to pay for a running back, but it's going to be probably a little bit more expensive for an offensive lineman. And at the same time, you're also rolling the dice and hoping that this guy, when he leaves that system that he has left, which, by the way, there was a reason that they let that guy walk for some reason. What it is, you don't know until you get the guy in your own building. You're going to have to roll the dice and hope that that guy can replicate what he did in the last spot. And, you know, we see a lot of this. I know there's a lot of the people online who say you can find a running back anywhere. Running backs grow on trees, yada, yada, yada. The special ones don't. I know that you can find a running back in the second, third, fourth round or something like that. That's not likely to happen. It could happen.
I think it's more likely than you give it credit for. But the thing that I would say is there is some chance that some chance that it doesn't work. And I think the Texans have found themselves in a place where over the last 2 years, they've put in on trying to be a winning team, and they've not gotten over the hump. And I think that creates more urgency that you can't really afford to have maybes, especially at a position like running back right now where, okay, let's draft one and maybe see if, not even that they're good, but see if they're good immediately to the level of a running back one. I think that taking away that question mark of, is this guy good right now, is worth something when it comes to the running back position right now.
And to wrap up my thoughts on it, we can continue this conversation. You brought in Joe Mixon as that guy a couple of years ago. And in spite of some of the worst run blocking that I can remember seeing for the Houston Texans,
it was putrid.
He made it happen. He still made it happen. He always credited the offensive line after the fact. He was a pretty damn good leader along the way as well. He made it happen. When you find a short thing at running back and you put this into a unit that you think is at least trending in the right direction as far as running the football, I feel like you could see something really good. So does that help C.J. Stroud out more? Or does rolling the dice on some guys who are actually made available in free agency on your offensive line make this offense better?
All right. I think this is going to be I'm sure this is a question that they have some level of internal discussion on, and maybe they've already had it as we're less than a week away from the 2026 draft scouting comment. This is absolutely has to be within their matrix, decision-making matrix of how they go about things. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Wednesday. Coming up next, I kind of want to get a little Rockets in here. I know that they're not playing until tomorrow, but the quote proverbial second half of the season, I like to call it the stretch run, is soon to be upon us. What are some of the big storylines that we're looking forward to or that we just need to see answered for the Rockets down the stretch? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by Base Power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, off the slide?
Oh, God, that
listen to Lil
made me
Kiki?
I was crazy.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant in for the OG, John Lopez.
Boy!
There it is. Reginald Atatula with you. Colin Neal on the ones and twos. Everybody getting air horns. And you rolling with us. No air horns for the people? There we go. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. Where you getting involved? Had one person from the 936 said, I don't think that it matters who you get at running back. I don't think any of this is going to help C.J. Stroud. His issue is a little bigger than his offensive line or his play calling or his running back situation.
You had the worst running game in the playoffs last year.
You had a bottom three offensive line, a truly atrocious running game, with all due respect to what Woody Marks was capable of doing and others. All that context is always going to matter for me. And I understand what this person is saying, that they think that C.J. Stroud and the way that he deals with pressure is problematic. I don't think that it's always been that, and thus, since I have seen better, I know that better is possible. You know, I think that that's the way that I have to look at this. Clearly, he is not in his best space, whether it's head space or just the play that he's demonstrating. I feel like our conversations about C.J. Stroud have reached a fever pitch in a lot of different ways that have been really frustrating.
Yeah, to the point where somebody just mentioning, why not trade him on a podcast?
Kyler Murray. I'm sorry. That was too much energy. I apologize.
The mere mention. No, why are you sorry?
No, because I did a lot. And Kyler Murray might be the greatest quarterback to play high school football in the state of Texas. Like that might be the case.
Go off King though. What however, lead into this. Lead into the passion. The fire.
Let's not do this now. You know, honestly, I saw shout out to Don on the YouTube page again. Sports Radio 610 is where you get us on YouTube. Who said, "Can we give up talking about CJ for Lent?" And I'm willing to do that. So like, happy Ash Wednesday to you.
That's
40 days. That we can go 40 days.
I feel like because
Sports Radio, you cannot do that.
But that would take us to what, right? Like, let's just assume that we did that. Where would that take us to?
I mean, the end of March.
Yeah, that would get us through. That would get us right about draft time. We would have gotten into free agency. Like, hey, you know, that'd be a fair time to jump back into it. Right, we not do that. But just imagine with me. Close your eyes and imagine. You don't have to actually close your eyes. Especially if you're driving. Please don't close your eyes. Please, dear God, don't close your eyes.
If you're in sports radio, you always got to find ways to talk about the quarterback, especially if the quarterback threw 4 interceptions in the first half of a season-ending playoff loss, where it stands to reason that had he not thrown 4 interceptions in that season-ending playoff loss, that it would have been a moving on to the AFC Championship game for the first time in franchise history win. That's where we're at. That's why we're going to keep on talking about him all offseason. I know it's frustrating about it, and you're going to be with him next season. These trade rumors be damned that Reggie hates so much. I hate him too.
All right, so
let's
going just do this.
Well, we don't have to.
Because I teased Rockets, and I just want to make it clear. At this point, I want to make sure that we actually go through those storylines, so I'll push those back.
All I'm saying is, we can talk about it later. All I'm saying is, you got to make the situation around CJ better.
No, I agree.
And the running game was awful this past season. If you're going to use any excuse for Stroud not being that good this past season, that's one I would use.
It's absolutely. I mean, it shows up. It's one of those things that matters. And if you have any chance of reclaiming him, like getting him anywhere near what is a quarterback that is useful for you, even if you don't believe that the heights that you'd previously thought possible for C.J. Stroud were still possible, there's got to be some situations. I don't know. Maybe you agree with someone like this person on first things first on FS1 who says that, you know, just different circumstances necessary. I just take it away, Colin.
You need to figure out a way to get something
for Kyler Murray.
Yeah, that team is the Houston Texans. Get rid of C.J. Stroud. It's a wrap. You have the #1 defense in all of football. What lost you that game in New England? Let's keep it a buck. I felt they should have benched him come out at halftime.
I said the same.
They had Davis Mills, who was winning them games in the regular season. It's true. And they said, no, we want to protect his ego. We want to make sure he's our leader. Damn that. You get Kyler Murray on the Houston Texans. If you can make that deal work, forget about it.
Okay, well,
championship.
Now I need to pick up the
Forget about
50-year option on Stroud and just.
Who's the guy that said that? Do I want to know?
In this moment, my brain is just like.
I actually don't want to know who said it because I
was Willie Colon.
Get out.
Thank you for that.
Man,
I
expected more out of Willie on that.
Kyler Murray,
a video game addict. We want video game addict Kyler Murray to be your quarterback. Mr. Aloof Kyler Murray to be your quarterback. He's fun to watch. The Catman. He's very, very quick, agile, all those things. Occasionally, he can make some big things happen, but he does not have a skill set that's going to age particularly well. He's going to have to roll outside the pocket every single play just to see downfield. And you're talking championship with a guy in Kyler Murray. Has he won a playoff game? Has he? Serious question. I don't think he has. I think they played against the Rams in that one Monday night playoff game, and the Cardinals were dead on arrival in that one. No. What are we talking about here? And as a recovering video game addict, I want a guy who's a quarterback who plays video games. Yes, Reggie.
Wow, you're just like flatly if you play video game, the hand-eye coordination, the dex.
If you play it to the level that guy plays it, it's concerning. And I will say that as somebody who still, from time to time, I have these relapses. And all of a sudden, I'm playing Civilization 3 until 3 in the morning.
Kyler Murray has historically been worse under pressure than C.J. Stroud. What are we doing here?
You're just showing up and saying, screw it, here's a take. And this will get clips. Boom.
And this is why I've gotten to the place where I just don't want to. Like, I'm under the belief that I think I might actually like the C.J. Stroud moratorium because the conversations have gotten silly.
If that's what we're getting, yes. I mean, we are lowering the bar, which is hard to do. And I have to think to myself every single time, this man has a full-time job. I don't. That's the first thing I think of when I hear that. In addition to this guy is a video game addict that he's promoting to be the next Texans quarterback.
There's that. This
just makes me mad. Just makes me mad, Reggie. As I live under a bridge with my cat. Panhandling,
let it all out.
Occasionally filling in. All I get to do is hear on the most recent episode of Speak for Your Pizza on Who Gives a Bleep. Oh, listen, Kyler Murray. Let's see him on the Houston Texans. What's next? Please.
From the 832. You guys are such homers in the flagship station. Goodness gracious. We'll tell you what and what not to say because any quarterback on the market is better than C.J. even Murray.
Not
Absolutely
Kyler Murray.
Not.
That's how he's smaller than me.
That is how you find yourself in bad circumstance by just living in absolute land. I am not here to tell you that C.J. Stroud has played good football of late. Absolutely not. Like that would be insane.
Awful.
But I feel like these wild stretches these wild swings that we're making end up getting us into bad places. I can understand people saying that they don't feel like they're not in on C.J. Stroud. I don't think that means that you immediately jump into bed with Kyler Murray. And of course, like Kyler Murray ends up getting the brunt of this conversation. But it's just like I feel like it's indicative of how these conversations have gotten to just a terrible, terrible place.
Does Kyler Murray care?
Hey,
well, there's people that are currently asking if CJ cares.
Kyler Murray has listen. I think Stroud does care. Does that mean he's doing well in the field? No, but at the very least, the guy cares about football. Hasn't Kyler Murray openly opined about potentially playing baseball again? I don't think Kyler Murray cares, and I don't want a quarterback who doesn't care.
He only cares about double XP weekend for COD.
I mean, that storyline with Kyler Murray is actually a fair thing to bring up. Like, I don't think Kyler Murray lives, breathes, and sleeps football. I just don't. So let's just start there, and then you get to the fact that he's 5'8". He needs to roll outside of the pocket every single play to make things happen. It does not seem like he would be somebody who is compatible with what the Texans are trying to do on offense. Like, there are so many reasons that it wouldn't work out.
And on top of that, and maybe that we're not going to get to a place where there's a consensus or there's an understanding here because of how down people are on C.J. Stroud. But my thought is, if you are indeed in a place where you feel like you should move on from C.J. Stroud, which is not a take that I think is just absolutely unthinkable. I would disagree with you in the moment, but I don't think it's something where reasonable minds can't relatively disagree. I would imagine that you would want to do that for somebody that has some level of at least upside or assurance that he will be better than what you got from C.J. Stroud. And now we're getting to a place where people are having conversations about dudes that I feel relatively confident, or at least I don't have certainty are going to be better than what you've gotten from C.J. Stroud. That is the reason why this conversation has gotten to a place where I can't abide it anymore.
You got to give the alternative to C.J. Stroud if you want to move on from Stroud. Kyler Murray to me. What's next? Shedeur Sanders? Because that's the kind of take that I expect next from somebody who's pushing Kyler Murray.
Derek Carr.
See, I did that sarcastically, but I did do that.
You were like, I won't stand behind that one.
Texans. But see, I'm just trying to create a car crash out there, but then somebody actually does it, and I know he's being serious. That's what bothers me. If you go out and you throw these terrible quarterback ideas out there, and you're like, I got a twinkle in my eye, I'm rage baiting. That's fine. But this is real. There's no honor in this. There's no fun. I'm doing it with a twinkle in my eye.
I would like to get back to the fun of this. So
mirth in my soul.
Maybe I will try and see if is giving up C.J. Stroud
for
conversation for Lent.
That might be the question of the day.
Right? Maybe that's something. That
what are you giving up for Lent?
Right. We are at like a crux or like a crossing of a number of like holy times as it's Ramadan for our Islamic brothers and sisters. The Lunar New Year started yesterday. I feel bad for not mentioning that. Obviously, Lent is coming through, and like we are taking this time to make everybody mad with C.J. Stroud conversation. That is what has happened here.
He did it to us.
Fair. There is some fairness in that circumstance.
Yes. I don't want to do this. Like I personally like him, but yikes! Like you can't defend that.
All right, now y'all are trolling. Where is Jimmy G? I'm done with this.
Jimmy G went to a Super Bowl.
Stop that. Stop. Jimmy G went to a Super Bowl, and his head coach and play caller very clearly was afraid of giving him the football.
Almost beat Patrick Mahomes in a Super Bowl.
It's not by himself. This is a team contract.
That one throw. I mean, he should have hit it to Emmanuel Sanders, but yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, something that we probably can agree on. Question of the day time. Let's try and have some fun on this Wednesday. What was your one-time and one-time only moment? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you give the Rockets' first half of the season?
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln Sugarland Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Let's do a little question of the day, why don't we? What was your one-time and one-time only moment? 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line. This happened because this weekend I finally did a thing that I told myself I was going to do for like 5 years and never actually got
5 years?
Yeah, something like 5 years on and off, where I was just like, I'm gonna get like these athletes who take care of their feet, you know, and make sure that they're all good.
I like how you're framing it. This is what athletes do. This is what the ladies do.
No,
There's nothing wrong with what the ladies do.
No, I don't have any issue with it, but like there was very much a sell on these dudes who were constantly trading on their feet, being like, no, you don't understand. Like, this is necessary for keeping the feet together. And I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna make this happen. So I finally went and did that on, I think, was it Sunday? I think it was Sunday. I was just like, you know what? I'm gonna make it happen. So I walked in and, sat down. I was like, all right, this seems pretty easy. And my dumb self thinking that, you just ask for a pedicure and then you get a pedicure. The nice lady that was dealing with me, she must have seen a mark, because when she handed me like a menu of various different options of services, I was like, oh, all right, I got to make. So I'm trying to look through it diligently to find an option, and this is where I think she saw a mark written across my forehead. She was like, this one right here. This is the one. This is the gold package. And I'm like, I don't know. But because I did not come in prepared, I was very much easy to be moved off my block. And she got on the upsell.
Damn.
$75 for the gold package. I'm talking about it had like rubbing oranges on my feet and stuff.
Sounds cool.
There was like a 15-minute massage. My legs ended up glistening because of some level of, I don't know what goop or whatever got put on there.
Just let your legs glow.
Without question, right?
Glistening.
And as this is happening, I'm watching this go down. I'm like, you know what? I see, like, this is scammery. I see why the scam works, because, like, there's a lot of intricate things happening that look really cool and feel pretty good as well. But I was like, ain't no way that this one that costs 2 times the second level of one is worth this amount of money. I said, this is the one time only that they get me on the $75 pedicure.
This is like the person who's running a auto mechanic shop who sees the woman walk in.
Yes.
It's the complete opposite of that, where they see a dude walk in for a pedicure, and they are probably going to try to give you a little bit extra.
And I tried to make it seem like, I know what I brought a book. I was like, I know I got time.
Don't know what you're doing.
No, they spotted me from a while away. So, she was like, I could sell him on the big package. Here's the gold. Here's the platinum lineup, sir.
So since you feel scammed, you're never going to do it again.
I'll do a pedicure, but I'm not getting got on the we're selling you on the upcharge.
Gotcha. Okay. I've done one pedicure in my life. It was with my ex. I enjoyed it, but she took control of what I got and what happened. And apparently I fell asleep during it. We actually argued over this after the fact. I said, I just closed my eyes. She said, no, you fell asleep.
No, you were resting your eyes, clearly.
You were asleep. You snored.
That's a great way to tell that you've gotten over that hump. What hump? You know what hump I'm talking about. Is when you start doing the, no, I wasn't asleep. I was just resting. No, you was asleep, big dog. You went to sleep for a little bit. It's okay.
Fell asleep for a little bit. It was a really good pedicure, I guess. Okay, so the question of the day is things that you have done once and never do again?
Never again.
Okay.
Like from the 346, one time only. 2019, did the haunted house thing, never again. I know myself too well to know that I don't do recreational fear. There's some people for whom getting scared is fun. I know that, not about me. So not even a one time. I'm not going to that haunted house for what? What am I going to find in there that's fun for me?
No, I'm with you there. The one time and that's it thing that I've done, and I didn't even have to technically do this, but as far as paying a ton of money to watch my favorite team in a championship game, had the fortune of getting to go to Super Bowl 39 between the Patriots and Eagles when I was in high school. Paul McCartney did the halftime show. That's the reason that we went, because my mom loves Paul McCartney. I think I was named after him. My stepdad was an Eagles fan. I was a Patriots fan. It was perfect for all of us. But there's only one time that I decided to buy big-time tickets for my favorite team in a championship game. It was when Syracuse played in the Final Four here back in 2016.
Yeah.
And I spent a lot of money, and I could actually touch the top of NRG Stadium because I was in the last row. And then they lost. They got smoked by North Carolina. And I thought to myself there, okay, so Syracuse lost, and I paid a lot of money to watch them lose in person. I barely see the game. I've seen my favorite team win in the biggest game ever.
Yes.
Never again am I ponying up the big bucks to watch my favorite team in a big-time spot. I'm just going to experience it on TV.
Right. That's the thing that's funny about sports is what other entertainment product is there like a 50% chance that you're going to leave just absolutely mad?
Wide
and not
range.
only that, right? If you watch this at home, you're mad, but at least you're at the house. You watch that, now you have to traverse getting out the stadium, going through the parking lot. Also, there's fans of the other team that might, depending on how kind they are, might be jerks to you all the way through that.
Yeah.
You know, like being sports fans really is dumb when you think about it in that way, but also it's incredible in the ways when it goes the other way for you, and it's just like it's the highest of highs.
I've gotten to a point where my favorite teams have won so much, too. I know I'm just going to be mad and think about, oh, dear, you spent all this money on this, and you've already had enough experiences. You're good. Leave the experiences for other people who haven't had them before.
I saw that face over there, Reggie. What'd you see?
Melvin on the YouTube page said he did a pedicure, and apparently it was faulty equipment. Gave him fungus in his big toe. Never again.
Damn.
Yeah, I hadn't even thought about those possibilities. Hadn't even considered the possibilities that, hey, if they're not cleaning their equipment right, you can end up with the green toe.
Oh, my gosh.
Some other ones that came in on the text line from the 832 Blue Man Group concert. Horrible. I would have never guessed. Like, Blue Man Group is not something that calls to me per se, but it would have been, it's a thing that if somebody got tickets for, I'd been like, all right, cool. I would not have thought that it was just that somebody would come out of it and like, that is horrible.
I can imagine it's the same Blue Man Group now as it was back then, if they're even still in action.
Yeah, is it the same 3 or 4 dudes, or is this just like, is Blue Man Group more of just an identity that people assume?
I'm assuming, yeah, it's like the cowl of Batman. Somebody else is taking it on. It's probably some non as good as the original Blue Man Groupers now.
I think
Blue Man Groupies?
I think another interesting one is sometimes for me, I can only watch a movie once. Like I can't go back and watch certain movies ever again.
I can watch them all the time over again.
Even the ones that are like gut wrenching, you're like, I can bring those ones back.
Oh yeah, I love watching things I've already watched. Like, for example, I'm watching the Vietnam War Ken Burns documentary.
An incredible documentary.
It is a great documentary. Yeah. It's depressing.
It really.
I felt guilty, so then I was like, you know what? I'm going to watch the Ken Burns World War II documentary to feel good about being an American. This is bumming me out a little bit too much.
We just need a different war.
Yeah, the one where we were the good guys.
The one where Americans clearly won, as opposed to the one where it's not very sure and they probably lost.
No one won. Right.
What is that commie propaganda you're spewing right now?
Just history, I guess. From the 806, escape rooms. Charged,
yeah, that sounds terrible.
Getting charged for the frustration of finding something I lost in the house, but with a theme. That's a great point.
I do that every single day.
I had never considered that. That is a really, really good point. Because escape rooms is one of those things that became popular relatively recently, and it's just one of those things that hey, maybe one time I'll go and do that. When you say it like that, it does make me not want to pay for it.
Reggie, I have a Apple tag on my wallet.
Yes, that is an AirTag,
and I have an Apple tag on my keys.
You do?
Because I lose things all the time. Sadly, there's no Apple tag for my phone, which I lose the most. And even though I gave it an OtterBox with this very, very bright color.
Well, the phone itself should have its own, like, Find My iPhone. But
what would you use to find it on your Find My iPhone?
Oh, you're not. See, this is the thing. I wonder with people that have iPhones, why are you not in the entirety of the full, the full ecosystem so that you can use your laptop to find your phone and so on?
Well, you can, but it's still like it's not as easy. The AirTags, like it'll find it like an inch away from it.
Ah, okay.
When you see it on your Find My, you know it's nearby you, so it's even more frustration. I lose stuff all the time. Example of that today is the thing that you're supposed to use to get into the actual station itself. I once again for the second time in 3 days left that in my car.
You're gonna just need to attach it to your keys like I do.
No, I should wear it like a freshman in college lanyard.
Yes.
Like I should just wear the lanyard. Suck it up. You're not a big boy. You lose things all the time.
This is a great one that I've neglected for way too long from the 281. Tried acid once, loved it. Never again.
Here come the druggies.
That's cool. I was wondering which people would come in with the never again because I did it. It's done. I don't need to try it again. I feel like acid is the answer there for the 281.
He went further,
He went further to say tried mushrooms once, Fell off my 4th-story balcony and survived and can still walk.
Jeez.
Never again.
like a not cool Omar from The Wire.
I also don't know if that's a loved it or hated situation. They were like, I fell off a 4-story building and walked away fine. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I feel like there's the good thing of, wow, what an experience. And there's the bad thing of, what happens if I do that again and it doesn't go so well?
It's a great party story. Yeah, clearly the next drug that you try is probably going to lead to something bad happening. So don't do those, maybe.
Never living with the girlfriend again. Somebody said, slept with my best friend's sister. I probably could have told you that one would be.
What are you, Tony
rough.
Clark?
Yeah, that's keep those coming in. 713-572-4610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where I would like to play a little bit of a game with you, Paul, because the NFL kind of got it to where the MLBPA can't publicly disclose their report card, but apparently the grievances that the NFL filed are now public. So I'd like to play a game of valid or whining. We'll talk about that in around the NFL next.
It's that time of year again. The Houston KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio.
We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant sitting in for the OG John Lopez.
Boy.
Question of the day was, what's your one-time only, I don't know, circumstance, moment, what have you? From the 281, they said Malort.
Soft. Malort's not that bad. Everyone talks like Malort is the worst thing ever. I've had worse
What is
liquor than
that?
Malort. It's essentially worse Jaeger.
I wonder how much, because anytime you start getting into the alcohol sphere, sometimes it's less about what the actual alcohol is than what you did when you was on that alcohol. You know, the circumstances that it then took you to.
Well, usually when you have Malort, you're, one, in Chicago, or two, you've had enough to get to the point where someone's offering you one and you say, screw it, I'm going to have one of these. So it shouldn't taste that bad by default because you're probably having it when you're already tanked.
You know, if you're going in the alcohol sphere, I took a shot of scotch once. Never again.
You're not supposed to. You're not supposed to take a shot of scotch.
Yeah, I know, but
you absolute animal.
I don't drink, and they're
you
like,
had no idea.
Clearly,
You didn't
I
know
had no idea the throat was burning. Oh,
that stuff costs a lot of money. You just threw it straight
threw it
back.
Threw it back. Yeah,
Come on, bro.
It wasn't mine. I was offered. You want to try it? I was like, sure, because I see rich people drinking in movies all the time, so I'm just curious.
They could tell you weren't rich immediately, right there. just throwing it back. Come on, Colin.
281 also threw up door-to-door sales, which, yeah, if you're not built for sales, the first time you do it, you're like, actually,
door-to-door really
it's a whole different
seems like
level.
it would suck. Where you're knocking on the door, you know, like the life of a Jehovah's Witness. Like that can't be fun.
Yeah, I'm with you there. That just feels like a whole different level of something else. Let's go around the NFL now, and we begin with Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes making headlines in the offseason, even though he will not start the season playing football with the injury that he dealt. But his contract is a big thing for the Chiefs, and this is the time of year where you want to create cap space, and especially if you're talking about restructuring with dudes that you know you're going to be there. I feel like a dude number one in the National Football League that you go, we know he's going to be here. We could push that money to the future and deal with it, is Patrick Mahomes. So he had his deal restructured, and it was first reported yesterday by Over the Cap. It converts 54 and some change $1 million of his 26 salary into a signing bonus, which then allows them to spread it out over the remainder of the contract, lowering his cap number to $35 million, something that's a lot more doable in this
Still
moment.
A lot.
Yeah, it's still a lot, but I mean, for a quarterback, especially one that is,
What was it
is being
before?
paid, I believe it was like in the 70s.
Holy crap. Okay, yeah, so they needed to do this.
And they entered the offseason. Yeah.
That's a couple of good players.
78.2 million was what he was set to hit.
That
and
is a wild
they
cap.
entered the offseason $57 million over the cap. So they have to do a lot of work to get themselves down. Saving yourself a good amount of money in that way was going to be necessary. But this is one of those things that brings again to the fore the conversation of the quarterback and, you know, the accounting that is necessary when you're dealing with the quarterback. I don't think anybody is under the assumptions that C.J. Stroud would be getting Patrick Mahomes money. But this is the thing that then, you know, crosses your mind whenever you're talking about a quarterback who you, at least as a fan base, are not assured about.
Especially when that guy's hurt. I mean, we don't know that Mahomes is going to be the same exact Mahomes when he comes back from a torn ACL that he suffered towards the end of the year. It stands to reason that he'll be back and he'll be good to go. But, you know, hey, he's a guy that I bet would admit that he could probably be in better shape based off of like the way that he looked going into this past season. And now on top of that, he's got an ACL to recover from.
Sorry, I didn't mean to step on you there. It does seem like, though, if I go back to, you remember in the Netflix show Quarterback, he does seem to take a lot of pride in taking care of his body. He just also is a dude that doesn't have a lot of definition. So sometimes we get to those places where we go, oh, you clearly don't do that much.
For sure. It drives me crazy when I see it. But then at the same time, I remember hearing stories about Bills quarterback Rob Johnson, who was beyond shredded, but would constantly get hurt.
Right.
And it might have been because he was doing the surfer boy diet where he wasn't eating as much as he needed to and he didn't have the padding around him he needed maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, Kansas City is also just going to be a place that's interesting. I think that they have some other contracts that are similar, like a Chris Jones, who's set to be like a $5 million cap hit that I imagine they'll do some level of restructure on. We ran through it quickly with B. Scott yesterday, but it feels like the Texans also have some players that you'd feel comfortable doing some restructures on. Obviously, you're not needing to. Well, you do need to get under the cap. I think you're $4 million over, but you're not needing to like get under in the way that the Kansas City Chiefs are. But you do need to create some salary cap space to go and try and use in free agency here.
The benefit of these 3-year deals that they have is that you can constantly do this.
Right.
It does mean that you're always working, but I would say that the way that Nick Caserio has structured these contracts lends itself to constant renegotiation, and I imagine players love that, especially if they feel like they have played their way out of whatever their salary is.
Right, and so they can get some of that money up front or what have you in moving around the cap accounting of it. I think the Texans are going to have to do some of that, but interestingly enough, like this again brings into focus some of what you're thinking about when it comes to the contract numbers, but also it also helps you get to a place where once you are assured of a quarterback, this is something that can happen where you can move things around and you can really make a lot of money, appear, so to say, under the cap very quickly with a quarterback contract. That's one of the things to remember is that with the salary cap, you're never as hard pressed as it sometimes seems as you once are.
Really quick question: Chiefs back in the playoffs next year? Yes, no.
I would go with no.
I'm going with no
because also we still don't know at what point in the season Patrick Mahomes joins them.
Right.
I do think that
I think it'll be early though. I bet it'll be by the end of September.
I could see that. I mean, we're finding more and more advancement even still in medical practices, even on things that we previously thought took a certain amount of time. I just don't know at what point he jumps back in, how quickly he gets that. Plus, the Chiefs are undergoing not a full overhaul by any means, but I think Andy Reid is adding some new voices, and I think that whenever you do that, it remains to be seen how quickly you get some of those adjustments to land. I don't think that they'll look like the Texans where you're getting 10 weeks in before you find some level of stability, but I do wonder if a couple of weeks is the difference in what is supposed to be a really strong AFC West. That could put them in a place where it gets a little dicey.
You're wondering about Kelsey's future. You're wondering about Chris Jones' future. Do they look at that contract and say, hey, we're going to do with him what we did with Joe Thuney? It'll be really interesting to see what Kansas City does. But this is the first step. God, $78 million to $35 million. $78 million cap hit. That's crazy. That's how
the NFL works, man. It's a lot of accounting. Some other things around the NFL. Speaking of free agents, one free agent has now popped up, and I imagine the Texans have been circled quite a bit when it comes to this guy and his name. Mike Evans, the Galveston boy himself, Tampa Bay Buccaneer, seemingly for life, but at this point that seems to be coming to the end as Mike Evans has made it known that he will play for a 13th season. But the destination is to be determined, according to his agent, who told ESPN yesterday, in fact. And so with this being the case, a lot of people are going, hey, that's a dude who it could make sense for, the way that he, again, separation, a dude that can generate separation on his own. Clearly, a number of years, 1,000-yard receiver. Last year was the first time that he was not able to do that in his career.
Came back from the broken collarbone by the end of the year, which
that's a good point.
I thought he was done when that happened. He's got something left in the tank. I don't think it's with the Texans. It would be cool to see him come back, right? Because he's from here. Right. It would be cool, but I think with what we've heard from the Texans going into this offseason, I think that they have told us that they believe their wide receiver room is fine. You got Tank Dell coming back. You feel good about Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel going into their second seasons. They've always liked Xavier Hutchinson.
Right.
I don't think they're going to add Mike Evans.
I don't think so either, but this is the second day in a row here on this program where we've talked about the possibility, although a long shot, to be fair, of like adding a known and bona fide receiver to the core. Is that something that feels like it would even be plausible? Because you do have a lot of names, right? Clearly, Nico Collins is well-established. He's one of the best receivers in the league. We don't have to talk about that. Jaden Higgins is developing, but are you assured in what you have in him? Jalen Noel, we have to even see what his role ultimately will be in this offense.
Christian Kirk, I mean, I get you signed him before the draft, but Kirk just got in the way of everything.
I'm good on the Christian Kirk experience.
Same.
That was
the Steelers game, I'm glad he did that because last year was nothing other than that.
And even then, that was more of a Steelers really suck at covering the slot
yeah.
than it was. Christian Kirk was incredibly good in that game, even though he did put up the performance. I don't want that away from him. But then also you mentioned Xavier Hutchinson. This team seems to really appreciate what he brings to the table. What is Tank Dell when he comes back? There's a lot of, maybe question marks. There's not a lot of assured things when it comes to the wide receiving core. And at this time of year where kind of hope is springs eternal and you're doing all sorts of different possibilities, there are some guys that you go definitely makes this wide receiving core more established, but it just feels like it's not enough of a priority to
I agree. That last
there.
part. It's this is the stuff that you see constantly posted on social media where you'll see, hey, the Texans should go after sexy name at the fantasy football positions. But to me, this offseason is about how do you make your running game better? How do you upgrade the tight end room? What can you do to upgrade the offensive line? I want this team to be bullies on offense too.
I'm right there with you. And my thing about it is I had a middle school teacher that always said there's more than one way to cook chicken. And there's a lot of different ways to build a good football team. Obviously, there's ebbs and flows on the things that seem to be more prevalent. At least for them, they have decided that they want it to look this particular way. We've seen it. They want to run the football. They want to have a defense-first team. They want to be able to be bullies. If that's the case, then lean into it fully, and that means, as you discussed, investing in the offense, particularly on the line, your running back, and probably tight end, especially with what it felt like you might have lost offensively with the injuries that you had last year. Some other things around the NFL. Shout out to Mike Florio, who I know could be much derided because of his general disposition, if we're going to be entirely honest. But the NFLPA and the NFL have been going back and forth on this report card thing, right? The NFLPA yearly had put out these report cards off of surveys from players on various different things with organizations, whether it was accommodations or, child care or things of that nature. And the NFL basically got a ruling that put the kibosh on this for the NFLPA, that they could not publicly release their grievances. Well, apparently in the grievance that the NFL filed to an arbitrator, Mike Florio got the papers on this. So now we know some of the teams and some of the things that they took issue with. So I would like to then put them up to you, Paul, as is this a valid complaint or is this whining?
The owners don't like it. Put a kibosh on. That was terrible. I think this is whining. I think this is complaining. I think it is soft, and Streisand affected themselves. They have called attention to something that not as many people are aware of, and now you're going to see actual media involvement. That's the next step. There's a lot of people that do not care that much about the access that an NFL team gives them that are going to help the players perhaps do a more detailed report about all the things that they don't like inside of an organization. Woody Johnson, worst owner in the NFL, he shouldn't have done this.
Yes.
This is going to hurt more owners than it's going to help them. Whenever you try to censor something, you will piss off people in the process, and they will go out of their way to get over on you because you this.
Right. So in the grievance, apparently we found out, mind you, the Texans do not show up as one of the teams that had a complaint about the grievances, right, or about the rulings. The Jets, first and foremost, because it does feel like Woody Johnson is number one on this. Quote, the union said players complained that management responded to feedback by making conditions worse, which if you're complaining about them actually talking about you making things worse after getting feedback, I feel like that validates the claim that the players were having.
They're punishing them for being honest with their feedback.
And he's like, how dare you point that out that we did that to you?
He sounds like the teachers at an orphanage or something like that. The people who are like, oh, you want some actual food? Here's more porridge. You eat your porridge.
Apparently the Bengals, their thing that they put into this, the union criticized treatment of families, starting with players, called it a major concern and saying there is little to no effort to support families. One player described the treatment of families as almost disrespectful, resulting in an F- grade. That is what the Cincinnati Bengals brought to the table as, we can't keep putting this public. They're saying that we don't provide treatment for families.
They'll never be able to re-sign Dom Toretto.
There's an F- grade?
That means you're really, really bad. That's right.
Yeah, you're trying to make a point. Yeah, at that point.
F is the one grade where there's no plus, there's no minus. It's just F. And if you get an F-, you're really bad. You're like trying to do Tony Clark things with their family? Like, what are we doing here? What are we doing to get an F-?
That is our second Tony Clark mention.
Yeah, I can't make enough.
We are going to get to the Tony Clark circumstance, which is unbelievable.
I don't need a defense when I have family.
Thank you, Dom Toretto. And then some of the other teams that were caught up in this, I mentioned the Jets, the Bengals, the Bills, Cardinals, Eagles, Buccaneers, Jaguars, Chiefs, Panthers, Patriots, and Colts. All teams that were within this grievance that ultimately got the NFLPA, apparently limited on their ability to put these reports out here.
Yeah, the Patriots didn't like being called out as cheap. I know that's one of the reasons that they did that. And by the way, semi-justifiably.
That's the thing is, it's very rare that you see any of these things that came through for the players. You were like, damn, they're wilding on these. It was usually like, all right, I could see how this would happen. And oftentimes, the teams that decided, we're just going to address that, it usually went well for them, at least from my perspective.
Got to give the Texans credit, too. They're coming out, once again, looking pretty decent as an organization with this.
Looking pretty decent.
They're not on a certain list, allegedly, and on top of that, this. Boom.
I don't know what list you're talking about. I don't even know what list you're talking about. All right, that's around the NFL here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I promised this earlier. Let's get to it now. What are some of the biggest storylines that we're looking for the Rockets in the stretch run that begins tomorrow? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
All right now let's talk basketball, NCAA tournament basketball.
Loop is powered by McCarran Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call McCarran Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. Hope your Wednesday is going pretty well as we're having a good one to this point. I don't know if this is going to change the vibe at all of how this show is going, because I want to talk about the Rockets. The Rockets have been very frustrating. It's probably the easiest way that I can speak to what this team has been, at the very least in the calendar year of 2026. Maybe dating even a little bit further back, because this was the season that it was supposed to represent a real big jump for them. You go and you get Kevin Durant to add to a team that out of nowhere went from not being in the play-in to all of a sudden being number 2 seed in the Western Conference. Like, this is supposed to be an ascension, and as you know, at times ascensions aren't linear, right? The development is not always linear, and this has taken some interesting fits and starts. So this All-Star break, now we're looking at the stretch run and saying, what are we supposed to be looking forward to? What are the storylines that are coming? So I kind of wanted to get into that. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. What are the storylines that you are watching as we're going down the stretch run here?
Number one is, can Reed Sheppard significantly improve between now and the playoffs, which I expect the Rockets to be in?
Does it not feel like that the first question is, if you're asking Reed, is will they come to terms with actually playing Reed?
That's number two.
Okay, cool. My bad.
Are they actually going to play him enough? It's all about Reed Sheppard, I think, the rest of the regular season.
You think so?
I think after that, is Amen Thompson going to make a big leap between now and the end of the year? No. I think Amen Thompson's final form is a couple of seasons away. Are you going to get more consistency out of Jabari Smith? Are you going to get more consistency out of the guys that you expect consistency from already, even if you're not getting it on a nightly basis, with Kevin Durant, with Alperen Şengün? All those things. Yeah, you could wonder about him. But to me, the real difference between this team doing what I think it's probably going to do, which is a competitive first-round exit, and actually going on a run, is if they can find somebody who can play point guard to take load off of Alperen Şengün, Durant, and Amen Thompson. And it feels like Ime Udoka doesn't want to make Reed Sheppard a possible alternative to Amen Thompson.
So I'm with you on Reed Sheppard ends up being a big portion of this. We've kind of settled on that in the way that we've talked about this team of late. How likely do you feel that it is that, Ime Udoka and his staff do eventually at least get to a place where we need to play him more? Because I think that there's a benefit in downtimes like this, having the fullness of a all-star break, as opposed to here's a couple of days and you're getting ready for this next game and you're traveling and you're doing practices and whatever that keeps you busy during a time when the season is going. These little breaks, in theory, give you an opportunity to stop and reflect. Do you think that reflection is there? How hard up do you think Ime Udoka is on the things that are keeping him from playing Reed Sheppard as prominently as it seems like some of us want him to?
Just based off the way they talk to us, it's a 0% chance that they're going to change things up. Whether it's Ime Udoka putting down questions, just asking about the possibility, or it's Rafael Stone at the post-trade deadline press conference saying, well, maybe it's just not our year. When you say something like that, it's because you don't look at any of the alternatives that you have on the roster as someone who can get you closer. And to me, I'm at the point of, screw it. We had a week away, to what you were just saying a moment ago, Reggie. Why not throw things at the wall?
Right.
Especially when things are getting frustrating and they just don't want to do it. And I see no reason that they are going to change their mind even with a week away.
I think pursuant to your question, or to your kind of storyline there with the Reed thing, because obviously the larger storyline is point guard, can you find answers? Because you went through the trade deadline and the answers are not going to be external. So now, are they going to be internal? And the only answer that it feels like you have is Reed Sheppard. Unless this is a storyline, and it's a tangential one, really. How real was the possibility of Fred VanVleet returning? Right? Because that was something that we held off as, well, maybe. You can't really talk about it. Now you're getting to a place where we're a couple of weeks away from the month of March turning over, and March ended up being an interesting time because it felt like, hey, if he's on the high end or the fast end of returning, this is when it would be. how real is that? Because
it can't be that high, right?
It can't be that high, but a non-0% chance would be something that's worthwhile, especially if you're in a place where you're locked into it's either a Men Thompson or Reed Shepherd, who we're not all that confident they're going to utilize, or Fred VanVleet, who we know somewhat organizes this, if you can manage to get him healthy quick enough. I think that becomes something that you have to watch a little bit.
It would be fun, and if we maybe were seeing more posts from him on social media working out, maybe you'd start to think to yourself, you're saying there's a chance, but at this moment in time.
So you're telling me I need to turn on my notifications on the Fred VanVleet
that could be
social media. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to put out engagement porn for all those Rockets
hear that, Fred?
sickos.
Show we need workout video, Fred.
Yeah, for all those Rockets sickos like and the Rockets Kids Club with Brad O and those other folks. Yeah, put this out there and just pray to the gods, the basketball gods. But it just seems, even with all the revolutions we've had when it comes to the medicine and getting athletes back out on the field, court, diamond, it just seems impossible for him to have been hurt when? What was it, like September?
Yeah.
To now? I mean, damn, dog, it's has it been a half a year yet? Not even close.
Right.
So if he's listen, crazier things have happened. I didn't think Stephon Diggs would be as good as he was this past season after tearing his ACL midway through last year with the Texans. He was. But nah, man, I'm not feeling it with Fred VanVleet. That's a pipe dream.
Yeah, it feels like a pipe dream, but it's one of those things because of the circumstances that you found yourself in that matters. There's the larger one that is just, are they going to find some level of identity that is outside of just the isolation and Alper and Şengün hub? And I think the secondary one to that is, even if they don't, can they find a way to elevate what they've been doing? And I think the first storyline in that is, can they knock down threes at a higher rate than they have, at least of recently?
They just don't shoot as many.
They don't take that many, and it was necessary for them to shoot at a pretty good rate when they didn't take that many for this to work. When the three-point shooting rate dips a little bit, it becomes very notable. Can you have the likes of Tari Eason knocking down shots a little more consistently? Is Jabari going to be more consistent there? Can you possibly get more out of Dorian Finney-Smith as a potential spot-up guy?
That's why you brought him. He was supposed to be that guy.
Right, he's supposed to be part
3D.
of that, yes. So can you get a little bit more of that to make at least what you've been doing more tenable in a way that could possibly win you a first-round series?
But much like
maybe even a second one.
Shepard only better if you play him. I think you only get better at shooting threes if you shoot them. And it feels like Ime Udoka is the example of a football coach that everyone complains about, the defensive-minded football coach who doesn't want the offense to do all sorts of crazy things. And I just don't see Ime Udoka changing his mindset on that. And I don't know who would on his coaching staff be able to change his mindset on that. And it's one of the reasons that I think this offseason you're going to be looking at a real offensive-minded assistant that can work with Ime Udoka. And I'm not saying go the route of Joe Mazzulla and my Boston Celtics, where you're shooting a bazillion threes a game. But at the very least, I understand why they're doing that. And by the way, it's working out really well for them this season, considering they don't have their best player, allegedly, in Jason Tatum.
I think also, great points there. The one thing that I will throw up here is that the first 10 games out of the break are pretty damn winnable, right? So I guess in some ways, how much steam do they build up?
Treat them as preseason games. Let Reed play. Let's shoot a bunch of threes. Screw it.
Right. I think there's a couple ways you could view this. And here's the 10 games coming out of the All-Star break. On the road versus the Charlotte Hornets, who have been a little bit better of a team, especially with Con Knippel and Brandon Miller playing some good basketball. At the Knicks, who they've been one of, if not the best teams in the East. But then you get the Jazz at home. You get the Kings, who are a perpetual mess, back to being that at home. You get the Magic on the road, who they can't score either, so maybe y'all just get in a rocket. You go on the road versus Miami, who they've been in a little bit of tumult themselves. On the road versus the Wizards, who are not a professional basketball team. At home versus the Warriors, who also in a tumult. You'll get the Blazers at home, who have the possibility of being a good basketball team, but they're not fully formed. And then you have the Spurs on the road. There's a lot of winnable games within there. I think that there's a good and bad side of that. Like, do you find a level of rhythm and find some answers in some winnable games? Or do you then win some games and then they take you away from figuring out some of the answers that you need to be figuring out because it's a little bit more viable?
If you're playing a bunch of bums, what can you rationally put into what you do over this month of the season where guys are getting into Cancun mode? It starts about now.
Yeah, so much conversation has been about teams tanking. You have a few of those on your
Already.
next 10, right?
And then forget about the teams tanking. You got some teams out there that just don't give a crap at this point in the year. Rightfully so. What are you playing for? Maybe you're playing for another contract or something like that, but a lot of guys start checking out this time of year. It's why I always have a tough time taking what happens in March and in early April seriously. And it was something I was talking about often. You remember Jalen Green a couple of years ago had an awesome last month of the year, and I think it was Jabari Smith Jr. had an awesome last month of the year. Well, what did we see after that? Nothing really. It's a reflection of what these next couple of months are. So, hey, maybe the Rockets can get a little confidence in themselves over these next couple of weeks, but is that actually going to also carry over into the playoffs? Doubtful.
So these are some of the things that we're watching for the Rockets the next stretch of games as they head towards the playoffs. They're still situated to probably be a home team and have home court advantage at the very least in the playoffs. They still got really good players at the very top of this team, but there's some answers and some explaining that they need to do over the next few weeks through their play. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, where there is a mess happening with the Major League Baseball Players Association that we need to talk about. Plus, I have for you the ultimate reason to not want CJ traded. I'll tell you what that is next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland. basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. A few things to get to, but real quick, let me jump on the base power text line where someone made a point, because earlier we were talking about the Mike Evans. He's going to come back for his 13th season, but he's not going to play in Tampa, so where does he end up? We were talking about it, and we're like, I don't know if you should, make that decision to bring him home, right, to the greater Houston area, as he's a Galveston boy. 281 makes a great point that the Titans always end up with the last-ditch wide receiver, and we were just running through them. It's like, oh, there's a lot of these.
Andre Johnson.
Andre ended up there. Tyler Lockett very recently ended up there.
Randy Moss.
Yeah,
Julio
the Randy
Jones,
Moss one. Yes.
Calvin Ridley.
Was Hopkins there at one point?
That is a good question.
Did DeAndre Hopkins end up there?
He's been on so many teams. I think he was, though, because I think he caught one of the big touchdown passes from Will Levis, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they just end up with all of them, man. I had not realized that was the wide receiving old folks home, so to say.
Nursing home. Yeah,
I had
Heaven's waiting
that.
room. The town I grew up in used to be called. DeAndre Hopkins did play for the Titans.
Then he ended up at the Ravens still. So
true. So he's still going, but they love to take flyers on older wide receivers. St. Petersburg, Florida, where I went to high school when I was down there, was known as Heaven's Waiting Room.
Yeah,
now it's young and fun, and it's like Florida's Austin.
That was especially when all the New Yorkers, when they got
Snowbirds.
old, they ended up in Florida, and specifically St. Pete.
All the Northeasterners, yes.
Yeah, that's a great point. So although I will say, with all that being said, please keep Mike Evans away from the Tennessee Titans. I don't need Cam Ward with that level of wide receiver, even at his age, and even with. I mean, he would have put up. I think he would have put up another 1,000 if it wasn't for the injuries.
Yeah, he was playing great, and I mean, take a look at the supporting cast around him in Tampa Bay. Igbuka, I think, would have had a much better start to finish rookie season if not for Evans getting hurt, because his production went down a lot after Evans went down. And you just take a look at how the Bucs started off last year, where Baker Mayfield's in the MVP conversation. That's really where the injury bad luck for the Buccaneers started, with Mike Evans.
All right, so when it comes to what's popping, there is a big story going on with the first MLB Players Association leader that had played in the association, or in the majors, I should say. Tony Clark.
He's doing lots of playing.
He sure was.
How many of those have you got in your back pocket there, Paul?
Oh, he's got a lot. We're gonna have to run through it, because if we stop down on everyone, that is all we're gonna be able to do here.
They're coming to. It's just I get in the zone.
Very good. Tony Clark, who was the Major League Baseball Players Association leader, he resigned after the revelation of what was an inappropriate relationship. Apparently, he had hired his sister-in-law in 2023.
Yeah, family. It's fine. What's wrong with that?
The nepotism ends up being an issue. This also becomes very bad when you put it in the context of supposedly he had been having a, let's say, uncarnal or maybe a carnal
Why do we have to tap dance around this? Allegedly, he was having an affair with his brother's wife.
Was it brother's wife? Did we ultimately get that?
I'm assuming that's what it means.
Well,
right?
That's the thing is, a lot of people on social media have been like, well, the reporters are not doing their jobs because sister-in-law means two things. Which one does it mean?
Which one is worse, sister's wife or brother's wife?
Wait, wife's sister or brother's wife? Or brother's wife is probably. Ooh, I don't know. Which one is worse, Paul? I was gonna say brother, but wife's sister is a real nasty thing, especially
wife's sister or brother's
wife's sister would be worse.
You think so?
Text it in on the base power text line.
Well, I mean that is quite the betrayal. It's another level of betrayal, but because it really is about how you feel about your brother, I guess. Say he doesn't like his brother, because some brothers don't like each other, right?
That 100%. There are definitely brothers that do not like each other.
Man.
But going with the sister of your wife, like it's almost like you do not care about the feelings of your wife at all in this.
Agreed. I mean,
either way is bad, guys.
Both of these are awful.
I highly recommend you don't do this.
Yes.
It's never worth it, no matter how hot that in-law might be. Don't do it, guys.
It is the in-the-loop party line. That
family ruiner.
You should not cheat in this way. And I'm sure Figgy is somewhere adding in public, because that's typically what he does in this circumstance. Don't get caught. But yes, I think I'm going to cast my vote for brother's wife, because wife's sister is problematic. Don't get me wrong. But if that relationship ends, you don't have to see any of that side of the family. If that relationship ends on brother's wife, he is still your brother, right? That is still going to mess up this particular nucleus of what you got going here. But yes, 703, you're right. We are splitting hairs here. This salacious part of it, Tony Clark stepping down means a lot because he also, his departure comes as he is facing federal investigation by the Eastern District of New York for his handling of union finances.
Oh, hell yeah.
So,
I wonder if he was giving some of these finances to the sister-in-law that he was sheboinking.
I mean, if you're going to do it wrong, if you're going to do shenanigans, you might as well tie them all together, right? You can't have shenanigans on different. You don't want a multi-front war of shenanigans, right?
I guess not. I think to the point that you had brought up that Figgy would say, hey, don't get caught. This would be the ideal way to not get caught. Like, you're keeping the affair to the office, right? I mean, that's how it would work if you were an absolute
dirtbag. Don't bring the affair to the office. That's the thing.
Yeah, but if it's at the office, technically you're never in public, Like, hey, you got your own office, and then you have your secretary office. I don't know, man. I don't know.
I feel like you haven't seen enough office shenanigans because
no, I haven't. But I've read about what Matt Lauer used to do. So
oh boy, we can't bring that one to this. The thing that I think
maybe
about is
I don't know.
Yeah, maybe we can at this point. With Tony Clark,
this guy seems like a scumbag.
You seem to be barreling towards a work stoppage in baseball. And this is one of the worst times to have the leadership of this union not be here, because now you have to find someone who your union could trust that can rally up support and have them come together for a union that honestly has lost ground. And on Tony Clark, they've lost a majority of their conversations with baseball, so to say. I think that this is really bad for especially fans and what might happen on the other side of this work stoppage that it feels like we're barreling towards.
It makes you wonder, put a tinfoil hat on, is it possible that maybe somebody in the owner's room found out about this?
I was honestly thinking that, like, what is like some espionage?
Whatever the case, I mean, listen, let's not act as if the people that own these baseball franchises, who are all cowards and hide and never speak in front of a microphone.
And never let us know about their finances and how much money they actually make from this. Yes.
Right, except for Jim Crane, because Jim Crane actually does talk for what it's worth. But if you take a look at all these owners, is it possible that one of these owners knows a person that's inside that office and not only is bringing the power of the Eastern District into Tony Clark's life, but also maybe knew something about what might be going on in the office, and they drop this at a time like this? It's possible. I don't think they have any control over when the Eastern District actually takes a look into Tony Clark's finances, but I wonder. The timing is definitely not great for the Players Association. And this, of all the players' associations in sports, has always been thought of as the strongest one.
And that's the thing, is it's always been thought of as the strongest one, but I think that this has shifted. I think that they have become weaker. And even if they are the strongest of the ones that are out here in, I guess, major professional men's sports in America, they've lost ground in a way that I don't think that people have acknowledged, and
You're
that
right.
was going to show up in this
They've lost more now.
And exactly. So it's worth noting that the Eastern District thing, that has to do with like basically stealing from the union and trying to do, when it comes to like what's the way to put it, some of the like the players' name, image, likeness type things that they do. It's not worth getting into the details.
I'll simplify it. It's Paul Giamatti in Billions. He's coming down on you hard.
So I'm so intrigued by this, and this does not, in my mind, bode well. And it really does suck that this is a player who had ascended to these ranks that you would imagine, oh man, has an understanding of how to work the union to some degree. I'm interested to see how the union handles this, because the NFLPA has just had their own players union scandal, and it's not very easy.
Yeah.
It's not very easy to whip up support and get everybody on the same page, especially now that the haves and the have-nots in these unions have gotten further apart. I'm very intrigued to see how they go about establishing a new leadership for themselves.
It's tough. You got to find somebody who's got a strong voice, who's probably got a little bit of financial background, and on top of that, the relationships that you probably build when you are the head, like Tony Clark's been for such a long period of time. How do you recreate those overnight? It's going to take a long time, I think, for baseball to find somebody that's going to be a capable player here. And to what you were saying earlier, Reggie, yeah, they've lost some power. They do not have the same kind of pull that they used to, even if they still have more pull than most other players' associations. I guess you could argue the NBA has gotten to a point, just given how easy things are for the players these days, where you don't even have to play like 3/5 of the season anymore. I think that maybe NBA has surpassed baseball's Players Association.
We'll see. We'll see what that comes to. But yeah, that's such a wild circuit. Hey, man.
Keep it in your pants, guys, especially the families.
Or just pick a struggle, man. If you're gonna be out here pocketing in the union, don't then bring your family business to the union. And if you're gonna have family business, don't bring it to work, right? Like I feel like all of these things made it so that he created his own storm of a situation, and the timing could not be. Well, it could be worse because it could have happened like 5 or 6 months from now when they were even closer to the potential of a work stoppage.
That would be pretty funny.
So which one do y'all think it is? Brother's wife?
I'm going
Wife,
brother's
sisters?
wife.
So
wife, sister.
I'm looking at these outlets don't look familiar to me. There's
So throw some allegedlys on here.
It's allegedly.
People
it is
are
allegedly
speculating that.
It is allegedly his brother's wife.
Okay, all right. I can't take a victory lap because I don't know the veracity of these things. The thing that I do believe strongly in is there is one more reason for you to root for C.J. Stroud to not be traded. And it's a very simple one. Like I'm not getting into the nitty-gritty of it. We already talked about it earlier. I would very much like to not have to have some of these conversations that we're having about C.J. Stroud. But I think we can all get on the same page on the idea that we should not want C.J. Stroud traded for this one particular reason. I take you to the Twitter account that is named at McClain on NFL, which is our guy, John McClain.
Hall of Famer.
Yes, and I'll read it verbatim. John tweeted yesterday at 1:31 p.m., if C.J. Stroud is traded, I'll walk naked down Kirby Drive rush hour.
Never gonna happen.
Is anyone willing to do it if he's not traded? Didn't think so. First and foremost, who are we talking to right now, John? Like, why are we trying to do this to make sure that somebody is walking naked down Kirby during drive time? But also, John, I love you. I do not want to see your booty butt cheeks walking down Kirby, especially during rush hour, especially to make what is already a terrible time driving to Houston worse. I don't want this to happen. I feel like we should all band together and just use our energy and our auras to make sure that C.J. Stroud is not traded for this reason and this reason alone.
Yippee-ki-yay to you. McClain has in the past said that the Texans were not going to trade Deshaun Watson.
That is correct.
And also,
wasn't that before the allegations, though?
A long time ago, when John McClain was asked about if the Texans were going to use their number 1 overall pick in 2014 on a quarterback, he said that they would. They took Jadeveon Clowney, so he ate a newspaper.
I remember that. There's video of it. It's good video, too.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm just, you know what my big thing is? I am not fond of the bet that has no other side, right? I'm not fond of the one-sided bet because why? Why are we doing this? Like people,
stunt, baby.
It's just like this. Oh no!
If the Rockets hadn't missed 27 straight threes, I would have begun my time in the morning drive show that I did with Mike Meltzer and Seth Payne here on Sports Radio 610 with a shaved head. I was going to shave my head.
What was the get back?
The get back was either I thought that the Rockets had no chance to beat the Warriors in that 2018 Western Conference Final Series. Thought they had no chance, and I got to keep my hair.
So you're thankful for
I don't think that you're setting yourself very nicely.
I hated those Rockets teams. I have no issue with like admitting that. Like James Harden aesthetically was an abomination. It was just terrible to watch. Soft, unmanly basketball. You're not playing defense. You're flopping to get calls. Disgusting.
So unethical.
Yeah. No honor.
I get that perspective. I enjoyed those basketball teams, though. I'm not gonna lie.
I wanted the Warriors to win. I don't care. Steph Curry, fun. James Harden, gross.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, CBS Sports put together a 10 reasons or 10 things that you need to keep in account, or basically the rules for handling free agency. How many of these do you agree with, and how many of these do you think that the Texans will abide by? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
My favorite part about the Houston Fishing Show is there's always some deals out there, man.
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. Reginald Atatula, Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez. Still in Costa Rica, still fishing his ass off, enjoying his time. And then Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of one Figgy Fig. The base power text line 713-572-4610 if you want to get involved with the program. I found this interesting here, Paul, because we're still a little bit away from actual free agency hitting, but there's been so much conversation about the players that we are interested in theory or possibly for the Texans and other teams, I'm sure. CBS Sports put together a free agency playbook, 10 rules that you should follow when it comes to NFL free agency. And I kind of wanted to run this by you, get a feel for it. How many of these do you think are right, and how many of these do you think apply for the Texans when they head into free agency? Admittedly, a free agency that I don't know how deeply they need to go into, but it feels like they need to be good about, right?
Can't do nothing. I think there's a chance they do very little, that they don't move the needle, but you got to do something in this, you would think.
Okay, so you said there's a chance that they do very little and then basically lean on the draft in your mind?
Yeah.
What does that look like for your brain?
As far as options or people they would potentially go after?
No, just generally, because because I could see what you're talking about. Because last year we were probably in a similar circumstance where I was like, hey, I want you to take a full-on assault approach to make this offensive line better, which is I know vividly I recall Kevin Zeitler was a name that I was very interested in, right? At that point, coming off of his tenure with the Detroit Lions, that had been a good offensive line with him there. A little bit older of a player, but I was like, I know he can play. Go get like a Kevin Zeitler to add to your line, then add your draft picks and see if you can't make your line significantly better. They decided to go with an approach that was, I mean, they got into free agency, but it was bargain bin, right? And I could maybe see them doing, I would hate to see this happen, but I could see them going, hey, let's add a few more bargain bin pieces to throw them at the wall and see if they work, and then add even more through the draft to the offensive line to continue to, take steps towards being better without like a big leap of what I'm hoping.
They're more likely to do that, in my opinion, to bargain bin hunt, to address the offensive line, and then once again bring somebody in the draft, than are to sign some free agent offensive lineman who was let out of wherever that person was this past season for a reason. They're much more likely, I think, to do that than overpay for one of those offensive linemen. I think the smart organizations out there are not looking to sign offensive linemen in free agency.
And that might fall into rule number one the CBS Sports puts together. Don't expect free agent spending to equal success.
Yeah, I see it with the Dolphins. I've seen it with Washington in the past. Those are the teams that always were the guiltiest culprits of winning in March. And how often did that tie into success? And how often would you see those contracts 2 years later, the guy quietly has been cut or taken some sort of a pay cut?
Which is funny because if you do the thing that we all tend to do coming off of a Super Bowl, which is what did the teams in the Super Bowl tell us about ultimately how you go about this? If you looked at the Patriots and saw that they had over $100 million in free agent spending, you could easily come up and go, well, maybe that's the way that you do this. They hit on all those free agents.
They did.
The reason why I think I agree with this, you can't just go and say we're going to spend a whole bunch of money and that makes us good, which, hey, Tennessee, I understand that they're in a place where they have a lot of money, but that's probably a reason why we shouldn't do the thing where we go, here comes Tennessee, and they're absolutely going to be better. But I think free agency is a tool to use, especially to address certain things. And I think with the Texans, it would be more of that. More of, can we get a piece that really helps us in one of two places, defensive line, running back, versus we're trying to throw a whole bunch of money to cobble together things to fix a team at large, as opposed to I'm trying to find a very particular piece that fits in and helps what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, I'm thinking that that's how they're going to look at it. They're going to be cautious. I think Nick Casario's history has just told us that this is not the kind of team that goes big. And I think that's the right way to go about things, even though it's frustrating for people who want those big name splashes to placate them until August.
Fair enough. The second rule is not going to apply to the Texans, I don't imagine. Go quarterback bargain shopping. Obviously, the idea of rebooting quarterbacks has kind of been the trend. Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, Jared Goff, so on and so forth. And I think that's why we keep getting all the conversations about teams possibly going bargain shopping, and then the name C.J. Stroud keeps coming up for all these various people.
Well, I think just what Daniel Jones did this past season and what Sam Darnold did this past season are going to make some people think that, hey, maybe we can find that guy that was in a bad spot and get more out of him. I would say devil's advocate for the Texans doing something like this is Davis Mills making C.J. Stroud look over his shoulder. I don't think he is. Could you get somebody better than that? If you are not convinced that C.J. Stroud's the guy, is there somebody else out there that's a more competitive backup for Stroud? Maybe they look at that.
I understand the process. I just feel like that would not be, especially in a team that is, I don't want to say cash-strapped by any means, but they are starting to find the commitments monetarily on this team to be far spread, right? You got money locked up in various different places on the defense. You're going to add some more. You've got some money locked up in various places on the offense even as well. Does it make sense to add some money for a quarterback who you're not even anticipating to start, just to kind of push your starter? I understand the thought process. I don't know that in practice that's the best way to go for this Texas team, but I understand the thought that you throw up there. Rule 3 that CBS Sports puts up on the 10 rules that you got to use when you go into free agency. It's okay to pay running backs on short-term deals.
Do that.
I'm with you, right? They talk about the highest average annual salary amongst the 2024 free agent running back class being Saquon Barkley. Then you had Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, DeAndre Swift, Aaron Jones, Tony Pollard. All of those hit. All of those hit for them in those circumstances. Not to say that all of them are going to hit, but the 2024 free agent class really opened our eyes to the idea that, hey, man, getting a running back even if you're spending a little bit more than what people have gotten used to and just kind of turning over and getting running backs cheaply in the draft, you can get real value there. And I think that this is one where, again, we're gonna sound like broken records. With you trying to be a running team and with an offensive line that I don't know, you're going to make it an above average offensive line. I really hope that you can do that by adding in, hopefully a free agent and some rookies. There's still going to be some possibilities that you're going to need your running back. And not even just that. Any good offensive line is going to need a running back to then elevate what they do. And Woody Marks is not by himself going to do that. And he's so much more situated to be the best version of himself if there's someone else that also is ahead of him in the pecking order.
He's a third down running back. Sign a guy. You can do it for 2 years. You don't have to spend that much money on it. It's not the obstacle that people believe it to be. You don't have to give these guys 6-year contracts. And while the running backs might have their own Zoom call lamenting about the fact that they're not getting the big-time contracts anymore, they know what the reality is. And if somebody's going to offer them some short-term deal that offers them enough money, they're going to take it. If there is a guy out there that you believe in the talent of, you should bring that guy in to help out C.J. Stroud because he needs help, and it can't be Nick Chubb. It can't be Jawar Jordan off the street again. It's got to be someone real.
I think that Jawar Jordan could be one of those pieces that it's like, oh, this is nice as a third
as a practice
or fourth
squad player.
Or somebody that else
special teams player over Dare.
How far down this 2025 market are you looking? Because I know we talked about it yesterday. Obviously, the names Breece Hall, Kenneth Walker III are the most appealing. ETN, Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, those are all names that are out there.
ETN's intriguing. I mean, it takes away from the Jaguars.
Sure, that's one way to look at it. I hadn't even taken it to that place. I think all those names are intriguing to some degree. If you want to swing, I would like to swing big in that one particular place. Rule number 4 they throw out here, beware of the age 30 wall for wide receivers. Wide receivers over the age of 30. He ended up looking at every wide receiver with 10,000 career receiving yards to debut since 2000. They average about 90 receiving yards per game from 25 to 29, and it falls off a cliff from age 30 to 34.
So they're starting to get the same kind of looks that cornerbacks entering their 30s are getting. And it makes sense because that is the position where speed, agility means so much. You're trying to create as much space as you can every single snap, every single time that you're having the ball thrown your way. And unless you are one of those guys who is just incredible at route running and getting open like Stephon Diggs are, this doesn't particularly age well. And even then, is this going to last with Stephon Diggs? What you saw this past season, this resurgence that he had with New England after the massive injury that he suffered with the Texans. So, this is definitely a good way to look at it. I know it's going to frustrate a lot of fans out there because you want the big name splashes this time of year.
Yeah, I was like, is it? Because I think, well, actually, 713-572-4610. Let me know, where are you with the possibility of, wide receiver? We've thrown it out there a little bit. I don't know that very many people are actually in the place where they're like, hey, let's add wide receivers per se. I think people have bought kind of somewhat the company line of your addition is Tank Dell returning. I think people are very fascinated with that, especially with the association that this city has with Tank Dell, not just with the Texans, but also dating back to the Cougars. And I'm not trying to make this just about a nostalgia and fondness. When he is right, assuming that he can get back to that same type of right, he is a separator. He is an explosive type of guy that would add what you're looking for in a free agent if he was to return to this team the way that you anticipate.
We'll see if he does. How about this? I mean, free agent wide receiver, or do you trust the Texans when it comes to drafting wide receivers? Because look at who they've drafted. I mean, Nico Collins, Tank Dell when he was healthy. I like what I saw out of Jaden Higgins his rookie year. I liked what I saw out of Jalen Knoll his rookie year. Xavier Hutchinson has been a steal considering where you drafted him, what he's contributed to you. This is an organization that drafts well at that position.
Pretty much, although you can also bring up like the John Mechie's of the world that have had to move
Took a flyer
on,
on a guy who was a first-round pick who had the injury and obviously cancer. I mean,
Right.
like, I kind of get why that one didn't work out so well.
And of course, it's also worth remembering with any draft circumstances that you're not going to hit 100% of the time. You obviously want to hit more often than not on the higher.
That's a
draft
good one to bring
picks.
up, though.
But it is worth noting. But I mean, I think that I would lean towards that from the 713. We need Tyreek Hill. So I did not anticipate that there'd be very many people saying that. Tyreek Hill.
This is the problem. Everyone wants the big ticket item that they see out there. They want the big splash free agent signing. This guy just sucks as a person. Can we just get that through everyone's heads? He sucks as a person, and bringing him in is not going to give this Texans offense some sort of killer instinct. He is somebody that I wonder about the commitment he has towards football, since he's constantly talking about his post-career pursuits. And on top of that, I mean, we know where he's going this offseason. He's going to Kansas City.
You think he goes to Kansas? You think he returns to Kansas City?
Definitely. They're going to try to. They are going to try to get him back.
You wouldn't see a level of rejoining Mike McDaniel, Black Mike, there in Los Angeles to help Justin Herbert with an offense that very much seemed to fit him.
Oh, the Chargers actually going to give him the kind of money that he's looking for versus ours. Is he going to want to go back to a situation that he had a lot of success with, a situation where he won? The Chargers and Jim Harbaugh and Tyreek Hill, does that work out? By the way, Jim Harbaugh, are we sure he's still with it? I'm not sold on Jim Harbaugh still being the Jim Harbaugh of old.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not. Just listening to him talk before the Patriots-Chargers game, I was like, what's his deal now? He seems like he's lost his fastball. Doesn't sound like the same guy. He's just constantly putting Justin Herbert on a pedestal. Okay.
Yeah, but he's a weird dude. Like that has been the Jim Harbaugh that I've known. The Jim Harbaugh that went at Michigan was with a punting recruit and had a sleepover in like a tree house or something to that effect. Like, yeah, that's him.
I think
that's who he is.
Fair, but I mean, I think he got pantsed in that game against New England, like constantly being caught with those substitutions that were happening, winding more time off the clock. I don't think Jim Harbaugh is that guy anymore.
We'll see about that. Rule 5, extend star players early. I think the Texans are usually very good about this and not playing the waiting game. I think that the quarterback ends up being a little bit different, but that's why I'm pretty certain that Will Anderson Jr. gets done. Don't pay tight ends big money in free agency as a rule.
That one's going to be tough.
I don't know that the Texans were going to be a free agent tight end type destination. Speaking of tight ends, which this brought me up, how much confidence do you have in Luke Lachey? This was a guy that I remember. I don't know if we talked about it, but I remember standing next to you watching him a little bit at training camp at times, and I was like, man, he seems to have some stuff, but he just felt like he was not polished enough. Is this a guy that
glad you reminded me of who he was, because I did not remember who Luke Lachey was. I was like, is this a Nick Lachey brother?
Right. Is it fair for us to even put him in the framework, or just that's
he's like, hey,
he was like a 6th, 7th rounder?
Like, cool. I wish him the best of luck, but no, I'm not expecting him to do much.
Rule 7 matters to the Texans. Protect your franchise quarterback.
Yeah.
And again, even if you're not certain if he's your franchise quarterback yet, because Caleb Williams was something that, I mean, he's young. They were still very much bought into it. But you saw the difference in Caleb Williams year 1 versus Caleb Williams with a significantly better offensive line, including the protector of the year, Joe Thuney, that they went and traded a 4th-round pick for. Right? You saw the difference in what he brought. I think that especially if you were trying to figure out very fully what is C.J. Stroud without any questions, because I know that, you know, there's people that feel solid about it, their thoughts one way or another. If you want to remove questions, make sure that offensive line is together. That's why I'm so strong on that.
Yeah, I think that's one that everyone is thinking every single offseason, but it's easier said than done, and throwing money at the problem doesn't always solve it. But even if there are options to theoretically bring in, it's really a matter of why did those guys get to free agency in the first place? Why didn't the organization in a league where offensive line play is just bad, why are these guys not back with their current team?
The two biggest ones that I wanted to hit out of the final 3, the Rule 9, buyer beware on overpaying cornerbacks. I don't know that that's going to be anything of real note for the Texans. Rule 8, don't pay aging pass rushers. And Rule 10, which was position stack, add multiple players to fill one position of need. Which of these feels like it is the most apt? Because there is like the don't pay aging pass rushers, but the thing that it makes me think about is Danielle Hunter, where Danielle Hunter is
31 years old right now.
But he still looks so damn good.
Those
and
biceps.
There's a possibility. I was talking with B. Scott yesterday. To save yourself some money, you can restructure, or maybe you could try and like do some level of extension. He didn't seem all that in on the extension. Are you in that same place because of something like this?
You're definitely looking at that position in the draft, and if you can find a bargain guy in the back of the first round
To start adding in.
Right. I mean,
back of the first round, you think you already look at replacements in that way as opposed to applying that to like an offensive need, position of need?
You're looking at whatever the best player available is. That's what the Texans constantly say. They
end up doing positions of need.
I get it, but they scoff at the position of need thing. But I mean, they have targets that they want. But I think that positions of need are positions that are of need before you're actually at the point where you need to get something right away. If that makes any sense, you got to have that forward thinking in this league, and I imagine that's on their list. Pass rushers, because you got Will Anderson, but when you pay Will Anderson, it's going to be tough to pay Danielle Hunter. It's going to be tough to pay other guys on the roster too.
So by and large, the 10 rules of free agency, you think you kind of like what CBS is doing? You feel like it applies?
Those are nice rules. Those are nice rules. I like them.
We'll see how the Texans ultimately apply those or not apply them as they go through their offseason. Combine next week, in fact, in Indianapolis. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, this is the time when we do our lunchtime confessions. We'll get those to you next.
Yep, it's Vicky Fig holding it down. Cook-off is right around the corner, and I'm sure you probably dreading all the traffic and the parking prices. Don't worry about
on postgame. Energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader. SportsRadio 610. In the Loop is powered by McClain Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call McClain Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, this has been a possible thing that's kind of been floated for a little while now. But I've always thought this is just people blowing smoke, or this gentleman was just kind of just like riding the wave to some degree. Is, you know, he enjoys being the center of attention. The dude I'm talking about, one Stephen A. Smith, right, of ESPN fame, very much enjoys kind of being in that limelight, which I won't fully begrudge him. But as we are getting more and more on this particular topic, it feels like he actually really and truly does want to run for president. You know what I mean? Like that is something that was thrown out there, like, oh, you know, political aspirations. People have come to him in the alleys or in the darkness and maybe tried to prod and pry and see if he has any interest in this. And outside of the very obvious, why the hell would we want Stephen A. Smith as president? And I have, why the hell would he want this job? I just don't understand it for the life of me. Generally, the people who in general are like, I would want to be president, I don't understand them. But him in particular, as if the way that he currently has things set up isn't the best. You're talking about sports, which ultimately isn't the most important thing in the world, right? Like, the stakes are relatively low, all things considered. He gets paid way too much money for that. And I say that with all due respect, because if there's one thing in my life that I would hope to do is be overpaid for what I do, right? I think that we all probably want to be in that place. And it just continues to grow and grow. Why would you want to go and put president on that, a job where nobody's actually going to be happy with you?
Well, if you get to the point as an entertainer where people are talking about you as president, you have to at the very least entertain it and allow that to make your name a little bit bigger than it already is. No, this guy is the master showman of media. All of it. I think all of it's an act, but I respect the act very much. And I'll give this guy a lot of credit. As someone who has occasionally watched this guy in that kind of a setting, I've seen this guy on Real Time with Bill Maher. He is pretty good when it comes to laying out points. Does that mean that he is right? Does that mean he is super informed? Not necessarily, but I think he's more informed talking politics than he is about sports these days. With the amount of mistakes that he made.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. I mean, he thought the Patriots defensive coordinator, who's been out for this entire season, he thought that guy was still running the show. He's like, we got to give credit to the brother who is running the Patriots defense behind the scenes. Like, he's often wrong. But the way that he presents his facts and takes the very easy to take makes this guy really good, because basically he positions himself to be in a spot where whenever he is arguing against people, they're the ones with the outlandish opinions, and he's got the common sense one. Guy's a master of the craft. Not everyone's cup of tea. Sometimes annoying to me as well. But if I had people saying, ooh, this guy could be a president, I would 100% be fanning those flames just a little bit so that I keep my name out there. Oh, if I'm not going to be a sports talk show host, I'll just be president. It's a ludicrous thing to think of, but it keeps his name in the conversation at all times. And that's what it's about these days.
Maybe I just have no ambition, but that for me, I'm just like, that sounds like hell as opposed to the cushy ass job that you got right now.
It is a very cushy job.
This feels like this is, but I'm also the dude who I don't understand.
He works hard though.
Oh, I don't disagree with that. And I'd be
a million shows.
I'd never be the person that, you know, talks about a lot of these folks on the TV, but particularly him, be like, oh man, he didn't do. No, there's definitely work there. Now he definitely overextends himself, but I'm also the dude who looks at like the John Grudens of the world, where you had Monday Night Football and you were just set, cushy job, you know, one game a week, talking football, and just really wanted to go back to coaching where the scrutiny was up there and you did not have the broadcast schedule. And I was like, why? You got it made. So maybe this is more about me than anything, but I can't understand for the life of me why he would want that.
These are my confessions.
Definitely going to go gray a little bit earlier. Now, earlier in the show, I talked about how I've I'm a video game addict. There's a game that I constantly go back to playing, and I've been playing this for a lot of the last 25 years, and I actually saw the amount of time that I played it on my Steam account yesterday, and it is one of those come-to-Jesus moments. Even if you are only playing it maybe at most 10 minutes a day, I have played the video game Civilization 3 over 750 hours of my life. Based off of
Civilization 3.
Yep, it's a real-time strategy game. It is an old real-time strategy game. It's a fun game. This is a game that, for whatever reason, whenever I feel not so well, not so hot, do I turn to the bottle? No. Do I turn to drugs? No. I turn to this stupid video game that I have been unable to beat at the highest level for the longest of times. It's an old game. It still takes way too long to work on my computer, and still I go back to it over and over again, and I can't figure out why I keep going back to it. It's driving me nuts. I must stop.
Wait, you're trying to figure out why? So this is like just full addiction.
It's not even that good of a game. Yeah, I don't get it.
So is your goal to beat it at its highest level?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's just a psychological thing, man. Your brain wants you to accomplish that goal. You haven't done it, so your brain sometimes like, dude, we still got this thing we want to accomplish. We got to do it. It's like a completion principle.
I gotta get there.
Are you looking for help here, or are you looking for like you're just?
No, I need to stop. I just need to stop.
Do you need cheat codes?
I keep on going back to it. No, I'm not doing the cheat codes. I have honor, Colin. How dare you? I'm not James Harden here. What are we doing?
Oh, I'm gonna throw my leg stuck out. Oh man, he dropped in my landing zone. Give me 3 points. Give me 3 free throws from outside.
A bunch of people are giving me some recommendations for other turn-based strategy games. To clarify it, nope, can't do it. Those are the ones that suck me in because I'll always say, once this turn's done, I'm going to put the computer down. And then next thing I know, it's been 5 hours and it's 3 a.m. and I don't know why I'm still playing the game that I have been playing forever and ever that doesn't even have good graphics. It's not even good. God.
All right, so the question I have is this unique to this, or do you feel like you just have an addictive personality?
Addictive personality, but it's to video games and to watching TV shows that I've already seen before. And whenever I'm not feeling my best, I go back to these little comfort vacations, and I got to stop doing it.
Honestly, I'm not going to lie. And I say this with all due respect, so please understand that on the front end. You started talking really quick, and it felt like you were on drugs. So I understand how you were getting to the place where you're like, I need to stop. I see it. It's showing up in your eyes.
And it drives me crazy.
You got a little crazy there.
It makes me angry at myself, and I constantly live in a state of self-loathing, but this makes it the worst every single time. So I got to stop. That's my confession.
These are my confessions.
What do you think you do?
I'm sure I'm going to be
for you.
I will be back on again, and I will make this same confession.
I am scared for you. The way that you just turned in that moment, I believe you.
My precious.
Yes, yeah. There was a little bit of that happening. I am so done. At least I want to be done. Let me say it that way, because I want to be done with these unretirements in fighting. Have you seen?
Yes, Ronda Rousey and Gina Carano.
Ronda Rousey, Gina Carano are supposed to unretire and fight in May. On top of that, I think recently, I don't know if it's fully done, but there's conversations about like Tyson and Mayweather supposedly having some level of exhibition. And I'm just like, why? This is not the sport where you want the old folks lead. You remember basketball used to have like the old folks game or the old timers game where you had basically legends go and play an all-star game of sorts. And they had to stop that because people kept getting hurt. That's basketball. This is fighting. Every time one of these older dudes or women in this instance steps into a combat sport at this point, I'm like, I can't feel good about this. I already should not feel as good as I do when I'm watching boxing anyways, but usually it's like, oh, this is a person that's usually in pretty good health, and I understand that they could take this. When we start getting to these, people that have already stepped away for good reason and coming back to do this, it just makes me feel bad.
It's jump the shark. This is what the sport is now, Reggie. It's what are the biggest names that we can get, and how do we get the most casual people to watch it? And I feel bad for diehard boxing fans because they are the ones that are being the most disrespected of all diehard sports fans that there are. This is what it's become. It's like, hey, here's a Paul brother fighting somebody that's no chance against him. Or it's, hey, she used to be at the top of female sports until overexposure led to her very quick downfall. And she got canceled by Disney and uncanceled after successfully suing them. This is what they are giving us as these attractions, as opposed to the best fighters in the world part of that is on the sports themselves and those who promote them losing their fastball, but it's basically celebrity deathmatch without the possibilities of claymation.
Yeah, no, that's where we've gotten to, because that's the sell. Like I always talk about the spectacle draws more than, I guess the beautiful science of getting a really good matchup. And that's the sad part, I think, really, is that we've gotten to the point where it's clear that people are they're insulting our intelligence. They're like, do you want something good, or do you want this thing that is high calories, low substance, old folks fighting, but you know their name?
It's a shame, but people are going to watch that. If it was a Floyd Mayweather Mike Tyson fight, because you've got those insane, like, these people, these boxers, like Floyd Mayweather stands are some of the worst people, but the money team, your dude is not fun to watch. At least admit that, even if he's so technically sound. Their people watch, McGregor's people, the entire country of Ireland. Tyson's people who want to see Tyson knock out these people that they don't like. This works, even if it's sad, because they are, yes, the guy's in a walker going out there, and then you see his bare ass. The one clip, the one frame that we see of Mike Tyson during that Tyson fight was of his ass in the locker room.
I forgot about that.
That was the one thing that we were able to see because Netflix couldn't handle the amount of people watching.
I had somehow managed to repress that, and thank you for bringing that back.
That's all I remember from the fight.
To the front of my memory.
His ass.
And that's how we leave this segment. So those are your lunchtime confessions
That's
here.
That's a confession.
Ass. Thank you for that. Here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Wednesday. Coming up next, I want to do a mock draft check-in. We're getting to that time of year where it's time to tap in. Daniel Jeremiah has his latest mock draft, but also, hey, Paul, why you hate mock drafts so much? I want to get into the psychology of this as well next.
Do want to talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now. I was talking to one of my friends over at D&M the other day, and I asked him about the
610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez this week. Reginald Atatula still with you. We got Colin Neal on the ones and twos in the stead of Figgy Fig. 713-572-4610 is the Base Power text line, as I think it's time, Paul. I think it's time to do a mock draft check-in. The first that we are doing here on this program.
I'll play along.
I'm very happy. Well, all right. Before we get to a place where you have to play along, I would like for you to be able to voice your displeasure with this. And I kind of want to get your feelings on it, understand your thought process. Why for you is are mock drafts such an imposition?
I hate the draft industrial complex. I think too many people have invited themselves into the draft industrial complex without having the actual acumen to talk about what they see out of college football. Now, I know there's a lot of film available to a lot of different people, and everyone fancies themselves a studier of ball these days because of all that film that's available. But when it comes to college football players, generally most of the film that you will see of these guys that's available to you is stuff that you're going to see that's on YouTube, and it's almost all highlights. The negative highlights are never there. It frustrates me that a lot of people have inserted themselves into, hey, I study film, I study college tape, because there are some guys who really do it. John Harris in particular.
Shout out to Johnny, who was on earlier
Texas
this
Radio.
morning. Yeah.
Yeah, he is awesome. There are guys who put in the work. I just hate how many people are in it that I know their work isn't qualified, and yet it gets put up on a pedestal in a way where it probably shouldn't. So then, to take the next step from the draft industrial complex, you can put out mock draft after mock draft after mock draft, and what bothers me about it is I see through it, and I know why certain players are going to be at the top of a draft board, and then in the next draft, that player is going to go down a little bit. They do things to get attention that aren't necessarily reflect how the draft's actually going to play out. So, to me, it's just a bunch of useless exercises, and I personally just like to watch the draft because I actually like watching the draft and see what happens without any possibility of knowing who's going to go where. I get it. I'm in this industry. I'm supposed to have a little bit of expertise on it, but I just hate the draft industrial complex.
I mean, if I had my druthers, we would not have a draft industrial complex because there would not be an amateur draft, right? There'd be rookie free agency, and I know I am the scourge on sports for a lot of people because people enjoy their draft, especially in the NFL. Like this is content. The NFL wants to be a 24-hour, 7 days a week, 365 proposition. They want you to always be considering how teams are getting better and will always be focusing on the NFL, and this is part of that. I do find some value in, examining the possibilities of what be. And then especially because I hear you on some people are, stepping beyond what their capabilities are. But I think there are people that do this in a way that it can be insightful and give you a little bit of an idea as to what's happening.
I agree. There are some guys who talk to teams and actually get a feel for what they're looking at and do a pretty good job, at least with the first couple of picks, of giving an idea of what they're at the very least looking at. My problem is, and this started like way back in 2011, 2012, you would just see so many articles that were blowing up. And it was essentially somebody who, no offense to them, was probably just bored and wrote a blog with a mock draft and put it online. And they probably, as they went through that draft, got to a point of, do I even care about what this team drafts? Because they were doing somebody trying to mix and match. So ultimately, there are some people who are very good at it, which lends us to Daniel Jeremiah.
Sure, exactly.
And I actually have a lot of respect for Daniel Jeremiah and the work that DJ puts in.
For me, for me, it's all about seeing who are the people doing this, because I think that you have some valid points there. I also think in the aggregate, like sometimes it's more for me about, all right, what are trends that maybe, especially from those who have some information, not just on who certain teams are talking to and thinking about, but also some of the thought process of those teams and how a team would go about certain things. I like some of those instances. So I take you again to Daniel Jeremiah of NFL.com, does a fantastic job, has been in this space, has worked for teams. So I think he fits all of those things. And when I look at this, also it helps you get an idea of some of the talents that are out there that might be that might be useful in the future, right? There's times where if you examine the draft well enough, when you come to free agency in the year's future, you have some level of baseline to then kind of work off of. His latest draft has a number of wide receivers kind of taken. I believe 6 wide receivers in the first round, and includes Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs, adding Jeremiah Love at 9. That's one of the ones that I think seems like it's going to be a floor almost. I know that Ron is, he's very tapped into Kansas City and what the Chiefs do. He is kind of having discussions about, but I find it very hard to look at the Chiefs with one of the few times where they're this high in the draft, and the constant, carousel of running backs who have not been quite sufficient enough to have their running game be something that it is also another punch compared to Patrick Mahomes in the passing game. Looking at Jeremiah Love, the best running back, and having the possibility to get him in that place, he's that type of running back where you view like a Bijan Robinson, like an Ezekiel Elliott, like those guys who you typically take higher up, maybe even an Ashton Genty. It feels like that would be something where that has to happen. And I only bring that up because for the Texans, I know that there's people in looking for a RB1 have gone, can you trade up for Jeremiah Love? And I feel like the answer is, can you trade up above 9? And that feels like that's not fair.
Yeah, I think, are better suited with more picks than less picks. And I think that's something when you're a team like this, especially with all the pieces that you might have to press the reload button for in the near future. Who knows what a contract for Kamari Lassiter is going to look like. Will Anderson, Kalen Bullock, the next Nico Collins contract, the next CJ Stroud contract, if that even happens. So you want to have as many picks as possible. I'm a big believer in that, especially when you are at that point in the draft where there's a lot of unknown ahead of you. Does it make more sense to have a general idea of where you want to pick and hope that a specific guy based off of all the intel that you have falls to you at that spot than it is to go all in and overpay to go get somebody that you like that might not end up being what you think he'll be? Because it is a lottery ticket.
Right.
It is not a guarantee. It's something that you better be damn careful about. If you're going to go and trade up, it better be Will Anderson. That's how I look at it. You better know for a fact that the confidence with which the Texans traded up for Anderson, where it feels like maybe they were being told to also draft the quarterback with that early pick to give the fan base a little bit of hope after all those rough seasons, you better know that it's a Will Anderson kind of guy if you're going to go all the way up there.
Right. Now I'll get to the Texans, who Daniel Jeremiah has mocked to the Texans at 28 as of right now. And, of course, we're still so early on that we're not even getting insight. We haven't gone through the combine. But what this says is around the NFL world, people look at the Texans and go, that clear and obvious need is where they're going to address Caleb Lomu, who is the tackle out of Utah. Daniel Jeremiah writes, Lomu pairs with Ariante Ursery to give the Texans young bookends to build around on the offensive line. And I like this general idea, especially because if you're talking about offensive line, tackles are still the most important portions of it. And I would love to start not just in next year having talent for you on the offensive line, but also so that you could start having an offensive line that you could push forward into the next 2, 3, 4 years football where you go, I know what these pieces are.
Well, my bookends are on the left and right.
We could develop on them, right? So I think that is one of the reasons why I like tackle. Lomu is a dude who out of Utah is
6'6", 304.
6'6", 305 is the thing that I'm saying. Above average athlete, shows both pass protection and run game possibilities. He did struggle with consistent aggression, apparently, something that pops up. But I think that you've kind of changed some of what that offensive line room is, and depending on how you feel about Cole Popovich, those feel like things that's easy to get into the right space if you have the talent.
It could be. I don't know. So I hear that.
Sure. No,
again,
go ahead.
I'm not going to act like I know what any of these guys are going to do because I really do think it's 50-50. And I hate putting expectations on these players too. It's another reason. Oh, this guy should have been drafted here. Why wasn't he drafted here? Okay, this guy's a bust because he was drafted here and he didn't work out. He might have been in a bad situation. But anyway, sorry. Tangent aside.
No, agreed.
I want a guy who's violent. I want a guy where that's never a question. I want a guy like what I saw out of Ariante Ursery in his rookie season. I want a violent mauler as part of an offensive line that has a mentality of we are going to bully and abuse the defensive line in front of us. And again, that's one scout's opinion, so maybe it's not entirely true, but that's not what I want.
And we haven't even gone through the part that, because I think that the Texans very much want that. They have displayed a number of times that mentality matters for them. With no matter where, offense, defense, what have you, that mentality matters. More so on defense, I think it shows up at least. I think that the time where they figure that out is in getting a chance to these dudes. I imagine that that's going to be some of what we see next week, is getting a chance to talk to dudes. I'll be very interested to check in on the mock drafts after next week, especially of the folks that are good about getting some insight and some intel, because I think that might start to demonstrate, some feelings on how those meetings went and where those meetings might start pushing, especially teams like the Texans, but all these other teams when it comes to players that feel like they fit their sensibilities. But as of right now, that's what a Daniel Jeremiah mock draft looks like. He's willing to go for a big, talented player who goes both pass blocking and run blocking just to settle in with the Texans and their offensive line.
The kind of offensive lineman I want is the kind of offensive lineman who, if to take a page out of Good Will Hunting, you know how these draft meetings get a little weird, right? You hear some squirrely details that come out from time to time. I want the kind of offensive lineman who sees a rope, a wrench, a bunch of items that are being put on there, who chooses the wrench. To quote Good Will Hunting. I want the guy who's an absolute psychopath in there, a violent psychopath who obviously plays within the realms of what the offense is looking for. But this, I think, next step for building an offensive line under Cole Popovich is just to have that mentality that over the course of the game, we are going to grind you into dust.
Sure.
And
that fits with what they've purported that they want. Yeah. Mind you, that'd be the fourth offensive tackle off the board. So that's also worth noting that
it's going to be tough to find your guy.
Daniel Jeremiah is looking at this like, hey, there's a lot of teams that are going to be in the business of looking for an offensive line early.
And if you like one of these guys, but you better really, really like him, think about trading up for that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so there's that. Hopefully that was a torture for you there, Paul.
It wasn't that bad.
I hope you enjoyed doing that. All right,
thank you for letting me get that rant out.
No, because I think it's worthwhile. I think it's worth talking about because we could get a little deep into the sticks on what feels like we're just hitting the randomizer button at times. But I think that there is some value to it if we're intentional with the way we go about it.
For sure.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, I want to talk about Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown joined the Clutch City Territory podcast, and he discussed something very interesting, the possibility of an extension. Also, what he's looking at being better at this year. Let's talk about Hunter Brown next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president Mike Tillman told Payne and Pendergast that won't change their stadium plans.
Our focus is to be at NRG Park. If you want to see us on our biggest moments, come to NRG. If you want to see us on our day-to-day
West Point Liggett of Sugarland Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I'm Reginald Atatula alongside Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez. Appreciate you rocking with us on a Wednesday. Base Power text line 713-572-4610. Are the Astros going to change their stripes is ultimately the question that I think we ask here, because Hunter Brown, who is your opening day starter for this Astros team, first day of training camp out in West Palm Beach. Joe Espada wants to get ahead of this so people know this is the dude that we're depending on. He is going to be the leader of our rotation, so on and so forth. Like, he wants that so definitively. Hunter Brown sat down with the Clutch City Territory podcast. Shout out to the fellas, Chandler Rome, Tyler Stafford. And they asked him about the possibility of an extension and if just, talking to the Astros. This was the answer that, again, your opening day starter, your young finalist for AL Cy Young. This is the answer that he gave.
Is that something that you are open to? Is that something that maybe you have told Scott Boras that you'd like to explore? Kind of where are you in that in extension world right now?
Those conversations have obviously, come up between Scott and himself. And with all transparency, I love Houston. I love playing for this team. And just I haven't heard anything since I was a rookie. So my focus is to be the best I can be for this team this season, and that's what I'm focused on. But like I said, I love putting on that Astros uniform, and I got no visions of doing it anywhere else. So that's what I can give you guys. I haven't heard anything, and that's just kind of where I stand with that.
At face value, it's crazy that he hasn't heard anything. 2024, he had an awful start to the year, but once he got going, you're not picking up the phone to talk with him at all the remainder of that year. He didn't hire Scott Boras until the 2024 season was done. And then he continued what he did in 2024 last year. You're not going to have that conversation this past season either. I feel like the Astros have a friendlier relationship with Scott Boras these days, given signing Tetsuya Imai and some of the complimentary things that Boras said about the Astros, about Yusei Kikuchi's experience here. So at the very least, that relationship with him, Dana Brown, Jim Crane, it seems to be a decent one. But how have you not even broached the idea of giving Hunter Brown that contract early instead of having him pitch another year for $5 million? I bet if you're Hunter Brown, just given the Astros' recent history who have had elbow injuries, you're thinking to yourself, damn, what happens to me if all of a sudden I suffer this kind of injury? Everyone in this organization outside of Framber Valdez has suffered it, it seems like, at some point or time. Am I safe here? So to me, it's just wild that conversation hasn't happened. Is this Scott Boras perhaps putting himself directly in between the Astros?
That was one of the questions I asked myself as I was listening to this yesterday was, is he saying I haven't heard in a way to kind of circumvent this as I'm allowing Scott Boras to handle this, which also I imagine if you're an Astros fan isn't the most fun because you would like some of the good feelings to maybe seep in of the player, and it's not just the cold calculating of not just any agent but Scott Boras in particular. But yeah, I think that it's a worthwhile point because you're coming off of an offseason where you moved on, and right, whether you agreed with it or not, but you moved on from an incredible talent in Framber Valdez in which you never really had real contact in the same way that it seems like Hunter Brown might be saying he has not had contact with management. And that's just disconcerting for a team that has constantly let a talent drain come to fore with their team. I don't have to name all the guys who have walked away from this team after not being offered or being offered deep, unserious offers and letting their talent go elsewhere.
Altuve is the only guy that's been here the whole way, and he's been taking sweetheart deals to do so. The Astros have this line in the sand, unwritten rule where they will not give a guy longer than a 6-year contract. They have offered deals that they felt were competitive. Were they? Probably not. Were they realistic? Were they deals that actually helped them out? Maybe more than rewarding a player for great work would have. Yeah, you can make that argument if you want to take the Astros side on it. But they've never gone past it. And I wonder, as we go from the Altuve era to the whatever is next era, does whatever's next get the same kind of reward from the organization that they came up with, whether it's Hunter Brown or Jeremy Pena, that we have yet to see? And they've got an entire spring to potentially get something done. They've got an entire next 2 seasons with Hunter Brown under arbitration control, those next 2 years, to potentially get something done. But just bringing it back to what Hunter Brown told the Crush City Territory podcast, it's crazy that they have not talked to Hunter Brown when we have known what he is for almost 2 seasons, a bona fide starter with ace material.
It makes me wonder what their vision is for this team really internally, because externally, obviously, and outwardly, it makes sense monetarily to say that we want to be a winner, right? As anytime you step onto the diamond, you want to be competitive. And to be fair to them, they have generally shown that be the case. Like, it's not like we're talking about John Fisher or nothing. It's not like we're talking about that level of grift or anything by any means. But at the same time, this feels like this should be one of the most slam dunkiest of slam dunk, places to stash your money, right? This is like, do you want to put your money in the bank? Do you want to put it under your mattress? Do you want to put it in a hole? This one feels like it's a good decision, no matter what, when it comes to Hunter Brown being a high-level pitcher that has been here, relatively young, that still, I know you have some control over him still, but this feels like a great place to just, hey, solidify that, especially as you've seen the drain that's happened with your rotation. And I don't know, I find that fascinating, that the way that this organization has continued to decide to go about this, because at some point you're going to be drained to where you're not drained anymore. And it brings up a question that we don't have to get into this right now, but a question that I just kind of been pondering for like a whole season, which is, will the Astros ever be like 2015 bad again, or like Rockies bad, or maybe even like 2012 bad? Or Rockies bad.
Yeah, because 2015 was when they first got good.
Right.
But before that,
before 2015.
I think the Rockies are incompetent. So I don't think that you're ever going to get to that point. And I think as long as Jim Crane owns the team, a guy that has played college baseball at a pretty high level, he's got some Division III records. He was a hell of a pitcher wherever he pitched. Was it Southwest Missouri State? I forget off the top of my head. I think that lends itself to, this team is always going to try its best. But sometimes in trying, they have given out contracts. And I wonder if that is maybe the obstacle that the Astros are trying to get over.
You think this is a level of fear feels wrong, but a level of trying to avoid that particular pitfall?
Well, look at Lance McCullers' contract. He's 32 years old, and he's talking about baseball almost in the past tense when he was meeting with the media just a couple of days ago. He's like, well, I hope I can just contribute anything. And that contract has been bad for a while. And listen, it's not entirely on Lance McCullers. Like, you can't control injury luck. He's just had the worst injury luck for a very long time. Does a Lance McCullers deal make you a little bit hesitant about it? Does a Rafael Montero deal? Does a Jose Abreu deal? Does a why did they give Michael Brantley with his bum shoulder that deal make you hesitant about it? Does the current deal that you have for Josh Hader make you a little bit nervous? What's in the way of picking up the phone and talking to Hunter Brown, though? I can understand maybe not following through and giving that deal, but if we're to believe what Hunter Brown said, and if Scott Boras hasn't entirely protected him from any negotiations as far as an extension here in Houston, like, how would they not talk to Hunter Brown yet? Like, to me, that's crazy.
That's even if it's, and I don't know if this would be a good thing, but even if it's just, how low could we possibly maybe get this in? Like, is it possible that you offer him something that's relatively low and he goes, yeah, still, I'm in. I highly doubt with Scott Boras, but like,
may as well try.
Yeah, no contact.
Don't lowball him, but I mean, like, hey, what's a team-friendly deal that lines up with what you constantly say is the thing that we will not go past 6 years? What's friendly enough? What's friendly enough to, at the very least, get Hunter Brown to say, I respect that you gave me this offer? Because I think it makes sense to, at the very least, try in the meantime, as opposed to being just dead quiet for 2 awkward seasons.
Yeah, it feels like conversation would be better than not, although that might be naive, because sometimes not all conversation is good conversation, and you could spoil the lines of communication.
They're not like the Tigers who are going to arbitration and trying to lowball Tariq Skubal after signing Framber Valdez to the deal that they just signed him to, too. I mean, that was the stupidest thing ever. It's like, you look at what you just gave Framber. We're, of course, going to give what Tariq wants to Tarek. Come on, guys.
Yeah, so it's weird because the idea of communication or whatever, it takes me to like college football recruiting, where sometimes just being there early and showing in this instance, like prospect that you like them and that you're interested and you care.
The extra mile.
Ends up working out in your favor, and it does feel like you might be missing out on some of that with Hunter Brown. But Hunter did say like he loves playing in Houston and all those things. He said all the right things. Shout out to the young man. Also, while he was on the Clutch City Territory podcast, they asked him about, what he feels like he needed to be better at, right? He had a great season last year, obviously. Top 3 in Cy Young in the AL, ends up getting the Astros an additional pick for that effort. But he, obviously anytime you go into the offseason, a player wants to get better. What is the thought process for him this year?
Yeah, I think I can do a better job of holding runners, specifically in my time to the plate at times. I have such a high leg kick that I'm sure Vic and Diaz last year at times were like, come on, man, give me a shot. But so there's definitely that element to it. And I think we've kind of been talking about that as a team as a whole. So I don't think that's just for me, but personally, I think if I could strike out as many right-handed hitters as I do left-handed, that would be awesome. And then first pitch strikes. You want to, if you're getting ahead of guys, you're going to get deeper into games, and kind of some of that stuff is gonna even itself out. You'll find yourself in opportunities to put guys away faster and have more efficient innings, really.
There's something he said along the way there, and it wasn't what he said at the beginning. It wasn't what he said at the end. He was talking about the conversations they're having as a team.
That's exactly what I heard.
A lot of cleanup that needs to happen from last year. It was sloppy. And going into the year, we heard from Joe Espada and others, hey, this year we're going to see more pitches. We are going to be more selective.
Yes.
And that lasted like 2 days.
Correct.
I feel like I remember the switch from actually being patient at the plate to not being that at all anymore.
Well, and you say actually being patient, it really just felt like the new guys who already were patient. The old guys who were not that patient tried for a moment, and then they just their urges and their nature showed up. I went to that same place. One, I'm encouraged and I'm happy that they are actually addressing the idea of get the ball to the plate, so that even even though you don't have the best defensive catchers, if your catchers can maybe give yourself a shot at keeping runners from just taking second base all the damn time, that could help you to a great degree. But also, in a kind of a warped way, I also kind of appreciate this because this is another instance of, like you mentioned, something that a focus and an emphasis that you're going into a season with, that if it doesn't show up, I think that gives you another data point on what this coaching staff is, right? Especially with all of the changes that you've made. If you come in and you're like, hey, we need our pitchers to get to the plate a little bit better so that we're not getting run on, and we end up going through the season, we go, yeah, that didn't end up happening. I think that is a data point that you can use in the ever continuing conversation about what is Joe Espada, how viable is he. That's something that you could use at that point and go, okay, well, there's another thing that he could say that he wants but doesn't make it to the field, and then you can go forward from there.
He gave another speech. They did this for the second straight year where they showed the rallying cry that he gave for the Astros in the clubhouse. And once again, I'm a little underwhelmed by this. Here's Joe Espada.
One thing that defined this group is two things, actually. Number one is the resiliency in this group. No team fight more than me. I've been here for 9 years. We get back up like no one else. We get beat up, we fight back.
Yeah!
We're going to out-hustle. We're going to outplay teams. Yeah! So that's who we are. He's going to need everyone in this group. Everyone. Every individual in this clubhouse to win one game.
Taylor Trammell.
Whatever it is, whatever it's going to take.
Reggie,
you walk through those doors every day, you're trying to get back. And number two is discipline. Fellas, we know what we need to do. We show up every day. We do. We show up. Our goal is to be the last team seen. That's it.
Yes.
That's our mission.
Yes.
That's what we do. Find one another. And at the end of the year, it's going to be a fun party for us, okay? Let's go to work.
Yeah!
Is that sarcastic?
Let's go to work!
I think this is sarcastic. Are you ready to run through a wall for that?
Absolutely not.
He screwed it up at the very beginning. Like, that's what bothers me. Like
that was the one that got. I feel like he needed to switch those. If you're going to make those your points, discipline is the one that builds up, And then I think it's when you come through with the stronger one on the backside, and we get up every damn time.
One thing that defined this group is two things actually.
Oh God, it started it off like that. We are built for this. We are chasing the fight. The thing that they should have done there, and maybe he goes Michael Scott at,
Well, clearly that wasn't
Under Mifflin. Well, you got to play some music in the background or something like that because this guy is not a great speaker, and I don't like that they're posting this on social media because it just reminds me, okay, this isn't a speaker. Add some music in the background. Play the Battle Hymn of the Republic or maybe play Peace by Paul Kelly, the music that they play in the background for Al Pacino's speech in Any Given Sunday. The answers we need right in front of our face. You needed to give it something there because that speech is not getting me ready to Kool-Aid man through a wall.
Are you willing to be Joe Espada's speechwriter, right, or editor or something?
I'll deliver it. I'll deliver it.
That clearly was not meant for us. It was meant for them that they tried to show us, and it clearly did not hit us in the way that it needed. But the real thing is if it hits the players, right?
Yeah, I've given a speech before.
Have you
in a football game? Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah. And some teammates commented me for it.
Some of them.
Want to know what?
What did the rest of them do?
Multiple people came up to me afterwards and said that was a great speech.
I'm just messing with you.
Guess what happened afterwards?
What's that?
We lost 63-0.
Oh,
we played.
So yeah, so what your own personal
state champion Miners.
your own personal experience shows that it's not about the rousing speech. It's about getting it done, baby. It's about standing up every time you get knocked down and being disciplined.
See, that sounds good. But I still wanted a little bit better. I mean, as brought up by Joel Hernandez 81 on the Twitch. Can't wait for the fun party at the end. Like, we're going to get to the fun party at the end. Doesn't sound like it's going to be fun.
What if
it sounds like if they win the championship, they'll get a pizza party.
They shouldn't have posted it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, it's the company pizza party. Thank you for your hard work. Here is pizza that got here an hour late.
Here's the music, maybe. Kind of like some music in the background.
Something
like that.
Yeah, not Enter the Sandman though. That's for the drive, but something underneath that would have worked a little bit.
One thing that defined this group.
Okay.
Is two things.
Oh, all right. My God.
Okay.
That bothered me.
Well, I am excited to see Hunter Brown take the mound on opening day.
I am too. Give him an extension.
Yes.
Pick up the phone.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is typically the time where we hand things over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. I am handling those duties today, and look, it's Girl Scout cookie season, and there was a comparison made about this time of year that I think is very apt. I'll take you through that and more next.
One thing that defined this group is two things actually.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you give the Rockets? Video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, TuneIn, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by McClain Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call McClain Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Relax and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Happy Wednesday to you. No Figgy Fig, and Reginald Atatula is still holding it down for him. Paul Gallant in for the OG John Lopez, Colin Neal on the ones and twos, and you. Rolling with us on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Fellas, it is the time of year that I think a lot of people look forward to, and maybe some people dread. It is Girl Scout cookie season. What is your relationship to Girl Scout cookie season, Paul? Are you a practitioner? Do you enjoy the Girl Scout cookies? Do you hate it? Do you avoid it with like the plague?
I mean, I don't go out of my way to get them, but I do like the Ritz peanut butter cracker sandwich as cookie option that they have. But yeah, I don't really go out of my way for them. Okay, I'm not the most passionate Girl Scout cookie guy.
Okay, I think that's fair, because I think that I am also in that same vein. Like, if I end up with some Girl Scout cookies, it's cool, but I'm not looking for them. However, it feels like you get pressed about them anyways. So when you happen to be going to a store or whatever, and there's Girl Scouts out front, how do you handle it? Are you the I gotta get money, I don't got no cash on me? Are you avoiding? Are you going to the door?
Yeah.
You're avoiding it?
Well, I never have cash on me anyway, so that no one can properly panhandle from me. Number one. Number two, the headphones are going to be in likely at the places where they would come.
You're ignoring the Girl Scouts, huh?
And talk to me. Well, if it's at the grocery store or if it's at the gym and my headphones are in, I mean, I'm not ignoring it. I'm in my own world. And I find it amazing the amount of people who will see somebody with headphones in their ears and talk to them as if they don't have headphones in their ears. The person does not want to be talked to. Do I sound like a very antisocial jerk?
No, I think that there's a lot of people that agree with you. I also think that there's other people that are like, yeah, still, we got to get this done. And maybe this will explain some of it. I think it's comedian Tony Baker, who has described, at least in a way that I think is accurate, you tell me, what the Girl Scout cookie experience is like.
Girl Scouts be out there. They know they got that high shit. They don't even hustle no more. They know we want it. Yeah. They ain't got to say a word. They just be out front. They be like, you know what the going on. Tag along, samosas, what you into? You like coconut, man? Get in on this, man. Tony, you vegan and get your ass over here, man. These thin mints is vegan. Get in on this. No excuses. They're the drug dealers in the community. Legal. They even handle it like that. You ever try to give the girl the money direct? Nah, don't give me the money direct. Give it to my mom. Get the cookies around the corner. Wrong, you man. Get me locked up.
That's a funny bit.
Does it feel accurate? It does feel like the Girl Scouts in particular. There's other panhandlers that, or panhandlers probably not fair, but because we're dealing with little baby girls, right? It's hard to tell them no.
But it's cheating. It is cheating.
Why is that?
Because of what you just said. It's girls. It's little kids. They're asking you for money. What does this money go to? Don't worry about it. We're kids. We're kids. It's kind of the same thing, though, that I do. So I respect the hustle. As someone who's a member of a rodeo committee, shout out to the Poultry Auction Committee, I have to do the same thing. Unfortunately, I am not a cute little child.
Yeah.
It's tougher for me to ask for money. In fact, if I was a strong, powerful, independent woman, it might be a little easier for me to ask for some of that money. But alas, I am but a very terrifyingly pasty man.
Yeah, you have to take an entirely different approach. I think that the little girls now, it's not like very evident drug dealer money or drug dealer energy, but there is a little drug dealer energy to it where it's like, is he not wrong though? Where they're like, look, man, come get you some.
You want to buy some cookies?
We got this good stuff. I got the good stuff.
To go around the corner to go get it from the mom is actually hilarious because that is true.
It does.
That feels straight out of the wire when it's framed like that.
That's right. From the 281, Girl Scouts at the store by my house take credit cards. See, you're not safe. You're not safe.
Venmo.
They're getting that money up off of you. And if we're going to agree to the Tony Baker school of thought on the Girl Scouts being the legal drug dealers out here, especially with the way that cookies feel like contraband at sometimes, depending on how your diet is going, especially if you did a resolution. It's not January when you need it. It's February where your resolution starts breaking down, that they come around and get you.
Yeah, that's fair too. What's the cookie that everyone goes cuckoo for?
Is it Thin Mint? I think Thin Mint is one that's more prevalent.
I think the one that Paul mentioned earlier, the peanut butter one.
Is that the Tagalog or whatever?
I think
and then there's the samosas. I believe that those are the names.
I think it was called Samoans, but it's called Samoans in certain parts of the country, and it's not called that in other parts of the country.
Why is that the case? That we have like different producers of the Girl Scouts depending on different
Girl Scout Civil War. I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild. But yes, if we're agreeing to the thought process that the Girl Scouts do kind of operate kind of like drug dealers, I feel like I have the Pablo Escobar of the Girl Scout cookies. Can I interest you to a little girl whose name is Pim Neal, and she is from Pittsburgh?
Not related, by the way.
Not related? Okay, I was going to ask, but apparently that's not the case. She is a 6-year-old girl, and apparently she broke the website selling over 100,000 boxes of cookies.
In how
IRS?
In how long?
Gee, what do you mean IRS?
I'm bringing the Eastern District in. I'm bringing the IRS. There's no way.
How long did she do this over?
So this was, let me see, how long did this take? I believe this was a single season. I don't know how long the Girl Scout cookie season actually is.
She is laundering money for the Chinese.
She is basically Ozark.
She's a Houston Dash we're trying to do not that long ago, allegedly. Well, listen, they were thinking about taking money from a son of a imprisoned Chinese billionaire. They were trying to buy the Houston Dash for twice their reported value. So, allegedly, of course. Because, yes, I don't think the deal has actually gone through. Yeah, this is so suspect. There's no way. First off, there's no way a 6-year-old did this. I'm sorry. There's no 6-year-old that's that ambitious.
Come on, Paul.
That is the parent, and I wonder, where is the parent getting these funds?
So apparently, the way that they did this is they utilized they're innovators, right? They took the game and they were like, doing this on the street level is not good enough. We need to get social media involved. She asked on TikTok, "Hi, my name is Pim. Do you want to buy some Girl Scout cookies?" And she's a adorable 6-year-old with floppy red hair and like glasses that look like she should work in accounting.
Okay.
Right? So like whenever
we're sure this isn't AI?
I am certain this isn't AI.
Okay.
So this 6-year-old has been asking on TikTok if people wanted to buy cookies. And now with the advent of basically you being able to order them online, she sold over 100,000 boxes. I feel like we need to regulate the Girl Scouts. That's my takeaway.
FBI, IRS. I agree, Paul.
Yeah,
bring them in.
I mean, next time I think about laundering money, now I know how to do it.
Just the Girls. You're gonna create your Girl Scout.
Then I'm gonna sell the Girl Scout cookies.
All right, so beware
if
you're out in front of your local grocery store, you see Paul Gallant hawking cookies. You know exactly what time it's happening.
I'm laundering money.
You know exactly what time it's happening. It's the mixtape in the loop on Sports Radio 610. I feel like every generation talks down to the generation after them. Do you not agree with this as a sentiment?
Yeah, I'm guilty of it.
How do you feel about that? Because I've always been like, guys, everybody does this, and it's always that the next generation is soft and stupid and sucks, and it's just something that is done, but it's not true.
They haven't gained the valuable perspective because we're both of the age where the generation right below us is just becoming adults,
like sentient.
Right,
they're just becoming actual people.
Well, they're in the real world, right? They're not in college anymore. Or in high school anymore. No, they're all becoming adults, and you're about to figure out all the things that we found out that we did not know from the generation ahead of us. Like it's almost a hazing process, but the hazing comes from a little game that we like to call life.
But generally the thought process is, at least I don't know if you agree with my thought process is, hey man, the kids are all right. It's fine.
Nah, screw them. I hate them.
Well, if you view it that way, there is a neuroscientist that you probably want to get involved with. Jared Cooney Horvath is his name, and his findings say that Gen Z is the first generation that is actually dumber than their parents.
Oh, that's fun. From all the brain rot, from all the 6-7 jokes.
Maybe so. Apparently,
the tick-a-talk.
Apparently,
Instagram reels.
Horvath said that the first generation in modern history to score lower on standardized academic tests than the one before it. So
I feel bad for myself because I technically am Gen Z and I don't want to associate myself with those people.
Damn. Well, I don't know if you have a choice. You might just
your people.
This might be these are your people. You have to answer for your people.
Can I be my own generation?
Nah,
can I just be one?
Nah, you're part of it, man.
You're part of a group.
Sorry, man. So
damn it.
Schools have leaned hard into technology, educational software has replaced textbooks and everything. So the standardized testing, I don't know how strongly I view this as an answer for it because, there's other ways that this goes. However, how do you lean into this? Are you going to take this and use it as a cudgel against the babies? Are you going to say that it is the generation above them's problem for setting them up to not be smarter than the previous generation?
No, I'm blaming them. I'm blaming them for all the problems that a lot of them just fell into their lap and are not their fault. I'm still going to blame them.
This, please, just exclude this from me.
No, I'm blaming you.
I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to see can we blame millennials and like everybody else does, and the generation ahead, Gen Xers, for not getting the babies of Gen Z properly prepared to be smarter.
Well, we already
as the
have.
Next generation.
There's hit pieces behind paywalls every effing 5 seconds written by the last week. Anyone see that? The Wall Street Journal had this ridiculous column about how millennials are splurging on rotisserie chickens. That was how the article began. By the way, rotisserie chickens cost $6. The average fast food combo meal costs $10 to $11.
I think that might be old information as well. I can never go to fast food without spending at least $15 as a grown.
Exactly, and I only go to Chick-fil-A because I think fast food.
Look at you.
I think fast food is.
I only eat Chick-fil-A.
Well, yeah, because it's the only.
My name's Paul Gallant. You are beneath me.
Oh, sorry, I have standards. Sorry, I like the people at the fast food to get my order right. No offense to the fine people who work in fast food, but like that food is terrible. It's not good for you. Fast food, Chick-fil-A. I will splurge on a little Chick-fil-A, but I forget where I was going here. All I want to say is it's
something about paywalls.
It's Gen Z's fault. Oh yeah, they wrote an article that was saying that we're splurging because we're buying $6 rotisserie chickens. Yeah, it's $6. That lasts you like 3 days. What are we doing here?
I love rotisserie chicken.
They're so good. Costco.
You better love rotisserie chicken because that's all you can afford. Here's your meal for the day. Here's a $6.
Seriously.
But yes, I found that fascinating. That apparently the babies have been doomed because they are cognitively less available.
They're addicted to their phones. They can't do anything without them. If we had all of a sudden some sort of massive like EMP strike across the United States of America, they'd all be useless.
And I don't think that this accounts for just the continued mass of ChatGPT and other AI.
That too. They don't even do their homework anymore.
We are not incentivizing the babies to get smarter, so we probably need to get better about this. Otherwise, we just gonna have. Are we peak smart? That's the scary question that you have to ask. Are the millennials?
I don't know if I am.
Yes, maybe not us specifically, but are the millennials the peak of our human race's intellect? Because that is also scary, is it not?
Yeah, it is. I mean, but we're the only generation that has lived in a world, at least for a time, without technology at the level that it is now. That have also lived in a world with technology that is at the level that it is now. The generation before us, Generation X, no offense to you guys, you're a little late to the game. Like, we were growing up in school learning how to, work on a computer and do all sorts of different things. And then the generation after us is like, what? There was a time without the internet? Yeah. You used to have to have like a dial-up just to get on the internet. It took forever to find anything on the internet.
What? You have to send smoke signals?
Downloading an image would take like 5 minutes.
What images were you downloading, Paul?
What do you think? Images of my Lord and Savior, Tom Brady. Andrew Bledsoe.
That went a few different areas. So,
yeah, of course.
This is a mixtape where you could take it any way that you want. You can view it as the babies are getting dumber, generation over generation, and we should be concerned. Or the babies are all right because they out here slanging them Girl Scout cookies, finding a way to make all this money. Which way do we want to look at it? Because either way, you could take it and be cool with it. So there you go. That's the mixtape on this Wednesday in the Loop on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. typically during this program. Still at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something mixtape worthy, or if you just want to say hi to the homie as he has his time off. All right, you're in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive. But before that, Kevin Durant has given an answer to a question about the possibility of those burners actually being his. Is this answer satisfactory for you? 713-572-4610. We do it next.
You know who I am. I'm Kevin Durant.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Live. Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rock with us on this Wednesday. About to hand things off to the fellas of the drive here shortly, but something happened this weekend, tangentially with the Rockets, that it's been hard to admit. I'm going to admit it's been hard to find the right ways to talk about it. And that is, while the All-Star game was getting ready to tip off, the NBA All-Star game, there was on social media a supposed revelation of burner accounts that were purported to be Kevin Durant's, that were supposed to be Kevin Durant's, saying all sorts of different things about former and current teammates in DMs, in private message chats of sorts with various different people that were posted all over Twitter or X. And there's been a lot of conversations about, are these really Kevin Durant? How can you tell? What does this mean? Because specifically, there were comments about Alperen Sengun and Jabari Smith Jr., and I believe just the general outlook of the way that the team is and the supposed trust of this account, if this was Kevin Durant or not, and what the team was doing. And so there's some things that I find to be funny in it, just inherently. I think a lot of people have found certain things funny in it, but there's some things that are also, that very well could be problematic, right? And I took the perspective of, whether or not this is Kevin Durant, it has to be addressed before they get back to playing basketball, because some of the things that if they just remain left unsaid or answered for, they've got to be real. They're going to be real problems, I think.
Well, given how passive-aggressive people our age, Reggie, in our mid-30s are these days, what are the odds that this conversation actually is had behind closed doors? They can tell us all the things they possibly can to make it seem like this is no big deal, but there's a good amount of people that aren't going to believe them no matter what. And there's going to be some people, I would imagine, that are in that Rockets locker room knowing that Kevin Durant has that history with burners, that are thinking to themselves, I mean, it's not a 0% chance that these things were actually said by him about me. You have no control over it. You just have to shake it off, but easier said than done, especially, a conversation we had in the commercial break.
Right. No, I'm right there with you. And so that's why I felt like it was super necessary for this to be addressed, whether it's the affirmative or negative. You got to address it. Well, today, practice for the Rockets and the assembled media was there. So you knew someone had to ask. This was Kevin Durant answering about what has been the kind of just referred to as the KD files that's happened this weekend.
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to come see and keep it pushing. But I know I get you happy. Give them what you like. My teammates over there, we've been locked in the whole season. So in our break, we had a break practice today. Looking forward to the road trip.
They got a new media center, just a nitpick. Why can't we have them talk away from the basketballs in the background? You're not practicing at Toyota Center anymore, but whatever.
Yeah, so if that, because that ended up being a little bit more difficult to hear than I thought. Quote, I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season. Close quote. That's not quite a denial, is it?
No, it's not a denial.
That feels unsatisfactory, and I understand. I'm this dude on the outside just talking into a microphone, telling them what needs to happen and not happen, right? I recognize that about the circumstance that I'm currently in. However, I just feel like you need to make that as explicit as possible in one way or the other.
He's acting like it's such a non-issue that he hasn't heard about it, the most online player in the NBA.
And what was funny is at the All-Star game, now, how much of this is different than normal, but during the All-Star, before the All-Star, when this is kind of popping off, and then in between games, his face is all in his phone. And after that period, he did not tweet for a long while. Does that mean inherently that he saw it and that he was not responding to it? No.
But he
However,
definitely saw it.
It is a very interesting coincidence that those things are happening. So it feels like you would have seen this.
There is no 0% chance that Durant didn't do any of these things. Like, there's definitely a possibility, but it is a 100% log that Durant saw all of this. And if this is how you're going to choose to address it, it's an interesting strategy. I do not buy this. I don't buy, like, yeah, I'm just locked in. I'm locked in. Oh, it was the All-Star week. You guys just had a week off from basketball. You're locked in, sure. The most online guy in basketball. And I like Kevin Durant a lot, and I don't mind the online as much as some people do. But this is, in my opinion, not putting things in the rearview mirror. I appreciate the new Houston Chronicle Rockets beat writer Varun Shankar for asking tough questions, which I don't think the Rockets beat always does. So shout out to him just ripping the Band-Aid off. But I crave more. I want more answers here.
Yeah, and this is one of those things that I know that people, just the general fan, probably looks at us in media and like, all right, so where do you get off craving these things and wanting these things? And
curious.
You know what? Fair, right? There's the curiosity of it.
I'm a cat.
I do hope, though, that if this is what the public answer is, that at least in that locker room, that he sat down with them boys and had a really good conversation, because the supposed things that were said about Jabari Smith Jr., who is supposedly a KD super fan and wants to be attached at the hip, the things that were said about Alperen Sengun, who it felt like to this point they had a really good relationship. I don't like the possibility that with the things that they're already dealing with, trying to find their identity as a team, trying to work through some of the issues of trying to figure out how to initiate offense, which hits Alperen and hits KD, but then also hits Amen and some of these other, all these issues that they're already dealing with. If this is another one just off of the omission of actually addressing it amongst these dudes in the locker room, not even in front of us. At this point, I'm not talking about answering this in front of us. I hope that this isn't the type of answer that he had for them boys if and when this came up amongst them. But it was an honest conversation, because they're going to need to be all together for them to answer some of the questions that they have as an organization right now. Otherwise, I would hate to see this being one of the thing that breaks up this iteration of the Rockets right now.
Yeah, this would suck if this is what brings it down. I think for what it's worth, if you take a look at what some Rockets players have posted to their Instagram story, because this is how things are done. Yes. This is my guy. I posted a picture of us hugging on an Instagram story. I think that both Jabari Smith and Alperen Sengun have done that. So they're trying to make it seem like this is all water under the bridge. Okay, I hope it is. But, I mean, the way that it was handled today, I do think it's funny, just given that Kevin Durant acting like, oh, it's business as usual after having a week off and being the most online player in basketball. It's funny. Oh, yeah, we're just going to move on. It's the right city to do it in. You're not going to get that many tough questions after you peeled the Band-Aid off today.
Is it weird, though, that some of the move on? Because, again, I can't even get to close to saying, oh, there's a high probability that this – I can't even get anywhere near that. So I'm not trying to do that. I want to be that clear. But whatever this account is, there are some valid concerns outside of, like, some of the name-calling, some of those things about where the Rockets are and some of the things that they've done. I hope that this does not obscure that, though. I hope that this, and of course, not saying that you need a burner account to make these plain. We've all talked about some of these various things that the Rockets need to get right. I just really hope that this not add, whether positive or negative, a thing where they will now ignore or maybe not even do a better job of addressing some of the issues. Because again, you're still in this place where you want to be a team that can go out here and not just make the playoffs and play a little bit in the playoffs, but a team that can contend. There's some big things that they need to address and be able to have open and honest conversations about. So, again, something like this, I feel like, should also be, I don't know, a precursor to being able to have – if you can have a conversation like this, I think you should be able to have some of those conversations that you need to have.
If you're the biggest Rockets Bobo ever, you could spin this as,
this will be the galvanizing moment where the Rockets turn their season around.
What if it is, though?
To a championship.
What does it say if it is the galvanizing moment that turns the season around?
Well, it's something, because it's not going to be Ime Udoka playing Reed Shepherd. It's not going to be that.
Appreciation to D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to crosstalk with the fellas of the drive. Ron, is there anything for you? Because we were talking about with the Rockets in the stretch run of the season, the storylines that we're looking forward to. And the first one that came out for both of us was, how willing are they to lean into the read of this all? Do you have any belief that they're actually going to do that?
I don't know, man. That's a conversation we're going to have a little bit later on, too, on the drive of, like, how much confidence do you have that they will make the changes that needs? Like, we know coming out, they need to do something. Like, they can't just keep rolling. And the need to do something clearly did not occur at the trade deadline because they didn't do anything there. So now, what are you going to do now the second half starts? Are you just going to say, hey, let's just keep playing our game and playing hard, or are you going to change something? And I don't know. I don't know how confident I am, one, that they are willing to do it, because I think there is some, hey, this is what we do and this is what I do and I'm going to do it. Or, like, I don't mean this in a way of not being intelligent or anything, but I wonder, is that staff equipped to be able to figure out what they need to do and where the pieces should fit, right? Like, this is a different group. So, I don't know, man. They definitely cannot just go play the way the hell they've been playing. Because this last month, I wouldn't be shocked if they didn't get out of the first round the way they played if the matchup was correct.
And that's a sad thought that I think is a prominent one, especially when you got Cavin Durant. Like, Cavin Durant is still playing at an incredible level. And if Alper Sengun's, the small signs that we saw before the All-Star break, if those continue, those are players that you should be able to win in the first round, absolutely. And the idea that we have questions is real indicative of what this is looking like right now. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. I'm very intrigued as to what this second half looks like once we get to it. Clint, do you actually think, because he has been honest and he has lived up to his word when he's made these types of declarations, you think John McClain really gonna walk booty butt naked down
no
Kirby?
Chance. No chance. And I think
I don't know.
I think he's a tad bit delusional.
What's he got to lose?
I
guess. Well, I mean,
John's lived it, man. That'll be another moment. That's a big moment for John.
Yeah, no, that is.
That's how you get back in prime time, baby.
I mean, it's one thing to feel like
show business.
It's one thing to feel like it ain't gonna happen, and maybe even have an inside source that's telling you it's not gonna happen. Boy, that's another thing there. That's another thing to put. I mean, booty bone naked.
Last time he said
Big McClain waddling down that Kirby.
I want to know how long. Kirby's a long street. How far are we going down Kirby? You know what I mean? Like, where are we going to, John? That's the question I have.
I'm gonna tell you, at rush hour, it's gonna be a challenge to go a block.
Yeah,
he's already 0 for quarterbacks traded by the Texans in the last half decade. No, he said that about Watson.
No draw.
Well, sorry.
Now again, there were some things that happened with Deshaun that I feel like we got to give John a start over on that. I don't think if Mr. Nasty, Mr.
the nasty man,
Mr. Small Towel, I don't think John saw that one coming. That was a new development that I think that gets John off the hook.
Fair point.
There's no off the hook on this one, John. And as Clint said, we will be covering that live.
No doubt.
John's an exhibitionist.
I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn what Parker says.
We got to get Andy down there and figure out if that CVS or Walgreens has the connection so we can get on that corner right there.
Every available
Service Road and Kirby
engineer will be there. Every person that we have run camera, everybody. B. Scott.
I got to show up.
Figgy. Everybody down there.
Yeah.
We're getting all angles.
I got to show up, huh?
All angles. Hey, I want you to have the interview at the end of the stretch.
Don't do it, Reg.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I view McClain very highly, and I feel like my relationship with John McClain changes the first time I have to see him booty butt naked over.
We allow him to start with a robe, right?
If me, you, or Polly Kittens says something silly like this, and we end up having to walk naked, that's one thing. Everybody's showing up to see John McClain waddle his ass up and down.
They'll fly in.
Ain't no doubt. I mean, that's
Jerry
a good point. That'd be a good point. That would be a national story.
You'll see 25 gold jackets lined up with chairs there.
I'd let him put your neon striped draws on and do that. I'd be okay with that.
He's not putting any draws on. No.
Somebody stop that man.
That's right.
Wrinkly.
Wait, is Kevin Harlan going to call this? Are we going to have a play-by-play?
Would it be on?
We'll let Luke call it.
Would it be on SportsCenter? If John,
it'll pop up on a top 10.
Let's say
NFL Network.
Let's keep it real. Let's say he's got to put on some kind of neon thong or something. He obviously can't. He obviously can't do it.
Yeah, that's indecent.
He'll get arrested.
There's catching a charge for that.
Hell, you said it. No,
I think it's better. I think it's better if he is literally eating a thong. I think this thing.
One piece.
Boys, I think this thing makes top 10 ESPN. CJ on the heels of CJ getting traded.
That's not what he promised.
Absolutely.
You guys ever wore thong?
I'm wearing one right now.
See there? I mean,
It's all about promises, though.
You don't get to wear that. First time he slid one of the most strings in his crack.
You don't get to wear it.
Is that an El Tiempo Astros hat?
It is indeed. Yes.
Boy, that is sexy.
I've been looking at it all day, man. I figured out a way to get him to take his hat off so I can steal it.
That's big, man.
Well, when you're
what
committed.
Does it say? Pennants and rings?
Pennants and rings. Houston Astros baseball.
Yeah, that's sexy, man. Where'd you get that?
I got it at the Astros team store the day it came out. And this is what a degenerate I am. I actually drove out at 9 in the morning because back when I was working across the street, a big part of my brand was I'm not going to an Astros game for Astros baseball. I'm going for the $300 El Tiempo margaritas that I get in Center Field.
Fair. We've fallen victim to those.
They knock you out. We certainly They'll kill you, dude. 2 of those. Goodbye.
I think we had a few margaritas and changed seats about 4 times. Ended up in right field, didn't we? Didn't we end up in right field in somebody else's seats? That was interesting. I mean, we went from a suite to outfield to. I mean, we was all over the joint.
Y'all had a gallon of them. Was it last birthday?
My birthday, right
you slid over. Y'all slid over and got them.
You know you bought that gallon.
Look,
damn! Did you just want somebody?
I'm not trying to self-incriminate.
You going out? I'll get out of here. Y'all had a gallon. You know you bought us.
You paid at what did you drive? I fly. No, what is it? What is it? The saying? Basically, you pay and I drive. What is it? With I fly, you
buy.
There you go. That sounds perfect right there. Hell, you did both, and now you tried to slide it on in there. Come on, man. That is strong.
I try not to dry snitch, but
I mean,
hey,
what else did you bring?
Hey,
I think you brought chips and queso too. Do you want to let them know that too? You brought chips and queso too, folks.
That was just for you, big dog.
When it comes to fashion, I think shoes and hats. You can get T-shirts and jeans the rest of the way. Shoes and hats.
I'm with you.
That lid right there.
And ironically,
you pull that off anywhere.
Ironically, John McClain would be wearing none of that in this scenario.
I don't know. I mean, we
want to think about that again.
I mean, you could probably make a little bit of money from El Tiempo if he actually had an El Tiempo hat on.
I'll let him hold that robe.
I mean, look.
You take that robe off though.
All right, fellas, that's exactly the picture that I want you to start your 4-hour program with.
Steps.
He's going to be counting them, too. That was 26. Start over. All right, you're listening to KLTAM, KLTFM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Right now, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live in the building. And if you are on YouTube and Twitch, you see the whole gang is in the building. Tyler is on the ones and twos as usual. Clint right there.
Yep.
Doing his thing. And those of you on the Base Power.
Right here.
There you are. Let's not mess with the sponsor, but those of you on the Base Power.
Oh, yeah.
Text line, we appreciate you jumping in, 713-572-4610. By the way, man, every time I watch U of H and I keep seeing Mercy Miller out there, and I'm thinking, damn, how many kids does Percy have? And the way that John Shambi said it, yeah, there's Mercy Miller. His father, excellent rapper. That's the way he said it.
Who said that?
John's Boom Shambi in the game. He said, Mercy Miller, his dad, Master P, excellent rapper.
Excellent rapper.
Is a note.
How many does he have?
I don't know. I thought he
got some hoopers in the family.
I mean, like, Romeo was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Like when did Romeo Miller play college?
I mean, that's
because he played with O.J. Mayo, and I ain't seen O.J. Mayo in years.
I mean, can't be much younger than me.
No, he ain't
40?
that old. I bet Romeo. There's no. You remember little Romeo Tyler? There is no way Romeo's 40. He ain't older than me.
No,
he's got to be Tyler's age, right?
Yeah,
there is no way.
So I think he was around my age when his music started popping. Like we were the same age, I should say.
Romeo Miller, and he looks 40.
Got that old Tiger Woods. Got that old Tiger Woods treatment.
He's 36.
36?
Yep. Mm-hmm. 1 year older than me.
I got 10 years on him.
He's 36, yeah. But damn, 36 12, and now maybe. Mercy's in college. He's a sophomore. Damn, boy.
He stretched him out, didn't he?
If he wasn't playing around, was he?
Life comes at you fast.
How many kids you think Pete got?
7.
Is he listening? I know he went to U of H. He was a top 75 player. How many kids you got?
He was?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't know
You
Master
didn't know
P
that?
went to U of H.
Oh, yeah.
I did not know that.
Top 75 player.
I knew he was a hooper. I didn't know he went to U of H.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Did he have that little – did he – I don't know if he played for the Toronto Raptors. I know he got a tryout of
Go
some
Cougs! I'll be damn. I didn't know that. Tyler, did you know that?
Tyler,
I did not know that.
He's got 9.
He got 9? How many?
9 children.
How many of them are boys?
Yeah, it's only showing Romeo. Let me see. I got to get a little further.
He's doing his best Cecil Shorts impression.
9 and 16 plus years. Yeah, I mean that's doable.
9 and 16. Yeah, yeah. I ain't seeing. I can't see the how many boys it is. Yeah. He was nice. Yeah.
No, I knew he was a hooper. Hell, I knew he got a shot in the league. I had no idea he played at U of H.
You know, 2 Chainz was really good too. Like a really good basketball player.
Where'd he hoop?
He was a top 100 player. I don't remember. I don't know if he made it.
I did know 2 Chainz was a hooper.
I don't know if he made it, but yeah, he was good too.
Boy, 2 Chainz fell off, didn't he?
Oh, right. It just got aged out. Yeah. Yep. Master P was on the Charlotte Hornets training camp roster for 10 days.
Ah.
In 99. Yeah. About that. Shout out to Mercy Miller. He got cussed out.
99. That means me and P are the same age.
No.
I mean, if he was a rookie in 99,
Romeo's 36. I mean, he wasn't a rookie. I mean, he just played on the team. Romeo's 36. Clint, you're 47.
You doubt P was leaving it in at 12?
You and Tiger are the same age.
Do you really think that P was above leaving it in at 12?
Yes,
I don't.
I don't.
I mean, I do not.
You just take that L.
No, I'm not taking that L. Hell, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Hope my wife ain't listening, but I wasn't. I was there.
He's 55.
So he's got
a few.
He's got a few years on me.
He said, no doubt P was leaving it in at
12. Ain't no doubt.
P was
no
living
question
the P
he was
in.
living that dangerous life.
All right. Speaking of dangerous life, I feel like Jim Crane is. Listen, I believe in him, and I think he should. He has been given. He gets the benefit of the doubt. Everything that he has done, he's been one of the best owners in baseball. But Hunter Brown, he was on with Chandler Rome and Tyler, another Baytown kid. His name's Tyler Stafford.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we grew up in church together. Small world.
On their podcast, and I found it really, really interesting what Hunter Brown had to say about contract talk. And I want you to hear what he had to say and tell me how you feel about these comments and where the Astros are with him currently when it comes to maybe extending him for a long-term deal.
Those conversations have obviously, come up between Scott and myself. And with all transparency, I love Houston. I love playing for this team. And just I haven't heard anything since I was a rookie. So my focus is to be the best I can be for this team this season, and that's what I'm focused on. But like I said, I love putting on that Astros uniform, and I got no visions of doing it anywhere else. So that's what I can give you guys. I haven't heard anything, and that's just kind of where I stand with that.
Are you surprised by that? Are you surprised? You heard Hunter Brown, and this doesn't mean like he's going anywhere, but I just found that very odd that Hunter Brown and the Astros, and he has not heard anything. Now, we'll see what his agent's talking about. Obviously, it hadn't been nothing serious that his agent didn't report it to him. But, Clint, he has not heard anything about a contract extension, anything about a deal, anything about trying to get out in front. He's 27. Hadn't heard anything about it since his rookie year. And we heard we know what he did last year, the year before that. He's built upon that the last 2 years. You could clearly see he is somebody you want to keep. And now he looks like he's one of the best pitchers in baseball. Come on. I was a bit surprised that there has been no conversation about it.
Yeah, I would be a bit surprised if there's been none.
Obviously, nothing real that has been presented to him. We heard Kyle Tucker shoot down contracts.
Yeah, this doesn't worry me one bit. I heard in the loop guys going on about it and being a little bit concerned. This doesn't bother me one bit.
It doesn't.
It doesn't. I mean, I think Hunter Brown, whether the Astros want to keep him around long term or not, I think Hunter Brown is the caliber player where his representation doesn't even entertain a team friendly deal.
Well,
I mean, he's the caliber player
I mean, you got to come correct, though. Like, yeah,
Well,
you can't come team friendly. Yeah, you got to come.
I mean, I just don't like. I mean, I don't doubt that the Astros went and tried to do a Yordan Alvarez or tried to get something done a little early, team friendly. But if you're Hunter Brown, like it's like I'm proud of Hunter Brown's representation for that not getting back to him. Right? I mean, if the Astros went in there and tried to lowball you, like team friendly, lowball, whatever you want to do, sign you up early. These guys aren't stupid. They understand what the team is attempting to do. Now, the reward for the player is in today's game with all these guys' elbows getting blown up and shoulders blowing out and all these injuries, especially with the Astros, there's obviously some security in getting more than $5 million next year. But if I'm Hunter Brown, all things considered, he's not an injury-prone player. I don't believe now he's definitely a product, but I don't believe he is a guy that his whole career has had to get up there and overthrow to get a certain level of spin or to get a certain level of velocity on his ball. I think he's very confident in his mechanics and his ability to stay healthy in his mechanics. And I just don't think he's the kind of player, and I'm talking physically, mentally, from a leadership perspective, like he's just not the type of player that's going to go in there and give you a team-friendly deal. So this doesn't bother me one bit. I mean, Hunter Brown is one of them dudes that's going to be one of just a few in Major League Baseball, and I'm not talking about just talent.
Well, the thing that at least makes me pause is we have to look at the history of Jim Crane, right, Tyler? And who was the last guy he gave big money to? Who's the last guy? Like, if you in your mind, let's just say this out loud. In your mind, Clinton, Tyler, how many years do you think 27-year-old Hunter Brown will command in his next contract? The length of it?
How many should? I would say as close to double digits.
Open market.
Yeah, I would say 7, 8, 9,
7 to 10 years, right?
Yeah,
7 to 10 years.
100%.
Open market. All right, unless you're Framber, but open market, 7 to 10 years. How much do you think that you're looking at with that?
Oh, I have no idea.
What
the number is.
40
whatever,
a year. I mean,
whatever
30,
the market
40
dictates.
Yeah. But we're talking 7 to 10 years, 30 to 40.
Absolutely,
where
yes.
it is.
Yes.
My concern is they've had players that had the ability to get that amount of years, and they have refused to pay any of them. Right, like Altuve, right? Is that it? Altuve, maybe Bregman early, really early. Alvarez, we clearly know took a deal that was team friendly. That's just where my concern lies. Is hopefully it is a deal of like, hey man, we're not even talking to him until we can get our best offer. I hope that is it. But the other part is, like we can walk down the line of them. Garrett Cole, they didn't even think that wasn't even happening.
Yep.
Right, Carlos, they lowballed him. Right,
they let Springer walk.
Springer
he
walked.
was
Didn't
older,
even look his way.
Walk.
Tucker wasn't going to do it. Right, it was about our first 5 years here covering the team. It was a big piece. They weren't going to do it with Verlander. Right, they let him go to the Mets. There was a big piece every year that they let. So that is my concern. Is we know who his agent is. It's Scott Boras. We could sit here and say like 7 to 10 years is probably what you're looking at. How confident are you that Jim Crane is going to be willing to do that? Is this going to be the guy?
It
feels like it should be.
For me, this is the guy.
Well, it has to be. I thought Correa was too.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at with the deal is, yeah, I'd be honest with you. I was there with Correa as well. But now the injury stuff that popped up, I don't know if that was an issue or not, but thank the Lord he's back in the Astros uniform. But yeah, I think Hunter Brown is the guy. I mean, this is what you want. I mean, if Jim Crane's ever going to sign a guy long term and maybe longer term than he's comfortable with, and maybe paying more money than he's comfortable with, this is the dude. I mean, obviously, you know how talented he is. As I said earlier, he's not a guy that when he pitches, now, knock on wood, nothing's happened to date, and hopefully he stays healthy long term. But he doesn't appear to be a guy that mechanically and technically is pitching in a way that there's just so much torque on his shoulder or his arm where he's at risk. It seems to be a Verlander-like, stroke when he's pitching, which is absolutely beautiful. And then when you talk about a guy that knows how to be the face of a program and face of an organization, they've talked openly about the leadership role that he's taken. I mean, this has got to be the guy. This has got to be the guy that if Jim Crane's serious about the Astros being competitive, beyond, where they are right now, if he's serious about that, this has got to be the guy.
Yeah, I mean, because and at least in other cases, you're like, all right, we won't give Carlos Correa everything because we like Jeremy Pena. All right, we won't give Garrett Cole everything because we already have Verlander, we got Greinke,
right.
and we like a young Framber, right? We're not going to give Verlander all that money that the Mets gave him because we got Framber. Who is it future-wise behind Hunter Brown that you feel really good about in the rotation?
They ain't one.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, there's some good stuff down there I feel good about.
You don't even have guys long-term. Even Imani. Aolio. Imai. I'm going to get that. Even he can opt out of his contract, after this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this would make sense. But like somebody texted in, 7 years, $300. You think Jim's going to do that? How confident are you that Jim's going to go 7 years, $300? I think 7 years is maybe being nice.
I think he's going to do it.
I hope he does. He's got to.
I think he's going to do it.
I mean, Scooble's in a fight with the Tigers.
Yeah, slap in the face right after they signed him from him.
God, dog. I mean, he's in a fight. His arbitration was $32 million. Man, he's going to be a Dodger. All right, coming up, I think Clint wanted to revisit maybe my thought process in how the Texans should approach the draft with two of their biggest issues. These may be 1 and 2 when it comes to the things they need to fix. We'll discuss that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all, look, Serta Pro Painters is the
22-22. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we are live back here on The Drive. A lot to get to today. 4 o'clock hour here from Brandon Scott, our guy. He'll be with us with his Rockets report as they get started back tomorrow. Be a good time to kind of set post All-Star break what the Rockets will be doing. So that's coming up in the 4 o'clock hour, so stay tuned with us there. All right, Clint, it seemed like you had some more thoughts on, I guess, something that we talked about yesterday in terms of how the Texans are going to approach the offseason with the draft and free agency. And I know yesterday my thoughts were I would much rather the approach for Nick Caserio, D'Amico, and company is, how about you pay offensive players? You pay for offense. Offense is more free agency based because I think you have a better idea of what you're getting. You know what you're getting. You're probably going to have those guys be able to impact immediately. And then I would draft defense better to develop. It seemed like you had some more thoughts on it.
Well, no, I think you're spot on. I think if you had it your way, or if they had it their way, that I think it's given the demands. Really, if we're being honest, the mental demand on defensive line versus offensive line, I think it is significantly higher on the offensive line. The amount of processing, the amount of nobody knows that better than a Texans fan right now, right? I mean, we've heard about communication, technique, and mechanics, and we've watched young offensive linemen, particularly interior offensive linemen, not pan out. It's not because they weren't big enough, fast enough, and strong enough. It's because they can't communicate. It's because they got technique's bad and mechanics bad, right? The reality of it is, Ron, is give me guys on the offensive side of the football that you've seen do it at an extremely high level beyond the physical side of it. Yes, the physical side of it's important, but give me a guy that you know can communicate and process at the necessary speed to run an NFL offense at the guard and center position. Don't go find a guy that can process and communicate and play a lesser-than player because he communicates better and because he processes at a better speed. Like find me guys that have done that at a high level that are some of the best in the league. When it's all said and done, I think when you're talking about particularly offensive line and defensive line, and if you're talking draft versus free agent veteran, right? I think it's no-brainer defensive line. I mean, I think it's the no-brainer you draft the defensive lineman. That is literally a plug-and-play, as plug-and-play a position as you're going to find in football. You find me a guy that's got the tangibles and can physically play. Give me the tangibles and give me the motor. And that guy can play however many snaps you need him to. And the reality of it is, here in Houston, you're dealing with a guy that's going to rotate. I mean, if he can, he's going to rotate 8 guys across the defensive line. So you're really just looking for a rotational piece. You're not even needing a guy that can play, can play the bulk of the snaps. You're talking about a guy that can be a part of a rotation and can literally play inside the tackles at a high level. The draft, if you have to pick one or the other, the risk associated with an interior defensive lineman versus the risk associated with an interior offensive lineman, I believe, is significantly higher for the offensive lineman. So I'm spot on with you, Ron.
Especially on this coaching staff and what you have around it.
Well, and we've heard this coaching staff talk about, hey, that's your gap, just penetrate. It's not like these guys are holding up and reading a bunch and processing a bunch. These cats are just lining up and eating. And I'll argue on this team right now anyway, the guys that are going to get all the attention are your edge rushers. And so your interior guys are going to get more one-on-one matchups. Your interior guys are going to get more opportunity. And so, yeah, I think your point of, now I don't believe what we used yesterday or maybe it was the day before. I don't believe.
Back-to-back defensive tackles.
I'm not real sure that we need to go back-to-back defensive tackles in the draft.
Position, but, yeah.
but the overall point of, look, there's an extreme need there. And if you're going to use the draft for one position, where are you more comfortable that you can hit on that position? I would argue that in football, the interior defensive line, just generally speaking, in football, O-line, D-line play, the interior D-line is easier to hit on than interior O-line. And then I'll argue within this organization, I trust D'Amico Ryans and his ability to find a guy that can go in there and be a role player at the very least with a premium draft pick, more than I trust anything that's being done on the offensive side of the football.
And especially with the dynamics of what this team is and what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
Right? Like this team, someone just texted in, shouldn't we go get an upper-level free agent lineman instead of developing a young guy? Well, this team
what kind of lineman they talking about?
Yeah. Just a free agent lineman. I would just say this team is trying to get over the divisional round hump. This team is trying to get to an AFC championship game and to a Super Bowl. And to me, you go and grab, let's say a center is what you need. You go and grab a center that you know what you're getting. Not a center that, just look at Ursery. Let's say they draft a center early at 28 or in the first 2 rounds. It took Ursery a while before Ursery was able to kind of be over there and you were kind of comfortable with him and he started to feel himself. Like that, there was the Jacksonville game early in the year. Hines Allen just gave him work. And there were some struggles in other games. It takes them a while. This team needs their offensive guys to be ready to go and know what you're getting. Defensively, when you got, as you said, Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson on one side, maybe you can take a little time to develop. Maybe we don't need you to be just balls. They need a center that can go. They need a guard that can go. They need a running back that can go. Not somebody that they got to wait for the second half of the season because you might miss the playoffs fooling around.
I know this wasn't the point, and we're talking more about D-line versus O-line in general. If they draft a center, I quit. If they're in this position and anybody I'm telling you, if anybody in that no, if anybody in that building thinks that it's a really good idea and it's take the next step, AFC Championship, Super Bowl type move to put a rookie center in front of C.J. Stroud with the obvious communication issues that have existed in this building to add a rookie center to the mix, and that's going to be the plan, I quit them. I quit. I'm not quitting the station. I quit the Texans. I absolutely 100%. That would be the worst move any organization could make right now.
Who's the top center in the draft?
It don't matter. I don't even know. I don't want to hear about it. I mean, I know where people can go. They can go to John Harris's website and look at it and figure it out because he covers it all. But I just hate to tell you, man. They draft a center, I quit them.
I don't quit the station. I quit the Texans.
The Texans, to be clear. Every one of them. I love D'Amico. I quit him in a hurry.
Draft center?
Draft a center.
Oh, man.
I quit.
So you could at least you could deal with Andrews rather than drafting a center that is a top rated.
Absolutely, 100%.
But I think overall, I don't know that I would quit him, but I think overall for me, it's like they need to have guys that can plug and go right away on offense.
And there's
on offense they can stand to have you can stand to say, all right, man, we got a defensive tackle. We're going to develop him while we've got Tommy Togiai and we've got Daniil Hunter and we've got, Barnett. We've got Will Anderson around him. Okay.
Yeah.
We can stand to maybe to get a linebacker going up when you got Aziz and you got, Henry around it. I don't know, man.
I mean, Ron, have we even seen a defensive tackle in this scheme disappoint?
Not really. I don't think so.
I mean, every guy that they brought in, we've been like, that's kind of an interesting. Because we've had a close eye on it, right? We've talked about the D-line since D'Amico got here.
Yeah.
But everyone they brought in, we were like, man, keep an eye on this guy. Every one of them has exceeded expectations. Oh, with the exception of the PED stuff with Danico Autry and obviously some injuries this year. I mean, I think from a play perspective, every interior defensive lineman that they brought in, no matter veteran or young, they have I would say exceeded expectations. I trust them to fill that void.
I do too. I trust them on that side of the ball. I don't know about the other one. All right, Cavin Durant. He addressed this burner account story. If you missed what he's had to say, we'll let you hear that. Get that to you coming up next.
Hey, you like that guaranteed success? I like guaranteed success, just generally speaking in itself. I don't care what you're talking about. But what we're talking about right here is a receding hairline, some thinning up top, maybe balding up top. We're talking about some kind of hair loss issue that you're dealing with, and we're talking about addressing it with guaranteed success.
610.
Clint, I've noticed you've been extra salty on Twitter, and I love it.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big story. This has been around the NBA, and not just with the Rockets, but around.
A lot
the
of
NBA.
run with this one.
This has been. I mean, you make one burner account. I mean, one time you have a burner.
Just once.
Just one time, and now people think you're doing it all the time.
What's the detailed history behind KD and the burner accounts? I mean, I obviously, when I hear burner account right now, I immediately think in the sports world, I immediately think KD. And I'll be honest with you, but just because of what's been talked, I don't know exactly the details behind what all's gone on.
Yeah, I mean, he would just go at people with
a burner account. Yeah. Which that is strange. I love KD, but that's strange.
It's time you got yourself.
I mean, you
now to his credit, he just does it with his regular account. But
yeah, well, I think it is entertainment on his regular account. Like I love KD when he quote tweets people and talks trash. I'm here for that.
I just know. Yeah, why you had to? But you get one burner account now. You can't now you can't live it down.
You think he's got another one?
I don't think so. I hope not. Well, he addressed it. I mean, it's been a thing going around because somebody's been talking trash about, deep trash about the team and how things are working. Here is KD at Rockets practice. They'll get back going tomorrow. Here's KD addressing the whole Twitter burner account situation.
I know you got to ask these questions, but I'm not here to get into Twitter nonsense. I'm here to come see and keep it pushing. I know I get feel happy. Give them your mic. My teammates know what it is. We've been locked in the whole season. So they had a great practice today. Looking forward to the road trip.
Does that make you feel like he
Well, it made me feel like I was sitting at mid-court of a practice is what it made me feel like. Damn. I mean, what was he doing? Was he sitting on the floor with reporters around him?
Yeah, well, some reporters around, but still people getting some work.
I mean, that sounded like my old running back, Arthur Mapp. That sounded like him dribbling.
I mean,
damn, who was dribbling the ball that hard?
Somebody was around. They were still getting work.
Hey, Arthur Mapp, our running back, he no hooping at all. No hooping ability. He would try to dribble the ball through the wood. I mean, put it through the woods. Yes, indeed. That's a sound like Arthur Mapp was out there practicing with Durant. Damn.
It did. I mean, like if you were to handle it, like, and you didn't do it, or you aren't a part of this, to me, just to not make it a big deal, like it's nonsense. That's probably the way to handle it. This was nonsense. Like when I hear that, I feel I'm more inclined to think that he's not a part of this.
Yeah, I don't know if I am. I don't know if that was convincing enough. I mean, it's almost laughable. Now, again, I'm up on the Kevin Durant burner account. Ha ha ha! It was something that's linked to him. I'm not aware of what all specifically went on, or hell, what all's going on. But it seems like I would be a little more adamant of laughing that thing away instead of, oh yeah, I'm just not gonna get into that Twitter conversation right now. I'm not going to get into the Twitter conversation. Sounds like the guy that got caught on Twitter and doesn't want to talk about it.
So you didn't. I thought he took it as dismissive. Like, I understand you got to ask the question because he came in like he knew. Obviously, he knew he was probably going to get hit with this, and he wasn't a jackass. We'll get to a jackass a little bit later on. We'll get to Mick Cronin here in a little bit later on. We'll get to a jackass, but no, he wasn't. He wasn't that just like I understand you got to answer the question, but no, my teammates know what it is. We've been rolling together. I guess the only thing maybe if he would have said, no, I do not have a burner account and I did not.
Well, I would like for my guy to be like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Are you kidding me? What are we doing here? I mean, he answers it too nonchalantly.
You want him to act like he doesn't even know? You want him to be a little bit more disgusted?
Yeah, I mean, I want him to be disgusted with being asked about a burner account that he apparently doesn't believe he has. Like, I'd be a little more disgusted. Guys, I'm in the middle of the season here. What the hell are y'all talking about a burner account on Twitter? I don't. What are y'all talking about?
It's that nonsense, baby.
Yeah. I mean,
dismissive. I understand you got to answer. You got to ask the question.
But it is. Every time I look up at the TV, all morning long, it's been on the top headlines.
It's been one of them the last couple of days. Yeah, he knew it was going to be something he had to address. I don't know how many other pros would have to address it because I don't know how many other pros have done it. But
I think he should just get one for the hell of it.
Just get another one?
Call it KD's burner.
This is KD's burner. Ran by KD.
Ran by KD.
The real KD. But listen, that is something he's got to deal with. But the real thing that they've got to deal with is how can they get themselves back where it's a realistic feel that this team can win West, can be a real contender the way the season began. The way the season started, I think most people thought the Rockets were right there as a potential contender to win a championship. It feels like now that we've gotten to the break and now moving beyond it, I don't know if people feel that way. And my whole thought with this is, and those of you on the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, including you, Horns Down, what's your belief level?
What'd you call Tyler?
I didn't call Tyler that. I called this guy here. But what's your belief level? Your confidence level that the Rockets are going to make real changes? Because they get going tomorrow. What's your confidence level? Because I clearly believe they've got to change something. They can't just keep going on the way they have.
Well, I mean, look, I think this is a critical time for Ime Udoka. I mean, look, you made the organization drafted well. You can argue they developed well. You could say that the organization made critical moves in the offseason on players that they had drafted. They made the move to bring in Kevin Durant, and now what you're left with is, I'm assuming, for the most part, with the exception of the injury to Fred VanVleet, what you're left with is what Ime Udoka wanted. And so now, what are you going to do with it? Is the question. I think it's a critical moment for Ime Udoka, number one. Number two, I don't have the answers, Ron, for what they need to do. I can just tell you this, as I've said multiple times this year. I turn on the TV, and it's the same stuff over and over and over again, and it ain't it. It ain't going to work. It's not. I mean, and I know we talk a lot about Amen Thompson in here. To me, I thought everybody was in agreement. Like his development this year was going to be absolutely huge for this team. And when I turn the TV on, I don't see a development. I see a productive athlete, a guy that can go get boards and a guy that can get points in one way or another. But when it comes to him taking the next step, I don't necessarily see it. It doesn't look like the organization is wholeheartedly committed to Reed Sheppard taking that next step. And then it bring up some of the moments of whether it's scheme or it's personnel that's on the floor in critical moments. Yeah. That hasn't always added up for Ime Udoka. So I don't know what the answer is, Ron.
Udoka is square to me because my concern is he hard-headed?
Right. Yeah.
Is he one that,
either way it's going to be a downfall, hard-headed or not able.
Yeah, either he's hard-headed or do they have it in them? Do they have the people in place to be able to fix this, to get the pieces where they need to be? One of the two. And to me it would make all the sense that when they play tomorrow night that Reed Sheppard is in the starting lineup. That the lineup is Reed Sheppard, Amen Thompson, and KD and Şengün and Jabari Smith. That to me would lead me to believe, all right, they've actually gone during this break and thought, all right, we've got to make some changes. We'll talk to Brandon Scott about that a little bit later, but that to me is that is the very least, and maybe some scheme stuff too. But they can't just keep rolling the way they were, or they're just going to be around a 4 to 6 seed that is maybe their ceiling is the second round. Because that's what it looks like, but they have to.
And even with that, though, Ron, right? I mean,
but I'm just not confident that Udoka's like, all right, man, we got Reed is no Reed. There is a belief. No, I want my defensive guy out there, and Tari can shoot, like he can spread the floor too. But no, it is clear they need multiple ball handlers and multiple shooters out there.
Yeah, I mean. The minute you sign Kevin Durant, your expectations are a 4 to 6 seed and a second round of the playoffs. This can't be just we're going to go as far as Kevin Durant takes us.
Yep.
I mean, KD got to have some help somewhere along the way.
Oh yeah, and you just also have to be able to make life easier for him and everybody, and Şengün and everybody else. Text line coming in: Rockets need to start Aaron Holiday at point guard and move him in to shooting forward so he can play more of the Scottie Pippen role. Why not just start Reed Sheppard, the point guard spot? Yeah, you ain't got to skip Reed.
I mean, I could have. Hell, I'll be honest with you. I was dead ass wrong preseason. Preseason, you'd have had me right there. Why not? Right now, no. I've seen enough from Cocaine Curry. I need to see more.
Yeah,
and then everything just hinges on his development.
He's shown enough to not get skipped by Aaron Holiday. Not to mention he was the 3rd overall pick. He's shown enough this year that he should get. Like, to me, that is the obvious move to be made. But again, as I said, I wonder if Udoka is hard-headed and wants to run it the way he wants to run it.
Yeah.
And that to me is concerned. As he said, we'll talk to B. Scott about that. 440 Rockets report, because B. Scott was already saying 2 weeks ago they need to have Reed Sheppard in there. They need to have him in there. And we'll see if he has any feel of they'll do something going into the after the All-Star break. We'll do that as we continue. All right, Texans fans, this is my annual take every year that I try to give to you all, and many of you try to fight me. Here is yet another example of why you cannot let the Houston Texans, the McNairs, the Casario, D'Amico, no, you cannot let them off the hook if they do these things. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look, if you've got a vehicle in your family that needs an oil change, whether it's yours, your significant other, the kiddos, maybe all 3, maybe 4, right? The only way to go is Jiffy Lube. There's 60 locations in and around the city, so there's definitely a location right around the
Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on the Drive 3 o'clock hour doing our thing. We appreciate you being a part of the show. I see you over there, Frank. I see you over there, Donna. I see you, Ray. I see you, Frank, horns down. I see you guys. I see you, Rob Torres, over there on YouTube. I see you, Joel, as YouTube and Twitch is getting going. And if you're on the Base Power text line, we also appreciate you and see you. I just saw that, Ocho, that came across breaking news. I was watching that last night, Arizona State, Texas Tech, and they lose the game last night. Good thing Tyler didn't have money on that one, but they lose the game last night. Not only did Texas Tech lose the game in an upset to one of the weaker teams in the Big 12, they then lost their best player. They lost an All-American. He is first-team All-Big 12 and potentially a first or second team All-American. He was the Big 12 Player of the Year last year. Got paid big money to come back. And J.T. Toppin last night tore his ACL in that game against Arizona State. He is out for the year. This is the second major player on a Big 12 team that went out and tore his ACL. BYU lost their Lord, what is that kid's name? They lost their shooter.
Wish I could help you, man. I ain't got BYU hoops.
Richie, I don't know why.
I know Jimmer Fredette got his numbers retired.
There you go. I don't know why I want to call my man Richie Cunningham, but that's
Rich.
That's obviously Happy Days.
Yeah, that's interesting pool.
I don't know why, but Richie, God, dog. Text line will help before I get to it.
We'll just call him Richie Rich. It's fine.
Yeah, but he tore his ACL. Richie Saunders. God, oh, man. God, he lit Kansas' ass up for about 33 the other day. But they lose him. They lose him for the year, and those are two big pieces. So two Big 12 teams coming down the stretch run, heading to March, lose. They're arguably, BYU's best player is DeBonza, but they lose an important piece, and then J.T. Toppin. So that changes Texas Tech in a major way. So tough week for the Big 12 and some of those players. Thank you. I got it now. They're flooding it now. Yeah, I couldn't pull. I don't know why I had Richie Cunningham in my heart, but I just could not get that. All right. We do this, and I will admit I am the person that is out front on this. And we almost got into it with Victor yesterday. We're saying, if you try to get that guard or that center like the Bears did.
Chicago had that money. Texas didn't have it.
Yeah, I'd like to repeat again. Still, your quarterback is still on a rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, if he does get paid, just like with Will, it doesn't kick in automatically, right?
Got to wait a year.
Got to wait another year.
At least one.
Automatically. But I say this all the time. And people it does not fail. I tell you, Clinton Tyler, the salary cap, it's not really real. I mean, you can manipulate the salary cap in many ways. Yep. Chiefs, they are one of the worst teams in football this morning. One of the worst teams in football in terms of cap space. They were in the hole by about $50-60 million cap space. And a little into the morning. What do you know? The Kansas City Chiefs restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract this week, lowering his salary cap number from $78.2 million to $34.65 million.
Oh, thank you.
And they've been able to save over $43 million in cap space.
One move.
One. And they've got a couple of others that they're going to do as well. and this is a team that is going to try to make some moves in free agency. And they were in one move able to save almost $44 million. That means the Texans will be able to do things like this. They don't even have this. Like as I've said to you. My man Victor talking about I don't know if they got enough money to. They have Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones, and they also have the highest paid center and guard in football, both of them, right then and there. They were also paying a tackle that made $20 million plus. No, the Texans, if the Texans aren't able to spend enough money to get Breece Hall, to get Linderbaum, to get Connor McGovern, to get any of these guys, it's because they are choosing not to. It's because they are choosing not to do something else with it. It is not because they don't have the ability to do so. Right? They will be able to. So as I said, again, yet another example. Do not take the, man, they don't have it. Don't even look at their salary cap number. They can change it.
Yeah.
In a heartbeat. They can change it. So there's a yet another example. The Kansas City Chiefs are going to do things to improve their team with the spaces they need to, and the Texans don't even have any of the, not even close to the amount of number contracts that they have.
Well, I don't in any way, shape, or form, would want the Texans operating like a bunch of the teams around the league do with their salary cap. I admire and respect what Nick and D'Amico and the organization has done, but I'm going to go back to this every single time. Right, is you're at the doorstep of doing something this organization's never done. You're not going to salary cap your way to the AFC Championship. I mean, you're going to have to restructure some guys, move some money around, take some risk. I mean, cause some problems in the next 5 years down the road, if you will, when all this money comes to fruition.
Or you're going to have to turn it into a bonus.
But somehow, some way. I mean, there's no way around it. They're going to have to pay that money, and it's going to have to be spread out over some period. And it's going to hurt at some point in time, especially in these kind of situations where you're saving $40+ million in cap space to a guy like Pat Mahomes, who if anybody deserves $70 million each year, it's him. But the reality of it is, to your point, is like I'm not saying go out there and be the wild, wild west of the NFL, but I am saying know when you are at the doorstep and there is – I mean, I think the Texans – if the Texans wanted to, Ron, I mean, hell, the Texans may with an offseason, the right offseason, they could potentially move into the damn favorite in the AFC. If they sign,
you would even how you feel about the quarterback. You think they could?
Yeah,
okay.
Because I don't think the nation feels the way I do.
I'm in for you. I don't know if you felt.
Yeah, no. Look, I think with this defense being the headliner, and this defense is going to keep you in the game every single game as long as you can play football. The defense is going to keep you in the game. If all of a sudden you put an offense together, and I'm just talking preseason hype. If you put an offense together where you've got a Breece Hall and you add a wide receiver, the right wide receiver, and you shore up your offensive line the right way, I said there were one or two big boy signs on the offensive side of the football from being an organization that's taken serious that around the world, around the nation, around the league of, hey, these cats they're going for it, they're gunning for it. Right, you're one or two away from that. You go out and make 3 or 4 big moves and show real effort to improve the weak part of your team on the offensive side of the football, I believe people are going to look at them in the same light as anybody in the AFC. Yeah. I mean, hell, for crying out loud, the New England Patriots just went to the Super Bowl. I mean,
if they wanted Saquon Barkley a couple of years ago, they could have got him.
Agreed.
They had them. It wasn't it's too expensive.
Agreed. Yeah.
If they want Breece Hall right now, they can go get him.
Right. Whoever it is. I mean, whether it's if it's the guard center, if it's the receiver and the running back, it's some combination, 2 or 3 of those guys. If it's the interior defensive line to make your strong suit even stronger, like whatever it is, there are a couple of really big time signs, like difference makers from being, I think, on everybody's radar as somebody to take serious. I mean, you're 3 or 4 guys. If you want to get real aggressive, you're 3 or 4 guys away from teams going, boy, D'Amico and Nick are pushing all their chips to the middle of the table.
Yeah.
No,
that's why I'll speak for myself now. That's why it was so frustrating how they attacked the offensive line.
Oh, last year?
Last year.
Oh, I agree.
It was just so frustrating how they attacked the offensive line to go for bargains when, like, especially when you don't have to pay your quarterback yet. When you got to pay your quarterback, it's still able to be done. done. It's just even harder to try to swing stuff around, and you got to come out of pocket. You got to pay. You got to turn it into a bonus. Or you don't even have to do all of that as much. Right. Like, if it came down to it, they could go right to Stingley and restructure and save some money.
Yeah.
I mean, they could go and add a year to Danielle Hunter and take his number down this year, and they could do a lot of things to drop, like all teams do every year. That's what I'm saying, and they do it. To be honest with you, they've done it. They went through and restructured several guys last year to be able to create some space. So I just like people who continue to use where they are in the cap and they don't have the money to do those things. Like that's not the case.
But the interesting thing is around here, and I listen to a lot of people, respect and admire a lot of people's opinion. It seems like we're almost programmed in Houston that we always got to make the smart decision. Not about money.
Yeah.
We're always going to err on the side of, I better not do that, man. That may get us in a little trouble down the line.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it just seems like they more times than not, boy, they take the safe route. I mean, we'll take Joe Mixon instead of Saquon Barkley over $1 million or whatever it was a year. The safe move is I think where D'Amico and Nick typically live, definitely on the offensive side of the ball. But it's time, man.
Silly. Cal and Hannah got plenty of it, the money.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, they're fixing to spend about $48 billion up there in Bridgeland, ain't they?
They are. I want to give a shout out to myself. I'm having a pretty good week taking care of myself here.
A little self-care?
Yeah, man.
What'd you do? What'd you do now?
Yesterday I went and got the teeth cleaned. If you follow this show, you know the ups and downs I've had with the dentist.
Yeah.
Times.
Wasn't a good trip yesterday.
No, it wasn't a good trip, but
he feels better.
I feel better, man.
Yeah.
I mean,
mature man.
I'm gonna go in
responsible man.
We'll take care of it. We'll get that root canal done. But I feel good.
Mm-hmm.
Like to lick the teeth, feel good.
Yeah.
Still a little fluoride on there, but it feels good.
If you still got fluoride on your teeth, you just suck them a little harder.
Got the first massage out of the way over the weekend.
A little self-care.
That was it. And Clint, you'll be happy to know I went out there and spent about an hour and a half at Verizon today and got a new phone. You can see the charge right there.
He's got his phone. It's actually plugged in. It's actually got a wire plugged into the back of it instead of him carrying around a satellite dish to charge it all day long. That is tremendous. That is show. I mean, where did this guy come
Has
from?
gotten a new phone.
Yeah, the brand new one too, baby.
Where did this guy? And a case. And a case. He splurged, boys.
Hey, not just a case. We got the privacy.
Got the screen protector.
You got a privacy screen too?
Yeah.
What color? You got a black case, but what's the back side of that thing?
Caucasian.
You went white?
Yeah.
You went the white phone? Oh, okay. Caucasian.
I went Caucasian on
that old snow bunny iPhone.
Hey, he got him old white iPhone, wrapped it in black.
Yeah, listen. I ain't gonna lie. It was when I pulled that phone out of the old case.
Yeah.
I mean,
it was more than time.
The dust. Oh, it was more than time. There was I thought I was cutting myself using it at times with that slice right down the middle.
Hold on,
cut down the middle, and the dust in there. Like no wonder some people had some trouble hearing me. It was ridiculous. Hey, you know what my man said? He said, "Man, you pay for maintenance." He's like, "You probably could have got a lot of this taken care of." I said, "Damn, I'm paying for it."
Bring that phone and get some work done.
All you had to do was take it down there and get it worked on. They'd have done it for free, and hell, you're paying for it.
Got to get that phone oil changed every once in a while.
Hot, man. It was like, man, you just been rolling with this. I was like, yeah, man, that was yeah, no, man, it was good, man. It's good, man.
Hey, I'm proud of you, man. And now if we can just get a little more sleep at night, I think you will be on a roll, man.
I sleep fine.
No, I don't doubt once you lay your head down, you sleep fine. I think you need to get another eye at least. I think you need to focus on getting another eye.
Yeah. Someone said eye exam. No, I've got my eye exam.
No, he's got them Lokes on now.
Yeah, I got my eye
exam. He's got about 2-3 different pairs of glasses he brings to the table, no doubt.
Yeah, being able to see is a little more important than your phone, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've taken care of that.
I feel that pain.
Well, I mean, I got to the end here, man. My phone couldn't hold a charge for That's I just, I'm going to ride it all the way out to the end.
My man,
I was going to ride it all to the end.
I mean, he'd break out one of them them foldable chargers.
My man,
set it on the table.
Hey, I got everything you need. I got everything. Hey, my man said, what version is that? Is that the 11? 12? I said, man, you ain't got to disrespect me like that, man. It's 13.
Jeez. What are we on, 18s?
17.
Okay.
17, yeah. He said, he said, now there's another. He said, there's a plus. He said, did you want
a little bigger?
Plus? He's a little bigger. He's like, I said, nah.
Dude, that kind of upgrade you got, that could change your life.
We good right here, Doc. Right here.
Do I still have that service agreement?
Yeah, man, we good right here. He said, it's not that much more. I said, nah.
Did you get insurance?
Yeah, man, I get, I get all of it. Just
I've been the idiot. I've been the idiot without insurance before. Whole new phone for free or spend you another $1,000 on the phone. Yeah, I've been that idiot before.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little stock up, stock down. We do it every Wednesday. The NBA post All-Star break edition. Stock up, stock down. We'll do that coming up next.
Fielder's Choice Sports Construction, y'all. I'm telling you, if you are an individual or an AD or
accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Every season brings highs.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
And lows.
No way, because I know one of you two would have done the same thing that I just did.
Are you kidding me?
This trio always has eyes on the market in H-Town. It's time to buy or sell. It's stock up.
The arrow's pointed up.
Stock down.
They're selling, Mortimer.
On the drive. Stoerner and Hughley.
And today's edition of Stock Up, Stock Down is the second half of this basketball season for your Houston Rockets. That gets started tomorrow against the Hornets at their place. Houston Rockets will be traveling. Let's start with you, Real Run the Show, Hughley. Stock up for you for these Rockets as we get into the second half of the season.
Well, mine is not necessarily Rockets or the NBA here. My stock up here is I'm going to go stock up with the Celtics, Tyler, and it's specifically
Boston.
Yeah, specifically what potentially could get here. I think they have been playing with house money. Jason Tatum, if we remember, he had that torn Achilles, and I could still see his face on the ground when he was laying there, and he was in clear pain. And it was over, and we were just like, well, that's a year. And then the Celtics start making some moves like this was going to be a lost year, and then all of a sudden – Jaylen Brown has turned into a legit MVP candidate and is a top 5 at the very least MVP candidate right now. Maybe right now today, him and Wemby are the both two-way players in the game, and they got the number 2 seed in the East. And now all of a sudden, this psychopath has gotten himself to playing in the G League and is building up to try to get to the Celtics. Jason Tatum, who has been a first-team All-Pro for several years running, he may be able to get back to the Celtics team before the playoffs, and they could add him back. And they are doing it without him, just only behind the Pistons in the East. And if they get Tatum back to go along with what they've been doing and how they've been playing, this was thought to be a lost season for the Celtics that all of a sudden turns into something that is a lot more. This is interesting. The Celtics are one to really watch and to see if Jason Tatum is actually going to be able to get back to who he was.
And for you, Clint Stoerner, stock up around the NBA second half of this basketball season.
Well, I'm gonna go back to, once again, I wasn't here Monday, so I didn't talk about it. I missed most of the conversations. I just think All-Star Weekend for the NBA.
I thought they had I did. I thought they had a great
look, I'm a casual fan, peeked in every now and then, but I'm going to tell you, when I turned the TV on throughout the weekend, when I turned the TV on, which wasn't much of my father-in-law's house, boy, it's playing a lot of golf, and the TV is mainly streaming, and I'm old, so that's part of the problem there. I didn't see a ton of it, but I know on the back end of it, I loved what really you and some other people were talking about with Wemby wanting to be the face of this thing moving forward.
He said, I'll do it without you.
Yeah, the energy and effort that was put into the actual All-Star game. Forget about the format. I don't care about it one way or another, but just the energy and effort that at least reportedly was put into it. I think overall that was a step in the right direction for the NBA at a time when I don't know if they could have handled just another one of those just everybody uninterested, kind of a joking around. I don't know if they could have handled that.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And with the exception of the slam dunk contest.
Well, that was doomed from the beginning, wasn't it?
It can't.
To be honest. No McClain. I mean, gosh dang, how'd they do that?
Did Keyshawn Johnson win it? I think that's his name. I think it was the football player. Was it Keyshawn? Outside of that,
how'd they leave Mac out, man?
Mac didn't want to. I don't think Mac wanted to.
Oh, he chose not
to? I think 3 in a row was enough for Big Mac.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, at some point you become a gimmick.
Well,
yeah, I mean, he was only in the G League just for that.
Yeah, for sure.
He was getting a nice raise that week of the All-Star game.
Do you think he can do anything? I want to see. Does Mac does he have a 3 in him? Like, I just want to see I want to go watch the rest of his game to see what else. I remember him at Texas Tech. He used to wear that hideous headband. But I want to see the rest of his game. He can't get on somebody's bench.
Somebody. But I don't know. Like you said, I don't know if he has a 3 ball, if he has handles, really. I have no idea.
Yeah, but it was great. Outside of that, Shams, they wouldn't pass in the ball in the celebrity game.
Oh, I meant to ask you, how'd that go? I did not see it. Did he not get
Hey, he took a couple of shots, but he was standing there.
Did he have an ugly shot or
He's
something?
doing this. He was doing this.
Ball.
Nobody would know. I mean,
who was hogging him?
I can't remember. I can't remember who was. It was a bunch of guys out there trying to get their own shot. It was other guys, and he's right here. He's ready. I saw him go 0 for 2 from 3.
Bunch of Terrell Owens out there.
I'm telling you, man. I feel bad. I said, "Damn, he can't get a shot off. He gonna get. He's ready too. Ball. Because he had on some bright ass lime shoes. You couldn't miss him out there on the floor. So. Yeah.
You are tuned in to The Drive. Stoerner, Hughley, stock up, stock down. Today is a second half of the NBA season edition. Back to you, Ron. Stock down for you around the NBA.
My stock down is ESPN right now, and specifically how they're handling the gem of the show that they were able to inherit inside the NBA.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't know when it comes on. I have no idea when it comes on. There's no consistency. Hell, Charles Barkley has complained that he's not working enough. Is what Charles Barkley's. You never thought he said he thought they were going to work him to death. No, they're not even doing that. He's not even. I don't know. Every Thursday, we knew every week, every Thursday, you had Inside the NBA, you had the pregame show, and then you had those idiots at night, and you knew what they were going to do. Now, I'm guessing when the playoffs come around, we'll see them a lot. But you knew you had them every night. They're on Wednesday. They're on Sunday. They're on Thursday. They're on, I don't know what day they're on. And there is no, and it's not an every week thing. They may miss 2 weeks. They may miss 3 weeks. They have has been the best thing going for the NBA, and nobody knows when they come on.
Sounds like a marketing blunder to me.
I just saw it come across. I think they're on Sunday.
Chuck said, I need more hours.
What is it is like that. They should have a designated night that we know that he's on that they're on every week. And it's just crazy. It's different times. I used to know. All right, Thursday night, here we go. See what they got. About 11 o'clock. I don't know what time. I don't know when they're on.
Need to order you one of them old TV guides.
Hell, I don't even know. I don't know who's got Thursday. Prime? That's another thing, man. They got NBA on every night, but you got to really keep up where they go.
No doubt. Clint, back to you. Stock down for you around the NBA in the second half of this season.
Well, this one's for Ron. The Lakers and LeBron. You say Lakers, you got to say LeBron. Look, I know they're in the hunt. I know they're in the hunt potentially to make a little noise in the playoffs. But I think we can all agree, right, Ron? This has been a disappointment. The drama around the Lakers and LeBron, the LeBron situation. The fact that they're in the middle of a season and all I'm hearing about is LeBron, and this may be a joke, but LeBron having his farewell tour in Cleveland. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, this is the Lakers. This is Luka. This is LeBron. This should be all championship talk. Block out the distractions. All championship talk, and it seems like it's everything but.
Well, they don't have a championship team. LeBron said that 2 weeks ago. They don't. Just the team. They've had a lot of injuries. LeBron missed like the first 20 games. Austin Reeves missed like a month and a half, it feels like, in the middle of there. And now Luka's been out for a little bit. So they haven't had all their parts together. But even all their parts together, like they can't match up with those other teams. And then obviously there's been a kind of a shift of them going away from LeBron, and that is.
Yeah, there's definitely a rift between ownership and LeBron. And I'd imagine if you know you're going to part ways with LeBron, his ways and everything that comes with LeBron would probably wear on you.
Yep.
If it didn't, it would shock the hell out of everybody.
Yeah. So no, I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I'll be honest with you. I thought they would be battling in the play-in, especially with some of the injuries. They've been right there with the Rockets most of the way, but they're going to get bounced in the first round.
Hey, Luka points first quarter.
Only thing is they gotta have Luka and LeBron go nuts, and LeBron's gonna be dead tired if he has to do that by game 3.
Oh, rest him in that first quarter, man.
Yeah, don't do that. All right, coming up as we continue, I don't like to call for people's jobs. People have jobs, and I understand that people call for our jobs all the time, but I don't like to call for people's jobs. But this dude is getting ridiculous. The performance from a college basketball coach in multiple ways last night, we got to address. We'll do that coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
They want to be a team that runs.
spacepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hour from now, we'll hear from Brandon Scott with his Rockets report, so stay tuned with us as we'll get his thoughts. Tomorrow, they get back going. Who do they play? I think the Hornets. I think that's who they got tomorrow. Or not tomorrow. They start. Yeah, they play the Hornets.
Yeah, tomorrow at the Hornets.
Yeah, the Hornets.
You already got your bet figured out, T?
No, I won't look to that line till closer, but I'm sure we'll have some Rockets action.
Oh, this guy triple-double Shingun all over it.
You feeling it?
Can't even hit the double-double, bro.
Oh, I'm trying to tell you, triple-double. Got his legs underneath him, man. Feels good.
That was a tough goal. Yeah. Text line coming. The Lakers will be fine in the playoffs. I don't know. I'd like for that to be the case. I don't know. They're going to wear the hell down is what I think. But yeah, coming up, we'll talk about the Rockets at 4:40 with Brandon Scott. Last night, Tyler, we'll get best bets. Did all right. Did some college basketball. Maybe college basketball is a help coming back for you a little bit. He was in the green last night, so we'll get to that. One game he didn't, because what would you? UCLA, Michigan State. And Michigan State beat the hell out of UCLA, and that happened right from the jump. But we had some upsets last night. Shout out to Nebraska and Iowa. That was a good one. Michigan was beating the brakes off of Purdue. Purdue tried to come back. But the story of college basketball last night was Mick Cronin. Mick Cronin is at one of the best historic basketball programs in the country at UCLA. Blue blood, I think he should be fired. They fired Jerome Tang's ass, and they tried to fire him for cause, and they're going to get ate alive. K-State, no way you're getting away with this. If they can fire him for cause, then they damn sure can fire Mick Cronin for cause last night. I want you, before I play what this fool did last night to a reporter, and I will say the reporter did probably could have formed or gone in a different direction with his question, but it certainly, to me, didn't warrant what Mick Cronin did. But I think the first thing of why I honestly believe he should be fired, and I think for cause, is what he did in the game. Clinton Tyler, this kid that's on his team, by the way, the backstory to this, he was a walk-on at Michigan State. He played at Michigan State, was a walk-on at Michigan State, hit the portal, now he's playing for UCLA. He's a hustle kid, run, hustle kid. He goes down and tries to run down a layup attempt. It's a hard foul. It's a hard foul. Nothing like that idiot with the bad haircut from Providence, Tyler, who Duncan, who tried to kill somebody.
That asshat.
By the way, you get some time, take a look at Duncan Powell's haircut. But it wasn't that severe. But they did call a flagrant foul. So then Mick Cronin decided to take it upon himself to go get the kid, grab him by his jersey, grab one of his assistants, and he then ejected him himself. He was not ejected. Just had a flagrant foul. Mick went and grabbed him and ejected him himself.
Hit the shower.
Not just, and made him walk out like he had.
Right.
Two flagrants. Like our flagrant two. Had him like he did. Kid had to walk off, and the crowd knows him. He's a former Spartan, and they're giving him the business all the way on out. That is such an ass move. I'm trying.
It's stupid.
Yeah. It is. First off, yeah, I'm good on UCLA if I'm a recruit. This is what we doing? You gonna try to embarrass the hell out of me? He could have done a multitude of things. Yeah. He could have set his ass down and talked to him. He could have just set him down and said, hey, play hard. We'll get you back in. He could have just told him to go sit down and just never put him back in the game. No, he said, no, what I want you to do, I want you to walk your ass off and have everybody look at you. To get ejected from a game that you did not actually get ejected from, I'm just doing it. I don't even want you to sit on the bench. I want you to go to the locker room.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton.
I wish that kid was back there at that locker room door waiting on Mick's ass. And it just ended his college career right there.
He shouldn't be embarrassing his own players. Like I said, that's dumb. And it's stupid, too, because as a head coach of any sport, as a strategist, like you're taking a club out of your own bag. No matter how mad you get, you eject this kid. Well, what if later in the game you needed him in the game or something? Someone got in foul trouble or whatever. It's just dumb. It's dumb.
Yeah, he would have played anybody else apparently, but just sit him on the bench.
Yeah.
It wasn't. And also, if you go watch it, I don't know. I don't know the backstory with it. I still don't. Whatever the backstory is, it is not. Let me send your ass to the showers.
Right.
That was ridiculous. That's and to me, like if you're a coach in 2026, that's not going to work. You can't. That's not going to work with players this age. That's not. Bobby Knight didn't do that. Bobby Knight cussed you out. He ain't send you to the showers before you.
Yeah, throw a chair, dude.
Nobody else told you to go. No, go. You're out. Like, what the hell? And then after the game, he's clearly upset and pissed. And you know how I feel about this. Like, you know, I don't think you should have had to do an interview after the lowest moments that you've been in. I don't think you should. Or at least I expect and understand that this person may not want to be up here. But Mick took this to a whole nother level. Here is him in an exchange with a reporter in the post game afterward.
What's your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant the overall the way that you.
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like?
You should take it.
The preparation of the.
Do you really think I care about the other?
No, I don't. I don't think you care about the other.
Are you raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
No reason.
Come on. Yes, you are. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
Tyler, I want to get on my knees behind him, and I want you to push him.
F them kids.
That man said, "Are you raising your voice at me?"
Yeah.
That part. I always thought all the front stuff was funny. I thought that was kind of comical, right? I want to give you a kudos for the worst question ever. And then he gonna hit that man with, you know that kid ain't raising his voice. Went back to it.
I hate this type of behavior from coaches. I hate
just because they can.
But it's the whole thing, man. You mentioned what went on the floor. That cat right there was clearly alluding to the way he handled the kid, pushing him off the floor, the way they were chanting. Like that reporter wasn't trying to say, "Oh, do you care about the student section?" No, he
knows what he was doing.
He was trying to get to a point of like, you caused all this stuff.
I could give
with this player, the way you treated this player, and he knew what the hell he was trying to do, and he big chested him right there because he's the coach. Nobody's raising their voice, man. Reporters always raise their voice to be heard over the next guy and get the next question.
He said that we're on TV.
Yeah, we're on TV. Everybody can tell. I'm gonna tell you, I watched the majority of that post game. It wasn't just that. Oh, it's such a turnoff what this coach is doing. I mean, he does clear. It a lot. It's almost like a wink wink as he's complimenting the other team and how much it matters to them playing for Michigan State. And you can tell and he knows what he's doing. He's basically knocking his guys in his locker room and his players, saying that they don't feel the way, they don't play the way, or they don't feel the way, or they don't have the pride that the other team has in playing at that university. Like, that's such a weak move by a grown-ass man, much less a coach, to use the media to make comments about your locker room. Whether it's pros or college or high school, whatever it is, that's just such a weak-ass move from a grown man to do that kind of thing. It's almost like the underhanded stuff, like the way he handled the reporter and the way the comments. Like, if you watch that whole 5+ minute interview, like, there's multiple times in there where he is completely backhanding his team as he's complimenting the other team. Like, that's so weak. And to me, it goes against, and I know these coaches, the psychology behind coaching, I get it. There's ways there's reasons, methods to the madness, if you will. But I'm gonna tell you, for me, man, I ain't got nothing for him.
Like that whole thing, like all of that. And be honest with you, Mick he's got a greatest hits. Like if we gave Tyler the evening, I'm telling you this, Tyler. If we gave Tyler the evening and he goes all the way from Mick at Cincinnati, like he could put together a montage of Mick Cronin thinking he is like that's a part about Mick. Like, Mick, I don't think you know who the hell you are.
Recurring behavior, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Mick's done this. I think Mick thinks he is Tom Izzo. Like I think like Mick goes off. He hadn't won a damn thing. He's at UCLA and they're 8-9 seeds all the time. I think he thinks he's bigger than he is. I'm talking about a bigger type coach.
But I don't even know how big he literally is, right? He looks like a guy who's got a little small man syndrome.
He wears great suits. Yeah, I think in his mind he acts the way that Nick Saban does. You know how Nick kind of does with the media and stuff.
Sure.
Mick, you're not good enough to do this. You know that kid didn't raise his voice at you. Yeah. Come on, man. And the kid let it go. He let it go. Somebody else was trying to hit you with another question, and you're the one who brought it back.
Circle back.
You're the one who did it.
Kudos.
And you think I really care? No, I don't think you care, but I'm just simply saying, you dumbass, everything that you did led to them having that kid having to walk out and listen to the entire crowd scream whatever they screamed at him because he got ejected, but wasn't really ejected by anybody.
That particular sound.
You're right, Tyler. Could he have run back on the floor if somebody fouled out and they needed his services? Could he have run back?
That's a fair question. He might be able to, but
tell you that sound bite is so petty. Again, just for a grown man, like you can look at that as he knew he didn't handle it the right way in the moment. He knew he was going to be asked about it in the post game. And the way that he went about it was, I'm going to flip this script. Instead of addressing it, instead of facing it, instead of explaining why I did what I did and yada, 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 I'm going to push back on this young reporter about raising his voice. It just gets worse and worse the more you hear it, the more you think about why and how he handled it. What a joke.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, he was ridiculous. What you got coming up?
Well, I'm going to tell you, that one right there turned me off. There ain't no doubt about that. I got one of them old baseball boner-worthy audio clips coming out of that Astros clubhouse, y'all. Hunter Brown, is Jim Crane gonna pay him long-term big money? I tell you, precisely what you want your future to sound like. We're gonna have that next right here on Sports Radio 16.
Are you raising your voice at me?
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team
Call in, learn something new, and grow with confidence. HomeshowGardenPros.com, where your garden gets the pros. Saturday mornings, 7 to 9 on Sports Radio 610.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Talking about boners, baby, I'm telling you, it's baseball season time, baby. Them Stros are rocking and rolling, and they're talking. And they're talking, boy. We ain't football horny. We're talking about them baseball boners, y'all. And before I get to what really got me turned on today, I got it. Hey, Dirty's Daily. Dirty's Daily is powered today by Weatherman Andy. Weatherman Andy. I don't know if y'all were listening this morning, but old Pendergast.
Andy was just fixing the door, by the way.
Old Pendergast tried to ruin it for all of us. Can't drink in the studio no longer. Pendergast dumped his old red Powerade all over the table in here, and not only did he dump it over here and ruin a few things, well, Ron just found his old dirty towel over in the corner. Got red Powerade all over it.
Just left that sucker there.
Just left that mess there.
Damn, that's messed up.
I mean, he just left it there for a Weatherman Andy. Weatherman Andy came down here and he cleaning it all up. I mean, it's okay. So, hey, Big Andy.
Come on, Sean.
Big Andy, I greatly appreciate you. We love you around here, man. We wouldn't be what we are today without you, brother. We greatly appreciate your help and you looking out for us. Always on the ball. Always on the ball. By the way, Tyler, Andy came in and first guy I've ever seen, he's got his phone volume going through his watch. He's showing me the clip of Sean spilling his deal, and the audio's coming from behind me. And I'm like, where's this audio coming from? I'm watching his phone, the audio. Well, his watch has got the audio. He must have a speaker in his I thought it was hanging around his neck or something, but it's clearly on his watch. So well played, Andy. I mean, whoever got you that little gadget right there, man, that is big time. But nonetheless, just like we wouldn't be the same around here without Andy, the Astros damn sure wouldn't be the same without Hunter Brown. And this time of year is great because these guys start talking. And we've got a couple of guys that I think it's worth hearing these conversations. Tyler, who did you say that this audio came from a little earlier? What podcast did it come on?
Yes, my guy Tyler Stafford and who's he do it with, Ron? Chandler Rome. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know he was a Baytown boy.
Yeah, man. We grew up together in youth group. He's a good dude.
Tyler had Tyler, didn't have Chandler.
Yeah. I blanked for a minute. But, yeah, it's their podcast. They do all Astros talk. It's good stuff.
713-572-4610. Here's where I'm going to go with it. Should the Astros lock Hunter Brown down long term? Now, yes. I know they don't have to do it right now. I'm talking about whenever the time comes.
Yes.
Whenever the time comes. Now, the report is, Chandler Rome put it out there in a little podcast, that after the 2024 season, there was interest from Hunter Brown, about getting an extension done with the Astros, making some money. And he was asked again on this podcast here recently about contract extension talks with the Astros since then. Has there been any? Or what's going on, Hunter?
You know, those conversations have obviously, come up between Scott and myself. And with all transparency, I love Houston. I love playing for this team. And just I haven't heard anything since I was a rookie. So my focus is to be the best I can be for this team this season, and that's what I'm focused on. But like I said, I love putting on that Astros uniform, and I got no visions of doing it anywhere else. So that's what I can give you guys. I haven't heard anything, and that's just kind of where I stand with that.
Look, if you're an Astros fan and that don't get you good and turned on, I don't know what the hell's wrong with you. Now, look, I heard the In the Loop guys today. I heard them having a conversation about the hell are the Astros doing? No communication. I don't believe that this is an Astros problem.
No.
I don't. He said he hadn't heard anything since his rookie year. Now, Hunter Brown's rookie year, yeah, the organization should have reached out to him and said, "Hey, man, can we get one of them old young team-friendly deals done? Maybe can we see what can be, what we can do moving forward?" And if I'm being honest, since then, if I'm Hunter Brown's representation, you better not even shape your mouth to say, let's get a team-friendly deal done. Like, it wouldn't shock me one bit that the Astros, or it doesn't shock me one bit that the Astros haven't circled back to Hunter Brown and tried to get a deal done.
Astros ain't loyal.
I mean, yeah, call it loyal if you want to. If you want to, you can call it loyal. But the reality of it is I think it's respect. Hunter Brown's too good of a prospect, too good of a player at this point to go in and try to get a Yordan Alvarez deal with. I tip my cap to Jordan for doing it. I think Jordan had some injuries that may have played part in him going ahead and getting that money. I look at Hunter Brown. I just don't see Hunter Brown as a player that for any reason needs to team friendly something.
No, I agree with that, but I also would think if you got serious and you came with a fair offer right now, maybe that doesn't cost as much as it would a couple of years down the line when somebody else resets the market. Like, I'm with you. I don't think you come to Hunter Brown and Scott Boras. Let's remember who is also representing him. Scott Boras, he's a part of the you can kiss my ass when it comes to some sort of a team-friendly deal. You don't go get Scott Boras to get a team-friendly deal. I think they know that. But I think you come with a fair offer or a fair conversation, not trying to do the Jordan thing. But to me, I think you do start there. Now, I'm surprised that hasn't, at least to get a gauge of what it is that you're looking at, right? To get him, I think a fair offer, not a low ball. I think you want to lock him up. He's 27 now. We know arm injuries. Let's go ahead and get him locked up, try to get him locked up now. I am surprised that Hunter Brown has not had anything brought to him.
Yeah, well, I just
in a couple of years.
I wonder if that is a Hunter Brown and representation have a conversation of we know what they typically do, how they've handled guys, and we're not even remotely interested. So let's play this thing out. Let's see what the future holds. I'm not. I'll be honest with you. With being an Astros fan, I'm not overly concerned about what the hell are the Astros doing. In fact, I will. This is the first guy that I felt like there's a real chance that Crane's going to open that checkbook and pay long-term huge money for. I think this is the guy, as I said before, I think this is the guy that when you look at him, he has clearly embraced the leadership role as he's moved forward, right? I mean, he's patterned his game in more ways than one after Justin Verlander, and I think it's kind of coming to fruition. Obviously, we've seen the product that is big game Hunter Brown, the leadership role he's played into. I think when you look at this era of pitchers, I think there's a lot of guys out there that have come up throwing it as hard as they possibly can throw it or getting as much spin as they can possibly get. And there's obviously some injury issues there, really league-wide, but definitely with the Astros. I don't believe that Hunter Brown is one of those guys. I think Hunter Brown appears, at least to my eye, he appears to have a very natural delivery, a very natural arm action that doesn't have it's not putting, relatively speaking, not putting a ton of torque on the elbow or the shoulder the way that some of these guys are pitching and have to pitch in order to be effective. It's effortless, again, very much like what Justin Verlander appears to be doing. I think this is a guy, you mentioned his age, but this is a guy that you want to retire as an Astro.
At the very least, a guy you want through these prime years.
Yeah. You definitely want him through the prime years. Whatever he's commanding or demanding, I believe that Jim Crane gets this one done and keeps him here longer term.
Oh, boy.
The other part of this
you said you believe. Do you believe, Tyler?
I hope it's going to happen.
I hope.
I think they will. I think it's definitely possible they wouldn't, given what I think you were about to lay out there, Ron. I mean, the Astros' history with new contracts is interesting, but I think they will. I think he's young enough. I think that's the key, that they'll find a way to get it done.
Well, but go back. We did this earlier. We were talking about players that they didn't commit to, right? And I think there's some of them out there that they're a little bit of a head scratcher. But you can look at the Correa deal. And as big a fan as I am of Correa, I would have paid him, but there was clearly an injury there that maybe they weren't comfortable with, right?
And Pena, and they knew Pena was behind him.
Great point. Pena was coming up, right? I mean, you look down the line. There's some guys that we wish they would have committed more to, and they didn't. But whether it was age or some kind of injury or some kind, there seemed to always be, not always, but partially there seemed to be some kind of hindsight's 20/20 with those guys. I just don't with Hunter Brown. I don't think there's anybody behind him, right? I think it's a very convincing product from a health perspective and obviously a ceiling perspective. And so I don't know, man. I just think this is one that if you're going to ever make an exception, I think this is the guy that Jim Crane makes the exception with.
I think it should be, although I've said about two others. I think it should be. I would not bet that he does. Like if I were placing a bet, I would.
I'm betting on it. I'm going to take a little bit of a risk.
If I were doing T. Mill's best bets, I would say that he is not going to be here long term. I would say they're not going to sign him long.
Well, you're on the same team with Pendergast. He heard our conversation earlier. And he said 3 years and he's gone.
Yeah, I think what it would take is I think 7 years at the least right now. And I don't think he would do it.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell you,
and
man,
they should get started now.
A lot of these guys that they didn't re-up, you can look at and go, okay, I don't agree with it, but I understand it, and there's a method to the madness. Not re-up in this guy or not long-term in this guy, I can't get it. I can't wrap my head around it. I can't. And right now, we'll see what happens.
And I don't love what they have behind him. I think that's the biggest thing he would have in his favor. But look, we're looking at it right now, man. Like when they let Kyle Tucker ride, we're starting to look at that outfield. I mean, there is nothing in sight that appears that they're about to bring in to match any of. I mean, they had Springer, Tucker, Correa. Well, I'm talking about in the outfield. They had Springer, Tucker, Brantley. They had all that outfield. It's a shell of itself. But
it ain't quite what it once was. By the way, it's Crush City Territory is the podcast that these cats are on that we're getting this audio from. Great job with Hunter Brown. There's another Hunter Brown cut here, and this is just one that I as an Astros fan, I just needed to hear it. I needed to hear it from somebody within the organization that the catcher woes that we've seen of late weren't all on the catchers. Obviously, having played baseball a little bit of that, you understand that if guys are circling the bases on our catchers, clearly the pitchers have, some of the pitchers have some issues, and they're part of it. But I'm going to tell you, hearing Hunter Brown talk about specifically runners circling the bases, if you will, and how he can be better to help that was refreshing. Here's Hunter Brown talking about just that.
Yeah, I think I can do a better job of holding runners, specifically in my time to the plate at times. I have such a high leg kick that I'm sure Vic and Diaz last year at times were like, come on, man, give me a shot. But so there's definitely that element to it, and I think we've kind of been talking about that as a team as a whole. So I don't think that's just for me, but personally, I think if I could strike out as many right-handed hitters as I do left-handed, that would be awesome. And then first pitch strikes. You want to, if you're getting ahead of guys, you're going to get deeper into games, and kind of some of that stuff is gonna even itself out. You'll find yourself in opportunities to put guys away faster and have more efficient innings. Really,
I'm gonna tell you there was a lot there, but I want to go back to the beginning, boys. And it was even better than I thought it was, because I thought it was just Hunter Brown talking about, how he can help. Would y'all say the defensively the number one thing? I mean, I know some people are nervous about the outfield, but can we all agree that the willingness to just allow runners to circle the bases is the number one concern defensively?
Yeah, depending on like Altuve and who's playing second, because either Altuve or Paredes, who hasn't played a lot of second, maybe that. But the running game for the Astros while they're on defense, that was awful.
Yeah.
That was god awful.
Well, that's I mean, it's good to hear Hunter Brown talk about how he can be better there. But I missed first time I heard that. I missed him say that's been a big focus, really team wide, staff wide. So. If you're an Astros fan out there,
as bad as it was, it's pitchers and catchers.
Yeah. Well, but that's what you always hear, right? I mean, it happened often enough last year as an Astros fan. I watch a lot of Astros games with my family, all my friends back on the east side, and I mean, I can't tell you how many times I heard Bub yell, "It's on the pitchers just as much as it is the catchers." I got tired. It happens so often, you get tired of hearing about it, right? But damn, at some point you go, yeah, but it's every pitcher. I mean, it's everybody. It's every pitcher. I mean, and it's more times than not when there's a no throw, usually it's Diaz. So how much of it is you see it so often, you're like, damn, how can they not address this? Anyway, point being, for all of us Astros fans out there, it is really good to hear that one of the focal points is what I think all of us casual fans would say is the most. I think it's the most frustrating thing about the Astros. I get really frustrated about Altuve coming out of his shoes, but I can't argue that he's the best to ever put on the uniform, right? The most frustrating thing about the Astros last year, there was a lot, maybe the injuries were the most frustrating thing. But as it pertains to play on the field, the most frustrating things was letting runners just run freely around the bases. And so to know that that's such a talking point and such an emphasis in spring training, that's music to my ears.
It is crazy, though. And the one thing, and I think going back to what you were saying prior to that cut, was you do love the leadership of Hunter Brown also coming out, taking that like, hey, man, don't just put that on our catchers.
Yeah.
Last year it was us. My high leg kick probably allowed guys to get good breaks. But the wonder is, like, it never improves through the season, though. Like
you would think. You would think that stopped traffic right now.
Like, I mean, like it never improved.
Yes.
As the season, as a slide step, something like it never improved as the season went on. So that's a wonder where you hope like this is something. Again, I will never. I've said it 100 times. I mean, they had guys who were openly running from second to third with a lefty in the box, just going.
Yeah. just eat rolling now. Standing up.
You said no throws at times. And that's a little bit on the picture. That is wild. All right, as we continue, coming up, I had a theory and a thought about how the Texans should approach the draft. And I know the avid listeners know me, and I know most of you will agree with me. I know you will. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, the highest quality testosterone on the market right now. We live in a day and age where this is big talk now. Synergenics and Low T Center have been high.
Hurt in an accident? Call McCarran Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Next segment, our guy B. Scott, Brandon Scott, he'll be in the building. A little Rockets report as they get ready to finish off the rest of this season before they head into the playoffs. They're sitting in, I believe, their fourth spot in the West right now, and it should be a fun go of it. That's right. Game back of the Nuggets, 7.5 back of the Thunder. So we'll talk to him and get his thoughts upon things. All right, this was my theory. I want to see how many of you all agree with, those of you on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Hell, is Champ Slice at? But I want to see if you guys agree with my theory. I look at this Texans team, Tyler and Clint, and where they are right now. And this is a team, right, that their expectation should still be put a ring on the bull. Is that what they said? Put a ring on the bull.
Well, here's the thing with that. Is it ring on the bull or is it bull on the ring?
I thought they were saying ring on the bull.
I'm not sure that wasn't being screwed up, though. Because I
think they were flipping? I know C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that'd be the wrong person, but he was the last one I remember saying it.
Well, if you're referring to a Super Bowl, it would be a bull on the ring.
Is that what you're thinking? Yeah. Or do they want to go and put a ring on the bull out there?
Toro, hell, everything else. I mean, Toro is the most popular person over there right now. So yeah, I mean, maybe it was a ring for Toro.
But they're trying to get to that next step, past the divisional round. To me, my thought in this offseason is, Clint, I would go hard and heavy. Pause. I would go heavy on offense, free agency wise, and then I would draft for defense.
Okay.
And to me, I feel like that may be the way they should really look moving forward, just because of their coaching staff, where their strengths are on their coaching staff. And again, shout out to Cole Popovich. He did a lot better than I gave him credit for or thought he would do. But still, I think the strength is on the other. Why'd you do that, man? He did. He did better.
Well, I mean, I just think we've lowered. I mean, we've lowered our standard. I mean, it is.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying they moved. They went from they couldn't do nothing.
I mean, they were still like 29th.
I'm not saying they were
yards
good,
per carry. I mean, it's still your quarterback. I mean, I know I push hard on CJ, but your quarterback, it still wasn't the cleanest quarterback in the league. I mean, it's like we just can't wait to crown.
Yeah, but they just
a coach. It's just like, come on, man.
Clint, they couldn't solve a TN stunt.
Fair, yeah.
Ever.
I mean, this still is. I mean, he was part of rotating left guards.
I'm not saying.
I mean, let's not. Saying. I mean, damn it. It got better over the year. Throughout the year, it got better. I'm higher on this offensive line as is than really anybody. But I mean, the Cole Popovich stroke job since the season was over is laughable. I mean, let the guy have a cup of tea.
I said better than what
I wasn't referring to him. I'm referring to everybody. When you said that, I heard Nick and D'Amico talking about how great of a job he did.
The stroke job.
Wow.
They were a
technique and mechanics.
A decent to average offensive line at their best this year for a few stretches.
I think that's fair.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. That's coming from straight dude. All right. Like so without toilet paper. Like they went from that to this. So anyway, with that, I still think their strength of their coaching staffs on the defensive side of the ball. That's my theory. I think they should go heavy free agency when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. Whatever that is, you want a running back, you want to. I'm not saying don't draft, but I think your answers need to come from that, right? Last year, their answer at left tackle became the second-round pick. I don't think that should be the case where they're trying to go to. If they were building, Clint, and like they're a couple of years away trying to build this thing, get it. But no, that's not where they are. I think it should be drafting, defense, and free agency offense.
Well, I think you're spot on. I mean, if again, you're not in and look, I know Nick and D'Amico is going to tell you the development never stops, right? If if you want the excuses of technique, mechanics, and communication and just execute, if you want that to stop on the offensive side of the football, then let's minimize how many rookies we ask to play next year at center, at guard, and at right tackle. Let's minimize that, right? I mean, I'm with you, Ron. I think the easiest, I say easy, let's say I believe that the least difficult, because it's all hard, right? But the least difficult plug-and-play position on the entire field, I think, generally speaking, is interior defensive line. Get me some dog that tangibly can hunt and mentally and emotionally want to hunt by instinct, right? Give me those guys and plug them in at the interior defensive line position. There's not a lot of process, and there's not a lot of communication. Be honest with you, there's not a lot of thinking. Plug those guys in and let them go eat. So generally speaking, I think that's the easiest place to plug and play rookies immediately is the interior defensive line position. Then you look at what DeMeco Ryans' defense schematically commands or demands of those interior defensive linemen. It is see ball, get ball, penetrate, right? There's not a whole lot of thinking, not a whole lot of processing. So schematically, it's a fit. Then you look at the personnel that currently is the Houston Texans defense. Your edge rushers are going to get more attention than any two edge rushers in football, right? So your interior guys are going to have opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, given how good Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson actually are. So I think whether you're talking about just football 101, generally speaking, the plug-and-play rookie avenue is going to play better and easier and more seamless at the D-tackle position. We got lucky this year with Ariante Ursary, not minimizing the job they did, not minimizing who he is. They're great. It worked out, right? But I don't want to make a habit out of drafting offensive linemen and needing them to play immediately when we've already got a communication, technique, mechanic, execution problem on this offense with a bunch of veterans up there. And a third-year quarterback going to be a fourth-year quarterback. Like, I don't. So I say all that to the very long-winded way of saying I agree with you, Ron. Draft at your biggest need position, which is defensive tackle, plug-and-play rookies, and then go spend some money and fix the problems that you got on offense. I agree with you.
And I just also think with this team, I think all of you would probably agree that you trust DeMeco and Burke and that staff to develop defensive players, defensive tackles to a certain level than maybe you trust Nick Caley and the offensive staff to do that. And I look at and D tackles may take some time, but that's okay because they're of who they're surrounded with. Yeah. They're surrounded among strength. And I look at a guy, that kid from Texas, Byron Murphy.
Okay.
He went over there. He had a slow start in Seattle. Mm-hmm. A half a sack his first year, only played in 14 of the games, wasn't it? The next year he comes back, he plays all 17 games. He gets 7 sacks from the interior, right? And has picked up his game big time, and now he is off as a real force for them. It may take some time, and he was also surrounded with a great defense that had strength.
Yep.
Leonard Williams sitting there next to him where he doesn't have to be, great right off the bat. And you can see that forming in a couple of years. So I think it makes complete sense. I just see them being able to develop more. And I think on offense, you need more proven, know what you're getting.
Well, here's the other part of this thing, Ron, is we watched them miss with Juice Scruggs, a second-round pick. We watched them miss with Kenyon Green, a first-round pick, both interior offensive linemen. It'd be beautiful to have those guys, even just be an average offensive lineman right now, be able to play and be in the rotation would be nice, right? So they've missed there. The other thing on offense is this. I know this organization tried to sell to all of us that rotating left guards during games for 8 weeks was normal to any degree. It wasn't, right? And I only say that to say it's completely normal on the defensive side of the football. So if you want to talk about they're going to rotate defensive linemen, 8 of them in if DeMeco has his way. That is perfect common practice in the NFL. Makes sense on the defensive line. Does not make sense on the offensive line. So it's just so much more plug and play friendly on the defensive side of the ball. if we're talking draft picks. So yeah, I hope. Now I don't expect them to draft 2 defensive tackles with their top two most premium picks. But I do like the thought of the emphasis needs to be over there and not on the offense.
B. Scott, Rockets report coming up next.
All right, before we do that though, I got to give you the Orchard report. Right, that's right. Orchard agents. If you're looking to sell your home, or you're even flirting with it. Right? Don't go the traditional agent way. You're going to end up spending 3-4 months on the market, no offers, no sale, frustrated as hell. You're going to end up switching to Orchard anyway. Here's the deal, right? Your home sits unsold. It's not only stressful, it's expensive. And the longer it sits, the more buyers assume something's wrong, so they
and offering chewable tablets for better sex. Order at BlueChew.com, code 610.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, it's that time, 4:40 on a Wednesday. Brandon Scott is in the building. Right there, you hear him all over the station. He was on yesterday all day on In the Loop. Him and Reggie was getting it in, and he's on with us every single Wednesday for his Rockets Report, sponsored by nobody. Somebody could come right in here and step up.
We welcome all sponsors.
All right, he is open. He is open right there for you.
Free agent on the sponsor deal right there.
That's right. B. Scott, what would you say, how would you describe the Rockets? I don't want to say first half. Obviously, we've passed the halfway point in terms of games, but All-Star break. How would you assess their first part of the season?
I would call it inconsistent. I would assess it as disjointed, especially on the offensive end of the floor. I mean, you think about it. I mean, they've almost had 2 or 3 seasons within one.
Yeah.
Just, at the All-Star break, right? You've got the era where Steven Adams is a part of things, and they even start off with the double big lineup because they had tapped into that last year. And then they kind of go away from that a little bit. Reed Shepherd starts to shine some, and it looks like they found something in that. But then they start to go away from that a little bit. And so it's really just been, I would say, disjointed, inconsistent. I mean, they had a stretch there early in the season when they were one of the better offenses in basketball.
They were, top 5 offense.
Now, the thing about it is a lot of that was predicated on them being able to get extra shots, being able to create extra shots through their offensive rebounding, which they are not that same type of team anymore. Even though they're still pretty good at that, they're just not special at that in the way that they were before. And so now a lot of their shortcomings in the half court are being exposed because they struggle to generate quality shots, right? Like giving the ball to Kevin Durant in and of itself can be a quality shot, right? Because he's Kevin Durant. But what happens when they double team Kevin Durant and you don't have a counter or an answer, or you don't have players that exactly know what they're supposed to do in that situation? So
shouldn't they have a counter? Do you think they have enough out there to have a counter or an answer when the stuff like that happens?
I think they should have a counter.
Okay,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
It's not lack of players or lack of guys they have.
Look, they are lacking some guys, right? Like they have Fred VanVleet out. They have Steven Adams out. They have Dorian Finney-Smith, who's been on like some kind of ramp up for, almost 2 months now, but has not really lived up to what I think the expectation was for them. And so, I've been saying this for a while now. Everything about the season lies on and relies on this group of young players, right? Starting with Alperen Sengun, the star of them, but then the other 4, right? Like those are the guys that get the bulk of the minutes for them now, and those are the guys that absolutely got to step up. And so is it a matter of a question of how good are those guys? Yeah, that's fair enough. But those are the guys that absolutely got to step up at this point.
Well, all of them aren't going to step up, B. Scott. We ain't living that damn good. Tell me who do you feel like in all of your studies and watching and analyzing this stuff, who's the one that can step up and make the biggest change this season sooner rather than later?
Well, I do think it starts with Alperen Sengun because he hasn't been playing at that level that he was playing at early in the season, right? Yeah. Like if you look at one of the major differences between early Rockets that looked like they were right there with the best in the Western Conference and the Rockets right now that look like they're kind of second tier to the best in the Western Conference, I think it's the quality of play from Alperen Sengun.
Is he hurt?
On both ends of the floor. I mean, he had been hurt, but to his credit, he is not using that as an excuse, and so I'm not going to try to use it for him. He absolutely just has to play better, and to his credit, I think he was playing better a little bit there toward the end of the break, but the free throw shooting is down. Pretty much everything with Alperen Sengun is down except for the rebounding, right, which has been pretty consistent throughout the year, but everything else, shooting percentage, any of the nerd numbers that you want to find, it's all down with Alperen Sengun. So that has to change first and foremost, I think, before anything, and that's one of the young guys right there. And then I will point to Reed Shepherd as somebody that absolutely needs to be utilized, I think, not just in a different way, but more so just more confidently, I think. Like, they just need to kind of lean into it more and not think of ways and reasons to play him off the floor, to allow the other team to play him off the floor. Like, you just got to fight through it, whatever the struggle is, through good and bad with Reed Sheppard, because I don't think you can afford to really not have him out there in critical stretches like they did in that last game against the Clippers. So those are the two key ones that I will point to. I think you need all the rest of them to play well as well, or at least play well within their roles. But when you talk about key roles, key guys, it's Alperen Sengun playing again at an All-NBA level like he was before, and Reed Sheppard being more involved in the half-court offense.
How much of Sengun's slippage, if you will, how much of that is just not playing well, and how much of it is a different scheme, different headliner in Cavin Durant, like the change in scenery, if you will, around him? How much of it, when you watch it, how much of it is one versus the other?
See, I would be able to lean more into the change of scenery thing if he wasn't playing so well in the beginning, right? Okay. It's not like he you struggled first and then he started playing well and kind of got adjusted. I probably would have been able to say that early in the season.
Right.
But they seem to be playing well or just fine together early on in the season. I don't think with those two it's a matter of fit, really. Now, I will point to this, though, when it comes to Sengun. You do kind of have a little bit of a paradox here going on with fit, right? When you talk about on both ends of the floor, Alperen Sengun and Reed Sheppard on the defensive end of the floor, now you got at least 1.5 to 2 liabilities defensively, right? Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson on the offensive end of the floor. Now you got two guys that clog up or mess up your spacing, and neither one can really shoot the ball. And so I would point to that as an issue of fit, and something that I think further down the line is something that the Rockets themselves are going to have to really contend with and think about. Like, how do we make the most of our pieces and make them fit together?
I know B. Scott, with this Rockets report, I know you kind of alluded to he wasn't on the floor with 2 seconds left, down by 3.
Insane. He wasn't on the floor for the bulk of the fourth quarter when their offense was cratering.
But specifically in that point when he was 5 from 10 from 3 that night. I know he wasn't on the floor then. Will he be starting the game against the Hornets tomorrow? And do you think that is a change that they're willing to make?
They've run a bunch of starting lineups out there, so I wouldn't say it would surprise me. But if you're just asking me straight up, do I think he's starting tomorrow? I don't think that's the move. I think Tari Eason is going to start, especially coming off the All-Star break. I mean, Tari Eason, if it was a back-to-back, right, and Tari doesn't always play those, he started to actually more recently. But if it was the back end of a back-to-back, maybe I could see Reed starting. Of course, Reed started that Oklahoma City game when Amen Thompson was dealing with an illness or whatever it was. But if I had to just go straight off of knowledge and belief, I would say that the starting lineup is going to include Tari Eason and not Reed Sheppard. The issue for me, though, is he going to close games, right? When it's tight. That's what I'm curious.
That's what I was going to ask. If Reed Sheppard is not going to get inserted into the starting lineup, and we were talking about this earlier, it feels like the Rockets, they've got to make some sort of an adjustment of what they're doing, because they can't just roll out what they've been doing. They've got to adjust in some way. What adjustments do you think can be made watching this team to improve what they're doing, to get themselves back into a space where you feel like they can compete with the Denvers and the OKCs and those teams above them, the Spurs?
Yeah, I'll give them credit over the last couple of games or so. I thought they've done a better job with moving without the basketball. That's really the main thing that I think makes their half-court offense so stagnant, and their spacing is messed up. Some of the things that I just talked about a moment ago with having Amen Thompson and Alperen Sengun out there together. But I would say the one thing I would point to is, again, the leaning into Reed Sheppard and the two-man game. I talked about this last week when I was in here. The two-man game between Reed Sheppard and Alperen Sengun, we haven't seen, I think, enough of it. I think that's something that they need to lean more into. And then, of course, the stuff that I talked about as far as them moving without the basketball, not being stagnant on the offensive end of the floor and just standing around. How much of standing around and watching do we see whenever either Alperen Sengun or especially when Cavin Durant has the basketball? So if they can just do a little bit more of that. Honestly, out of a lot of this, I haven't probably said this enough. A lot of this, to me, is on Ime Udoka to come up with these answers. Like, we can sit up here and talk about it, and it's fun to do, but Ime Udoka is the one whose job it is to actually come up with these answers. And so far, I don't think they've done a good enough job of coming up with it. They've played well enough to be the 4th seed and to be kind of right there in the mix. But what's going to set them apart, or what's going to put them up there with that upper echelon, I think they could use a boost in coaching.
Yeah, look, you went the direction I wanted to ask you about is really just a general question of how much pressure in the rest of this 2026 season, how much pressure's on Ime Udoka to make a difference. Obviously, make some moves, make some adjustments, but really make a difference here. How much pressure you think's on the head coach?
It's funny, man, because pressure is an interesting word because he's a made man here now, right? Like he got that extension last year, whenever it was, but it was ahead of the time when they really needed to give him one, right? Like he basically got an early extension, and I think therefore was empowered. I don't think there's any question like in the front office or within the organization about Ime Udoka, or if they flame out in the playoffs and don't win a playoff series like I'm expecting them to do. If they don't do that, I don't think he's under any real kind of pressure. But in terms of accountability and responsibility and whose job it is, I cannot stress enough, like, pressure be damned, pressure or not. Like, I do think it is on him. Once you lose leaders like Fred VanVleet and Steven Adams, and, of course, Dylan Brooks is gone. But when there's a leadership vacuum there and all you really got is Kevin Durant and a bunch of young guys, to me, that puts coaching at all the more of a premium. And I think that puts all the more accountability on Ime Udoka, whether the front office or the ownership want to hold him accountable or not. So I'm looking at Ime Udoka for sure.
Real quick, their ceiling to you right now is what?
So, I mean, I'm picking them to win a playoff series, like be either that third or fourth seed, probably that fourth seed right where they are, and to win a playoff series. I think their actual ceiling, depending on how it shakes out, because it is such a quagmire, depending on who beats, it's a bloodbath, right?
Yep.
So depending on who beats who, they could win 2 playoff series and find themselves in the conference finals. Do I think they've got enough to go through any combination of Denver, OKC, San Antonio? No. Could they arrive in a situation where they're playing one of them in the conference finals? Sure. But are they going to get past all of those teams? I don't think so. So the ceiling technically is probably the conference finals, but I'm gonna say that probably the semifinals is more realistic.
I like them in the semis as long as they avoid Minnesota in the first round.
That's gonna be a tough one. That's gonna be
if they like 3-6 or 4-5 and it's Minnesota, and I think they'll beat the Lakers. But if it's like Minnesota, it's like that one makes me nervous.
That one makes me right there, B. Scott.
That's a series that would make me nervous.
The teams that are not as good as them, which I think are Minnesota and the Lakers, do both have proven playoff performers, right? Like guys who you can go to in the half court. Now, I understand that the Rockets got Kevin Durant, but like we've seen it work before for Minnesota. Like I share that concern, even though I would pick the Rockets in that series.
All right. That's B. Scott every Wednesday, 4:40, his Rockets Report. We appreciate you stopping by. We'll see how this first week back gets when we talk to you next Wednesday. 5 o'clock fire coming up next. Little news and notes about Isaac Paredes coming from the spring training with the Astros. We'll fill you in on that. And the Chiefs, they're finding their way to drop some money. Look what happened with Patrick Mahomes. We'll let you know that. And that team in Dallas, they are really throwing in the towel. We'll let you know the latest star of theirs who is not going to return. We'll do that coming up next.
That same care and concern that B. Scott has for these Rockets, you ought to have for those big.
Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now. These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
The Hot Link place that I used to eat at way back in the day.
Is she from Big Sandy?
No, she's not from Big Sandy. She's just.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty show T Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T, and Brandon Scott's crazy ass have the latest. And the latest is a little 5 o'clock fire, and we're in the building. And also the Astros are in the building. And there's a lot in this statement, but I think there's a couple things to really kind of look at. And for me, it's this one. This coming from Brian McTaggart with the Astros. With their chances of trading third baseman Isaac Paredes diminishing, the Astros have expressed interest in free agent outfielder Michael Conforto. Sources tell MLB.com. He's a left-handed hitter and outfielder, 32 years old. I remember him coming up with the Mets. He was with the Dodgers last year. I'm not going to read his slash lines. They're not great. But I think the big piece of that, Clint, is with their chances of trading third baseman Isaac Paredes diminishing. I don't know whose end this is on, but that's been the big conversation piece. We've talked about it a couple of times. I've been against trading him. Of all the guys, I felt like, man, that's the type of dude you want to hold on to. Your thoughts about hearing trade talks with him kind of dimming down? Is that something you're in favor of with the Astros?
Well, look, I'm okay if they make a move and the trade makes sense for the Astros. I'm okay if they don't make a move and then the lineup is just that much deeper and you've got tools, if you will, to get to navigate a season. You get to the late game season and you get to postseason. Then you've got a deeper lineup with a really good bat somewhere in the middle of it, right? In Isaac Paredes. So I'm really okay with either direction. What I don't like is with the Astros' chances diminishing. Like I don't like the. Boy, we better hurry up and do something to get better. What's available, what's out there. I don't know that I like that approach with Isaac Paredes. And I mean, I think I would rather have an abundance of offensive weapons, if you will, have too many infielders, if you will, and then try to navigate that throughout the regular season more so than make a trade because, boy, we're coming down to the wire here and there's just a this or that available.
I just don't feel like, Clint, they have to rush the situation, right? Like Isaac Paredes or whoever may be somebody that they potentially trade to upgrade somewhere, whether that is the bullpen, that is the rotation, that is another bat in the outfield. That might be the juice they use at some point, but they don't have to. They don't have to rush it. Like I think they are all right and well enough to be able to sit and go into the season to see what this looks like. Now, if they get the right deal, right? If they can get, I don't know, the Dodgers to trade Teoscar Hernandez and maybe another quality pitcher or something, but like, all right, maybe you. I don't know why they would do that now, and I'm just saying an outfielder, but or the Red Sox where that, Durant and all those guys, they're all the outfielders they have, they're trying to get rid of. If they're able to make that deal, that's one thing. But I don't think you have to rush it. I don't think you need to figure out the infield thing right now. I think you can go into it right now, seeing what this looks like and seeing where you are with this group.
Yeah, I would hope they would be patient and okay either way. Yep. I mean, you're talking about again. I mean, if we're just talking about gotta have it games and late season baseball. I mean, this is a really good problem to have. And you find a way to get him in the lineup. You find a way to get them all in the lineup, and you go make a run at a championship. So, if you can upgrade. If not, let's not make a move just because your chances, quote unquote, are dwindling at this point.
Yeah, someone said, what's the damn slash line? All right, I mean, Michael Conforto, 32 years old. I didn't want to say it because it's not like it's now we're really pumping up that outfield potentially again. It's they got a bunch of dudes that just all look alike in terms of what they bring to the table. This all look alike. He hit 199, 305, 333 was his slash line. He had 12 homers and 36 RBIs in 128 games for the Dodgers. Right, that just feels a lot like what they've gotten out there, what they got out there.
Doesn't move the needle much for me, but hey, if that's the route they want to go,
yeah.
I just hope it's not a.
Yeah.
I hope it's not a we got to make a move now or never kind of deal.
Yep. All right, that's the latest there. Isak Paredes, according to Brian McTaggart, and obviously he's not just guessing; he hears things as well. It looks like the likelihood of him being traded may be down.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, news here out of the football world. The Kansas City Chiefs, they have restructured Patrick Mahomes' contract this week, lowering his salary cap number from $78.2 million to $34.65 million for the upcoming season. They created over $43.5 million in salary cap space. Now, I do want to get to this a little bit later on in the 5 o'clock hour from a Texans perspective, but this seems to be the first move for the Chiefs trying to get themselves back under the cap to be able to add to their team. I thought it was interesting. I heard Paul and Reggie talking on In the Loop earlier today, and they both said they didn't think the Chiefs would make the playoffs next year, which I thought was kind of interesting. Obviously, Mahomes, we'll see how long he's out. Where do you stand on that as they are making some moves?
Look, if I had to bet on it right now, I'd bet on them making the playoffs. Making the playoffs?
Yeah.
We're talking Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes?
Yeah. I know they missed it last year.
But look, the division is obviously significantly better. But you're not. I mean, I don't look at Bo Nix and Sean Payton and say, boy, they're ready to take over that division. I don't look at Justin Herbert and Harbaugh and, well, they made changes and they're going to stay healthy. They're going to take over the division. I mean, not make the playoffs.
The Raiders too.
The Raiders are there too. I'm not worried about them. But I mean, like we've been talking about how mid the AFC is for a year now. We just got through talking about the playoff teams. I don't think anybody's out.
Yeah, except for the Raiders.
Like, I'll be honest. I mean,
any of those
the guys, the teams that were there this year, and the big players. Like, I'm not counting Cincinnati out.
No.
I'm not counting Baltimore out. I'm not counting Buffalo out. To be honest with you, one of the reasons why it's easy to sit here and talk about the Texans being a couple of moves away from a AFC championship is because of how I think not dilute is not the right word, but how wide open the AFC is. So that same AFC is where Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid reside. Yeah, I don't miss the playoffs. No, I mean, obviously, maybe not win the division, maybe not be get a bye, maybe not have home field advantage, maybe not be the one. Yeah, I mean, I could get with that.
I'd be surprised I'd be surprised if they didn't bounce back, unless injuries, or an issue again for them this year. Now we'll see. Now if Mahomes misses a month,
yeah.
But even with that, I feel like the Chiefs are probably going to make some moves that make them look better, and like Andy probably holds it down for a month. I think Andy can probably hold it down for a month. I'd have a sneaky suspicion, Clint, that their schedule may be easier earlier on when it comes out because they probably want to wait for Mahomes to be back to get on some of these TV games. Right. Like, I don't think the Buffalo game's going to be slated early because they want Allen and Mahomes. But, I mean, I think that's a big part of it. But, I mean, this guy, he's talking about trying to come back week 1.
Yeah.
Is what he's talked about. So I do think despite how you feel about it or whatever, it's hard to think that group won't bounce back. They got a top 10 pick, which means all of their picks are in the top 10. They're going to have some money. They may get another extra pick if they trade they trade Trent McDuffie. They may get some more action out of that. It's hard to think, as you said, Andy Reid, Patrick Mahomes, Eric Bieniemy coming back, that they don't bounce back and be like in Baltimore too. I think Baltimore, Cincinnati a little bit because they've kind of been on this roll here a little bit.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's hard to think that Buffalo, and Kansas City and Baltimore, it doesn't bounce back.
Look, I mean, we were talking about this before, and this is just off the cuff. They were absolutely awful in one-score games.
They were.
I mean, so it's not like they were just getting. I mean, skull drugged by people. It's not. I mean, they aren't far removed from having a significantly different record and being competitive last year. So, I don't. Not making the playoffs, no, I can't get there. I think Andy and Pat figured out. They put a squad out there that can play with anybody. Maybe not as talented as some of the teams that we're used to seeing in Kansas City, but with Pat on the ones and twos behind the quarter, taking the snaps, they're going to be in the mix, no doubt.
Yeah. All right, that is the latest there, but they do save or able to open up some money with the salary cap, and many people believe that's just the first of many moves that they're going to try to make. Oh, me?
5 o'clock fire.
Let's start talking here. All right, the Dallas Mavericks. This just keeps getting better, Nico. The Dallas Mavericks have decided to shut down Kyrie Irving. Dallas Mavericks star point guard Kyrie Irving will miss the remainder of the season, allowing himself additional time to fully heal from a torn ACL he suffered last March. Let the tank continue for the Dallas Mavericks. But, I mean, as we sit here now, I believe AD played 29 games, and Kyrie hasn't played. I can't remember the last time Kyrie has played. And they traded Luka for all of this. I mean, it just gets worse and worse every time they roll through here.
There was a brief stint when old buddy got a little bit of relief. I think when they got that Cooper flag, when they pulled and that ball popped out right, they got the number raw guy Cooper in it. But boy, that died on the vine pretty quick, didn't it?
Along with his job.
Yeah.
Nico's job too. But now I will give them that. Like, Cooper flag has been really good. Cooper flag has been something where you're like, all right, good. I know we traded Luka and we shouldn't, and we're still not over it. But Cooper flag looks like he's the real deal.
Yeah.
Right? He's come out there and looks like a promising piece. And then you hope if you do get Kyrie to get him back that you can do something with those two. But I mean, it could not, like, Nico Harrison could not have drawn this up any worse for him. Now, Mark Cuban's trying to own the team again. Like, I mean, it just could not get any worse for them. But we'll see. Kyrie Irving going to miss the rest of the season. Should come back next year, but he's a little bit older. Him and Cooper Flag could be an interesting pairing, but I think they're probably going to tank their asses off now to try to get one of those early picks like everybody else is doing.
5 o'clock fire.
Right, this is like the third team that said, "Hey, man, let's just put people on the shelf for the season." Speaking of on the shelf for the season, I don't think this is definitely not a tanking situation. And this is in college basketball. I know there are some Texas Tech Red Raider fans that listen that are around here. And last night was Tyler, don't make fun of them, man. They've already got those tortillas taken from them.
They got their tortillas taken away.
and Tyler's over there making fun of them with the gun.
Guns up.
Yeah, but last night they not only lost a game, they were favored to win against Arizona State, one of the worst teams in the Big 12. They lost their star player, their best player for the season. Preseason All-American, he is averaging almost 22 points a game. He is going to be out for the season. J.T. Toppin, the reigning Big 12 Player of the Year, tore his ACL late in the game last night in their 72-67 loss to the Arizona State Sun Devils. He was holding his right knee. It looked bad the whole way, and he is done for the season. And I will just say right now that the Texas Tech Red Raiders are also done. They're going to make the tournament, but I think this was a team that had a chance to get to a Final Four. I think things had to break right, but I think they had a chance to get to a Final Four. They are just coming off of beating number 1 Arizona on the road. They had just beat Arizona at Arizona, and now they've lost J.T. Toppin for the year. I mean, 22 points a game, and I'm sure close to double-figure rebounds. Probably an All-American this year again. That is a tough blow, and that kind of ends things for them.
Well, unlike Tyler, I feel for my Texas Tech Red Raider fam, my friends. You know, Tyler's in there pointing guns up, making little snide comments why you lose one of your best players. I feel for y'all, man. Prayers up for Red Raider Nation.
Damn, man.
Tyler's up there. Pew, 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 pew.
As Ron says, hurt people, and Buckyball and Aggieland has been just plummeting horrendous, so maybe that's why I did it.
Well, so Ron says that you just firmly believe in it, huh?
Yeah, I'm example.
Act it out.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Contextualize it for the people.
Oh, God. All right, coming up, T-Mill's best bets. He's feeling good. He was in the green yesterday. Let's see what he does today. And should there be punishment for Mick Cronin? Should there be punishment at all from UCLA to their head coach? We'll discuss that next.
The Texans announced a new practice facility in Bridgeland, but team president Mike Tillman told Payne and Pendergast that won't change their stadium plans.
Our focus is to be at NRG Park. If you want to see us on our biggest moments, come to NRG. If you want to see us on our day-to-day, come to Bridgeland. And so that's kind of how we look at the Toro District, and our focus remains making this our competitive advantage here at NRG.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Hey, it's Show here. Let me tell you a little bit about Base Power, and not just about them.
Injuries. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Joe is the type of dude that would let his dog poop in someone's yard and not pick it up because he thinks it's gross.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's not accurate. The Drive is live, coming up here in just a few minutes. We will get T-Mill's best bets. 2 for 3 last night. Finally got into the green. Got a little action last night.
Needed it, man.
Yep. And he just listened to me about that Michigan-Purdue game. Been 3 for 3, damn it.
You ain't wrong. Damn it.
Right, yeah. Iowa, got a good call on that one with Iowa. That's nice. Watched that one last night. Yep. It was a good game, too. A lot of upsets last night. So T-Mill's best bet's coming up. He's feeling good. Is he getting on the street, getting hot? So stay tuned for that. All right. If you don't know the Mick Cronin situation last night, Michigan State hosted his UCLA Bruins. And long story short, because I want you to listen to this and let me know if you think that there should be any type of consequence at all for him in anything that he did in this situation. Mick Cronin, one of his players, had a hard foul, hustling hard foul, and in this position he got a flagrant one. But a flagrant one, obviously, you can still stay in the game, but not for Mick. Mick then went and grabbed him by his jersey, and walked him forward, grabbed one of his assistants, and told him to take him out, take him to the showers, let him. To me, it looked like a very embarrassing situation.
Well, the highlights it's all over TV, so you can see it. It's not a good look.
Yeah, and he let him. He's going off, yelling at him, whatever. The coach just walks and does it. The student section's letting him have it. The kid have it after he's been ejected, and then after the game, he got into into one of his patented post game kind of vibe when he loses, and got into it with I believe now I'm seeing reports, a student reporter, a young guy, probably one of those names that are people's last names. That's his first name, like Riley. But he I just thought this was he knew what he was doing this whole way. But listen to this exchange that a lot of people are talking about with Mick Cronin and the student reporter.
What was your thought in the student section chanting Booker's name?
I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section.
I just meant overall the way that you
I would like to give you a kudos for the worst question I've ever been asked.
Did you like
you should take it.
The preparation of the...
Do you really think I care about the other team's
No, I don't
section?
think you care about the other
Are you
team's
raising your voice at me?
No, I'm just...
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. Come on, dude.
No reason.
Come on. Yes, you were. Everybody's standing here listening to you. Everybody. This is on camera. They can hear you. I answered the question. I could give a rat's ass about the other team's student section. I coach UCLA. I don't care about Michigan State students. I mean, who cares?
I think when that now listen to that again. I think when that reporter said, "Okay, I'll take it," that set Mick off. I'll take it.
You should take it.
Yeah, you should take it. Yeah, I'll take it. I think that set Mick off. If you're UCLA, you're the AD, you're running this, and again, I would also like to state that this isn't Mick's first time being spicy and having a situation where the next day people are talking about his actions after the game or during the game. If you're UCLA, are you like, did he go too far in any manner in your eyes?
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know the history between him and the player. I don't know exactly what drove him to do what he did. But I'm going to tell you, I hate the way that, if I'm the AD, I hate the way my coach is communicating. I hate the things that he's saying about my team. I would not deal with these kind of individuals well if I were in a management position.
If you were his boss.
Yeah, I would never. I'll be honest with you. I would never hire a guy like that talks to people like that.
This is a meeting in the office, though.
I would think so.
Yeah.
I mean, for me, it would be. Like, I mean, because you got to watch the whole thing. Like, those comments are one thing, which, I mean, that's clearly a big chest. It's a reporter that you know is not gonna that's not gonna push back at all. If your deal is you answered the question, then why did you circle back and answer it again? Yeah, so
drive it into it, and then make up. He's raising his voice.
Look, I don't like the way he treated the reporter. I think that's Bush League. I don't like the way that he treated the player that he ran off the court, even without the context of him having played there before. I thought it was petty how he couldn't answer the. I feel like he knew the question was coming about how he addressed his player and kicked him out of the game, and the school he used to play at was chanting his name. Like, I think he knew that was coming, and the way he chose to handle it, I think, was piss poor. I think if you listen to the whole 5+ minutes of audio of that coach, I think there's several times in there. If I'm the AD at UCLA and I'm watching him, he's complimenting Michigan State and the pride that their players play with, and the only reason he's complimenting them was to make the point, wink, wink, that his guys don't care to that level and don't have that kind of pride and don't play that hard. So, yeah, I think the whole thing, I think it's super weak to be that way. Even if you have the stroke to be that way, I think it's a piss poor human being. I got nothing for him.
I got to be honest. I don't know if I'm right on this. It felt like that was too much with the player. Like, you know what I mean? I don't know how you I don't know what you do or how it is. That felt like that was over the top with the player. Again, maybe there is something in history with the player and him, and they've had I don't know, but that felt over the top. There was nothing, like, the player didn't do anything that was out of. He fouled hard and wasn't out of the ordinary. Where you be like, your ass is out of here. Like, get like that to embarrass him. You could have just set him down and not played him like that. Like that seemed. He does. You know what, Clinton? He does seem like he does a lot of stuff because of his position, and he can. Because I don't think he would do him like that.
That's what I think. Say.
I don't think he would do him like that somewhere, or that reporter. I think he's got some power, and he seems to use his power to do stuff.
I think with the reporter and the player, I think both of them. Like, I don't think you treat just any player like that. I think you treat the player that you know you can get away with it like that. I agree. I hate coaches that coach with this style. I hate the. I don't give a damn how good he is or he isn't. I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Someone said they'd send any of their sons to play for him. Go ahead.
That's fine. I mean, look. I mean, to each their own. I'm not saying I wouldn't let my kid play for him. I'm just telling you right now. I hate the power tripping coach. I hate it. If you don't have common respect for the reporters that are in the room with you covering your team every single day. I mean, it's a respect thing. I'm not a big fan of folks that can't maintain a level of respect for everybody involved.
All right, let's get to T. Mill's best bets, baby. He's getting hot now. He's in the green. 2 for 3 last night. Hey, you got to take them where you can get them.
Yes.
If you need to look these up, if you don't hear these right now, go to @TMillRealDeal, and he will have them bad boys left up. All right, sticking with the 3, huh? Okay. All right. Where you at? What you got?
Yeah, sticking with 3 college hoops bets for you. 2 of these 3 involve the squads that the 2 fellas in the other room I'm talking with, they root for.
A little nervous.
A little Arkansas Razorback action and a little Kansas Jayhawk action. Not as good on the end of the Razorbacks for you, Clint. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
First bet, number 25 Alabama. They are hosting number 20 Arkansas, and I'm on Bama minus 3.5 tonight. Bama minus 3.5 is your first bet. Next, Ron squad, number 8 Kansas, the Jayhawks. I got them minus 6. Is they're going to be taking on Oklahoma State in Oklahoma State. And then your third best bet for tonight, number 19 Vanderbilt, minus 3 at Mizzou. Those are your 3 best bets, and we need consecutive green days in a bad way.
You know, this is a big game for Mizzou at home. They're trying to get into the tournament. I'm really nervous. I don't know. I'm nervous about this game. I really am. At Stillwater, weird stuff happens there. Kansas has had some weird stuff there. I don't know if our best player is going to play for 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 3 minutes.
Right. He's the one that cramps up, right?
Cramps or gets sick.
Is your nervousness more related to your fandom, which I'm thinking that's what it is? It's not that you hate the bet.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, it's one of them numbers where it's Wednesday. 8 o'clock. Kind of hard to get up for. Oklahoma State, they're 3-7 their last 10. Not a great team, but I know they're going to show up and play their hearts out because of the team that has their name on across their chest.
Right.
Makes me a little nervous tonight. We'll see. Hopefully they just go off on them. Feeling good about your backs?
I ain't got nothing. I don't know about it. I know they got A-Cuff. I know A-Cuff's a hooper, bro.
Yeah,
That's
that
all
one.
I know, man.
Yeah, he is. That one
He's the guy that it's like, hey, man, if you're a Razorback fan, you got to get here to see this guy play.
For now, you got a limited time.
You got a couple more games.
Yeah, you better get it. You got about a month if you want to get out there.
As far as the team goes, do I feel good about him? No clue. No clue. I hope they make Tyler eat his words.
They might. They're so up and down. You just don't know.
I may bet Oppo just to.
You just don't know. Somebody's going to win then. You just don't know what they're going to do. Again, at T Mill Real is where you can find these best bets. Got a little time to get those in, but he'll have them posted right there on Twitter at T Mill Real Deal to find his best bets, baby. All right, getting the green 2 days in a row. All right, coming up, we talked about what happened earlier today in Kansas City, which should be a clear tell of why some of the things, for some reason, every year some Texans fans believe is something that stops them from being able to improve their team. It is not. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Coming out of the All-Star break, what grade do you
tickets.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we keep rolling through, coming up behind us. Let me read this carefully. Coming up behind us, the Texans. Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris.
I'm sorry, I forget you're like Ron Burgundy. You'll read the prompter. I'll be better about that.
Free agency. They'll talk about free agency, draft, or fixes in-house. That's what they will be discussing coming up.
If it helps at all, what I put in there is exactly what John Harris texted me.
There we go. Okay. John feels good. I almost read it too.
That's my bad. That's my bad.
There it is. Almost. But no, they got you to get you ready for it, and that's where we're moving. That's the order. Free agency draft. They'll discuss that. That'll be good coming up right behind us, and then after that, the boys are back together again. Area 45 coming up at 7 o'clock, picking it up right after the fellas get done. Well, Texans All Access, they've got you from 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, both back in the saddle again, so stay tuned for that. They'll take you to 11 o'clock, so should be a good go. Here from the Base Power text line. Clint not defending the coach is kind of crazy when Clint always talks about meeting someone at the sideline and being all up their asses for mistakes. In fact, I believe it's meeting them at the numbers. Is usually where you go to it.
Yeah, look, I think Holden. Yeah, I mean, sorry if it hurts your feelings that I feel like holding guys accountable, showing a little passion, showing a little emotion, and through my actions, making sure that my players know how important it is to me. And I draw the line short of grabbing the player's jersey, yanking him to the end of the bench, pointing to an assistant coach, and taking him off the floor after a hard foul. I mean, I'm sorry that you don't have the ability to differentiate between what I think would be an effective style versus what I think is over the top. And then, you know, when you look at how the guy, the coach from UCLA communicates with the media, how he communicates, obviously with his players, and I don't like that power tripping coach. I'm not a fan. There's a big difference between the power tripper and the guy that disrespects people and the guy that holds them accountable. Yeah, I would meet guys when there are egregious penalties or plays or missed assignments or mental mistakes. Yes, I would meet guys would know. I wouldn't need to wait till I get to the locker room at halftime or the locker room after a game for them and everybody else to know that I'm disappointed. It's a little different than grabbing somebody by the jersey and kicking them off the field myself.
Yeah, he just did. Yeah, for no reason. Like I'm serious. And maybe you clearly you're different, texter. A couple of you texters as well. But like if I'm his parent, like I would. Maybe Mick doesn't have to say to me, but I'd have to get. I need an explanation for that. Like I need an understanding of, all right, he got a flagrant foul and it was a hard foul. He's got to come out of the game. But I need an explanation why you had to be an ass and embarrass him in front of everybody like that. Now, you can call it soft or whatever. Yeah. But like you said, grab, like nobody knows what the hell you're talking about.
Right.
Now the assistant coaches know what you're talking about.
Well, now look, I don't know the backstory here. So I mean, look, if this kid's a jackass and if he's always causing problems and he's always fouling too hard and he's always, and there's clearly a constant.
Well, he should be off the team today then.
Right. Well, I mean, if you're trying, if you constantly have to keep this guy in check and maybe you reached your wit's end and it was time to kick him out, okay, whatever. But I don't. It doesn't seem like that is the story I'm getting. Doesn't seem like that's the gist here.
And again, there may be an explanation of your reasoning why. But I like that wasn't. That's not normal. That wasn't. That's why The UCLA Michigan State blowout game is being talked about like this.
Yeah.
Right? And they keep showing like he ejected his own player for no reason.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an odd deal. I'll be honest with you, I don't like the power tripping coach.
That's exactly what
if it were just what happened on the floor and it was, hey man, get this kid off the floor, I could chalk it up to, hey man, there's clearly a pass there. There's clearly he felt like getting the guy off the floor because there was a confrontation after the foul. Yada yada yada. Okay, we could talk about it. But then to go on, and again, if you go watch the 5 minutes of post game presser. I think it's just weak-ass moves, one after another. I think if you got a problem with your team and the pride that they do or don't play with, say, hey, man, we didn't play with any pride tonight. We got to get it together, and we got to play for the name on the front of our jersey more than on the back of our jersey. That's fine. But don't sit there and wink, talk about how much the other team that just beat you, talk about how the other team plays with a ton of pride and this and that and be a backhanded shot to your team. I don't like backhanded shots, whether it's a coach I'm playing for, or it's somebody I'm covering, or it's my co-host, or it's my wife. I don't like backhanded shots. Just be straight up. I think it's super weak for a coach or any mature adult that's in a position of authority to act like that. Personally,
I think this must have been what Bobby Slowick was doing a couple of years ago. Just
get him out of here, out of practice.
That's what I imagined Bobby Slowick.
Get out of practice, CJ. You're not listening.
Was Mick Cronin. That's what he was.
Right.
Dang it, Bobby.
It's my way or the highway. I'm the man. All right. This news, we talked about it earlier, that the Chiefs were able to get themselves down 43.5 plus salary cap, 43.56 million in salary cap space because they were able to restructure Patrick Mahomes' contract. And I just look at that because this becomes a battle for people that are Texans fans, not all, but some Texans fans, that they look at clear things that they can add, that they need to add, and we talk about, hey, they should try to do this in free agency, and many people will start to talk about, but let's look at their cap space. And I will always tell you, like, for the most part, man, that damn thing is that a wolf? Sorry, is that a wolf running up that entered the?
Well, you want to win a gold medal right there. Let that sucker chase you across the finish line.
Oh, hell, I'm out, Jack. I'm out. Give me the bronze. I'm out, man.
Twilight over here.
But we've had this conversation a lot of like, all right, man, well, we got to look at the salary cap. But I've said, man, the salary cap is I mean, listen, it can be manipulated in most cases, as we're seeing Chiefs do. And I just want to continue to show another example of a team that has far more invested players than the Texans do. When you talk about they've got Patrick Mahomes, Chris Jones, they've got the highest paid center, the highest paid guard in football. They've got a high-priced tackle right now in football. They've got a high-priced middle linebacker right now. Look, they are paying big money. They got a $20 million a year defensive end. They're paying big money across the board. They got the highest paid kicker in the game. And the thoughts that, oh, man, I don't know if we can go get Breece Hall.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can get Kenneth Walker. I don't know if we can get Tyler Linderbaum. I don't know if we can get, the top guard out there. And the Texans, if they have to restructure some deals, they will do it. But this, just like it won't hold back the Chiefs, just like it won't hold back the Ravens when they restructure Lamar Jackson and give him new money to open up some space, the Texans will be able to get the players if they want to. Salary cap space won't be the issue. If they want to, they'll be able to get the guys that they want to get.
Look, I love the way that the Texans typically operate. I love the way that Nick Caserio typically operates. I love what they've built in Houston, how they've built it. But what I hope is that the organization, the decision makers, the powers that be, I hope they also have the ability, Ron, to, in these types of moments when you're at the doorstep, that you have the ability to maybe get outside your comfort zone a little bit, maybe risk a little bit more to go get the players that are going to put you over the top. I've said this before. I think the Texans are one or two big-time offensive signs away from being, I think, viewed as boy, this is one of those AFC teams that's kind of been on the bubble that, boy, they are taking it serious. They're trying to make take that next step and make that next move. I don't think you can even take them serious unless they go get one or two guys. Like I think it's going to be a missed opportunity. You let these cats go ahead and get real risky and go get 3 or 4 guys offensively, and I think you could be in the conversation of the best in the AFC. I mean, the AFC right now is wide open. And I'm not telling you that the roster's better right now than the rest of the AFC, but the AFC right now is wide open. You've got arguably the best defense in football. You've already got a leg up. If offensively, if this group goes out and gets outside their comfort zone a little bit, maybe overspins a bit, overcorrects a bit some of the problems that are on the offensive side of the ball, I mean, I don't think it's a stretch to think that they could be viewed as the best team in the AFC going into the season. Now, we'll see how the season unfolds. But you could put yourself in position to be, one of the favorites to win the AFC with just a few guys added to this group offensively.
Yep. Victor, slide in. Of course, you'll use Case